ARC 6 The Corridor of Memories Chapter 33.
Left behind by a myriad of fluttering feathers, Abyss descended on the balcony in the night.
Fearless birds spread their wings and took to flight into the murky night sky. One could almost say that falling from that lonely sky would have been easier than remaining in this place. If only that were true, Subaru would have wholeheartedly embraced that notion. At least, aside from this suffocating situation, that would have been the next worst thing.
The
location was the watchtower, on a balcony hidden by the night. Julius stood there, blocking the doorway, with doubt carved into his handsome features and rigid cheeks. In front of his line of sight were Subaru and Echidna, who had been secretly conversing in the night. To Julius, she would have been Anastasia, since they looked exactly alike.
Julius, what you said just now, what did you mean?
In that tense, congealing space, Julius repeated this over and over. The bewildered content of his words was no different from the moment before, but his voice sounded weaker with every repetition, like proof of the depth of his sorrow. When did you start listening to the conversation? Faced with Julius' question, Subaru forced his halted thoughts to move, and landed on this question.
When did he start listening? That's the most important thing.
The content of that conversation with Echidna equals Anastasia just now, was definitely not something he should have been allowed to hear before he had been prepared.
For in this watchtower expedition, the secrets kept by Subaru and Echidna were simply far too deep.
Things ranging from artificial spirits, witch of greed, authority of gluttony, and their various implications. Subaru had hidden them all from Julius, having judged that they would only complicate things, and bring him nothing but suffering. More than anything, was the fact that Anastasia's spirit was sleeping, and that right now, the one inhabiting her body was the artificial spirit of Echidna.
In other words,
Anastasia, come on, Natsuki-kun, stop looking like that. Subaru, huh? Suddenly, lightly poking the stiff Subaru in the chest with her finger, Echidna put on a charming smile. Her tone and attitude were so perfectly like Anastasia's, that for a moment, Subaru bulged his eyes in stupefaction and could not be entirely certain what was happening.
Leaving Subaru behind, as if dancing, Echidna did a turn on the spot, and
Anastasia, I'm sorry, Julius.
But it's not like we're leaving you out of the loop, you know.
I just thought I'd talk with Natsuki-kun about some of the important things that'll be happening after we leave the Pleiades watchtower, that's all. Anastasia, we had to leave the green room since Rem and the baby ground dragon were there, you know? It's not like we're afraid of any special secret leaking out, but I was just in the mood for something extra secretive.
So we moved around. And this just happened to be the only suitable place we could find, that's all.
Clapping her hands together in front of her chest, Echidna slightly tilted her head as if to say, "Forgive me?" That adorable gesture appeared to be just the kind of thing Anastasia would think of. But, unlike the one trying to distract away from the vital part of the story, Anastasia would never sink as low as this. As if trying to cover up an unfavorable scene after the other person had already seen it, the words only came across as barren and superficial. Actually, one might as well replace the as if with certainly there.
It was a very undesirable situation. Having been caught off guard, Echidna probably shared Subaru's opinion.
The only difference was that she just happened to be quicker than Subaru in taking action.
And then,
Julius, you are not Anastasia Summer, are you?
Julius, Echidna, I want you to tell me. Even when it's already come to this point, the fact that you are still trying to hide it from me, tells me you probably weren't a bad person before you died. Through a faint glimmer of hesitation, Julius asked Echidna to her face.
Hearing this, Echidna muttered, "Why that's just," and for a moment, appeared to be preparing to refute him, but Julius, Echidna. Once again, Julius stopped her with his call. And, just like this, she turned Anastasia's face towards Subaru with an indescribable emotion stirring within those light onion green eyes.
But at this point, even Subaru couldn't think of a way to salvage this. Subaru, Julius, where do you want us to begin? Julius, from Anastasia Summer's body. In response to Subaru's question, Julius replied in a choked voice.
That much was more than enough to discern his disturbed emotional state. But even so, it must be said, that only a man like Julius would have been able to remain calm at a time like this, even if only on the surface.
Or perhaps, it may simply have gone too far beyond his limits, and too far beyond what emotions can convey.
Echidna, ever since the battle with the witch cult in Priestella City, Anna's spirit has been sleeping deep inside her body.
So, right now, the one moving her body isn't Anna herself,
but I, playing her role in her stead, until today.
Echidna probably thought it was no longer possible to go on pretending.
Plainly, without any setup, she simply spoke as if laying out the facts. In the middle of defending Priestella against the witch cult, Echidna took Anastasia's place, and dueled with the witch cultists. After that, Anastasia's spirit had been asleep ever since. They had hidden this from Julius and Ricardo, and all the members of the Iron Fang before they set out for the Pleiades watchtower.
This fact was only shared between Subaru and Echidna.
Julius, why would you only share this information with Subaru? Echidna, he was not under the influence of the Sin Archbishop's authority, and so he was the only person outside the chaos of the situation. Besides, I, an artificial spirits of the same roots as Beatrice, have sealed a contract with a spirits arts user as well.
I must confess this was not my original intention, only.
Julius, only?
Echidna, only. He saw through my act as Anna, so I had no choice but to tell him.
Hearing this explanation of why only Subaru came to know that it was Echidna inside Anastasia's body, Julius' eyes began to tremble beyond control. Of course. Because Subaru saw through Echidna's performance. Julius, someone who barely knows her, something even a stranger should notice.
I call myself her knight, and I didn't even notice it.
Subaru, stop, you dumbass.
You can't say that. Julius, Subaru, your situation. You were just in a bad situation. There was a huge thing that just happened to you, tying you down.
And it wasn't just you, there's Ricardo and Mimi as well, wasn't there?
I only noticed because. Anyway, it just happened by chance.
Listening to Julius mocking himself with those words, Subaru tried to put a stop to his self-injury.
However, in his failure of his duty as a knight, there were no words that could console him. In reality, just what could Julius have done? Was he really to blame for this?
The Lord he devoted his loyalty to, his comrades with whom he swore his oath, his fellow knights that have always been his companions, and all the many, many more, everything he had accumulated up to now in his life as a knight, had collapsed like a wall of sand.
How can he stand before them again? Stalwart. Elegant. A knight. How could he ever be called that again? If being a knight meant never permitting oneself to succumb to one's pain like a common human being, then being a knight was a curse for Julius Euculius.
Julius, it is the duty of a knight to eliminate chance, and be certain at all times. Subaru,
Then a knight is nothing but a troublesome title, isn't it?
Julius, take back those words, and do not say them to me again. Right now I'm afraid I've lost some part of myself. Subaru's consoling rationalization simply bounced off in the face of Julius' knightly convictions.
Watching as Subaru fell speechless from the emotions clogging up his throat, Julius shook his head. Julius, let's get back on topic. Echidna, what is your intention? Echidna, to return this body to Anna.
That is the reason I brought you all to the Pleiades watchtower, even more importantly than the victims of gluttony and lust.
Julius, in other words, you mean to say you never wanted this? And you have no way to restore Anastasia Summer? Even if I slay you?
Placing his hand on the knight's sword at his waist, Julius narrowed his eyes and threw her this perilous question. Receiving this, Echidna cast down her eyes, and gently touched her own chest. Echidna, that I am an evil spirit, and have taken over Anna's body for that reason. I cannot give you any evidence to refute that speculation. So, If you are convinced that I am lying to you, even if you choose to destroy me, I cannot stop you. But, at the end of her last syllable, Ikedona continued after pausing only a beat, Ikedona, but in that case, any possibility of restoring the consciousness of Anna's empty shell will be extinguished by your hand. In the worst case, it will become difficult to even preserve her life, and there is a chance that she will die. Ikedona cut down Julia's suggestion, and laid out her thoughts.
Then, having said this, she softly lifted up her hands.
Ikedona, of course, this is only a nonsense possibility I had no choice but to come up with because I want to live. Even I cannot say for sure whether my death would be the solution.
If I must die so that Anna could live, I feel like I would be all right with that. Though I really don't want to die.
Julius, and why would you be willing to do that for Anastasia Summer? Ikedona, the relationship between Anna and I are not complete.
Therefore, perhaps it would not be right for a common spirit to take a spirit's arts user's rightful place.
Cutting off her words there, Ikedona looked at Julius and Subaru in turn. It seemed almost as though she was admiring the odd-looking pair who shared a bond quite different than that of a spirit and a spirit's arts user. Ikedona, I like Anna.
And I have been at her side ever since she was a young child. So I do not wish to abandon her, and I want her to be happy. That is my reason. Julius,
Ikedona, Julius, I did not reveal this fact to you because it would have only led to unnecessary confusion.
Anna herself had wanted to keep my existence secret, if possible. In fact, she was the reason I had remained hidden all the way until what happened in Pristella. It was all thanks to that child.
Even back in Pristella, Julius would have been quite shocked if Anastasia announced that Ikedona had been hiding inside her all that time. Subaru, who had prioritized retrieving Emilia above all else, could not possibly imagine what storm must be churning within Julius' chest at that moment. Only, in such a short span of time, what his lord had kept hidden, as well as the secret pertaining to the fundamentals of Anastasia herself, were all revealed to him at a time when they should not have been revealed. Just how much must all of this be weighing on Julius? Julius, I can understand your relationship with Anastasia Summer.
It is difficult to believe everything. But, I have no choice but to believe you. At least, in that it would be thoughtless to do anything to you right now. Ikedona, oh, is that so? I am glad you chose rationally, Julius. I'm sure Anna would be glad as well. Julius,
Letting go of the hilt of his knight's sword, Julius did not respond to Ikedona's words, and only remained in silence.
But he was far from having understood it, and it left him a sense of shame to think about it.
Yet, in the blink of a moment, Julius cast this out of his mind, and... Julius, I just want to confirm this. Anastasia Summer's odd is the price for your ability to continue to manifest yourself. So naturally, the more you strain yourself, the heavier the burden on Anastasia Summer's body will be. Is that correct?
Ikedona, correct. That's the right way to understand it. If I eat well, sleep well, get some moderate exercise,
take a generally healthy approach to life, it'd be just enough to counteract the toll on Anna's odd.
Julius, if that's the case.
Then why did you pull that stunt on the second level? Just as Ikedona was slightly recovering herself, light-heartedly joking in between her words, Julius struck her with this unexpected question. Considering what happened on the second level, it's only understandable that he would point this out. Julius, during my fight with the second-level examiner, Reed Astria, Anastasia Summer.
Using Anastasia Summer's body, you casted magic to assist me. It was at the time of the first clash between Julius and Reed.
Faced with the overwhelming power of Reed's swordsmanship, when Julius was helpless and on the verge of defeat, Ikedona casted her enormous magical power toward Reed.
Far from being a decisive strike, instead, the load on Anastasia's body went over her limit, and she fainted. But the problem was not the result. It was why did she do it? Just that.
Julius, the burden of that act on Anastasia Summer's body could not have been light. After saying so much, your actions are still conflicting with your claims. So why? Subaru, That's
What Julius pointed out was also what Subaru had been wondering.
back there. Ikidona acted when Julius had been beaten, and carrying an expression as though he was prepared to die. There seemed to be a lie somewhere, yet it didn't feel like it was pre-calculated.
It must be pure speculation.
But could Ikidona have chosen to help Julius simply because, living inside Anastasia, they had already spent so much time together? Could it be something as simple as that? However, to Subaru's doubts, and to Julius' question, Ikidona only replied, "I'm sorry," and deeply bowed on the spot. Ikidona, even I feel like a failure there. How should I say this? To a bystander, it might just seem embarrassing, but I made that decision from a strategic point of view. Julius, a strategic decision? Ikidona, at the time, I had no idea whether the examiner of the second level had intent to kill.
If I did not do it, we might have lost the fighting power of Julius.
Of course, I wanted to avoid it, for Anna.
Besides, Reed Astria had his back turned.
And so it seemed a perfect opportunity, in my eyes.
But not only did it fail, I've caused you trouble.
Apologizing, and adding one more at the end for good measure, Ikidona slowly raised up her body.
There were no contradictions within her explanation.
While it was true that to a bystander, it would have looked like foolish behavior, Subaru couldn't find any basis to refute her reasoning.
Emotional ones aside.
Could such a story really be swallowed so easily? But, before Subaru could pursue the point any further,
Julius, all right. But please be careful not to do anything rash in the future.
Not for anyone else, only for Anastasia Summer.
Ikidona, understood.
Subaru, wa? Julius gestured that he had understood and accepted, and nodded back at Ikidona. Watching their exchange, Subaru kicked at the floor as if he wasn't sure if they were joking.
Subaru, how can you be convinced by that?
Julius, Subaru, I am convinced.
Ikidona will refrain from doing anything rash in the future. What else is there to say?
This is a matter between Anastasia Summer and Ikidona, and between Anastasia Summer and myself. Subaru, Julius, it seems you have been caught up in this by some strange mistake. But, this is an internal matter within the Anastasia camp.
This is not your pain to bear.
Listening to Julius trying to distance him from the problem, Subaru clenched the back of his jaw. It's not as if Subaru was carrying this pain because he one-sidedly wanted to. Subaru, whether or not I take this upon myself is my own business, isn't it? Julius, so you can take this upon yourself, yet deny me the right to face my own problems? I don't seem to recall you ever telling me about Anastasia Summer and Ikidona. Subaru, GH.
Julius, sorry. I shouldn't have said it, but it is the truth.
Wrenching this out in a choked voice, Julius turned his eyes away. Within that voice, that stubbornness, Subaru finally noticed it.
Julius had not remained calm at all. Far from hiding the tempest raging in his heart, he could not even keep it from seeping through to the surface.
Having lost his own existence, even the one thing that remained to him, his loyalty to his lord, was a lie, and their promise to tell each other every concern had been broken. Even so, the man named Julius was not supposed to be subject to emotions. Julius, I don't intend to argue. For Anastasia Summer, we must find a way to deal with this situation as soon as possible. Ikidona, I hope I can count on your sincere cooperation.
Ikidona, of course.
Since you have already found out, I suppose there is no reason for me to continue playing Anna anymore. Well, if you can tolerate me in the form of Anna, that is.
Julius, that is fine.
I must restore Anastasia Summer to the way she was, and looking at this form will remind me of what I must do.
Hearing of his intention to hurt himself to strengthen his resolve, Ikidona put on a sad expression.
But Julius had already turned up to the sky, without seeing her face. As if noticing for the very first time that the night sky from atop the balcony was untouched by the miasma, he squinted his eyes under the radiance of the stars.
Julius, there is no reason to stay here for long. Let's go back inside.
As for Anastasia Summer's body and Ikidona, let's tell Emilia Summer and the others tomorrow. Ikidona, oh ho, All right.
I will prepare for it as well.
Saying this, Julius gently took Ikidona's hand and began to walk.
Surely, it was exactly the same as what he had always done for Anastasia. Whatever was inside, his loyalty to Anastasia will not change. Even if she was sleeping deep within her body, even if she had forgotten Julius. Subaru, Julius.
Feeling something painful at the sight of his figure, Subaru shouted out to him. Having been abandoned by memories while he still remembered everything about the others, having nothing left except to struggle, desperately relying on that sentiment, having been there himself, he understood that pain.
Even if he was forgotten, he cannot forget.
That thought alone gave him the impulse to move.
Julius,
Julius halted his steps, and, still holding onto Ikidona, did not turn around. The fact that his back remained perfectly straight, in spite of all the turmoil within his heart, was just totally frustrating.
Subaru, isn't there something you want to say to me? Regarding Ikidona, regarding Anastasia's body, he had kept it all from him.
Tonight, he had promised to take over for spending time in the green room, but Subaru broke that promise, and secretly met with Ikidona on the balcony.
He could make excuses. There were reasons. It's not that he meant to.
But, regardless of what he meant, or whatever his reasons, or excuses, his heart could not pull free. So why won't you raise your voice to shout at me?
Swear at me, and just let out your rage?
Subaru couldn't be sure whether it was his own sense of guilt, or whether Julius truly thought this.
Surely, Julius wouldn't raise his voice, or spit out abuses.
Julius, there is. Subaru, Julius, I understand.
Why you thought you should hide this truth from me. You meant no harm. It was only out of concern and consideration. I agree with your apprehensions. If we switched places, I would have kept my silence as well.
Subaru, Julius, but, even so.
Looking up to the sky. With a voice as if wrenching it out.
Julius, whether it is myself, or Anastasia Summer, or you, I don't want to be thought of as someone unworthy of being a knight.
He didn't need any special procedures to get back into the tower. Just like the way he entered the balcony, he only had to crawl down below waist level to get through the hidden passage and come out inside the tower.
While crawling on his knees, the pointless thought suddenly occurred to him that Julius must have crawled through here in the exact same way. Unfortunately, since he had already crawled back earlier, Subaru lost his chance to record this into memory. It was because he was so overwhelmed by Julius' last words, that he remained there speechlessly for a while. Subaru, If he didn't say anything, then he wasn't dishonest, he thought.
Except, that wasn't the case.
Most likely, Julius believed that even if he had shouted and sworn at Subaru who was plagued by guilt, it would not have brought him any comfort.
And since his virtue would not allow it, he could not throw his rage and complaints, but only swallow them silently, on the spot. But, that was not the case.
The words Julius left behind in the end, had stuck into his heart like a thorn. Perhaps, Subaru would have felt better if he had been yelled at.
But since he did not want to feel better, perhaps it was best that Julius hadn't said anything. However, the reality was not like that.
The thorn left by Julius insisted on pain, and blood continued to flow from its piercing wound,
deep enough to make him hesitate about pulling it out.
Subaru, I can't
go back to the green room anymore.
Chances are, Julius had already escorted Ikidona back to the green room by now. After that, it would be unlikely that he'd go search for a bed in the dragon carriage left in the lower levels. This deep-rooted problem, the sheer depth which was the fault of Subaru's own poor judgment, was not something that can be cleared up overnight.
At least, it would take time, and simply holding calm discussions will not be enough to resolve it. Thinking about it that way, he felt a little embarrassed about going back to the dragon carriage.
Even though he knew Julius would not go back there, he would still feel somewhat guilty about tugging himself into a warm futon right now. However, at this late hour, there was no one Subaru could spill his heart to. The sleeping Rem and Subaru's best buddy Patrash were both in the green room, where he was too afraid to approach because of Julius and Echidona, and he couldn't exactly wake Emilia and Beatrice up to make them listen to his whining. So, at this point, there was no one Subaru could. Ram, Barusu? Hearing that voice, Subaru made a quiet sound with his throat and halted his steps. Turning around, surprised, in the middle of the fourth-level passageway, where footsteps struck on the stone floor, he saw the form of the pink-haired girl, Ram. Ram's light red eyes were wide open, looking over Subaru from head to toe. Ram, it's been a while since I've seen you make that face.
Disreputable.
Subaru, why are you immediately saying that right after we meet? Come to think of it, what are you doing here this late? Ram, I could ask you the same thing. Although, what Barusu could be up to at this hour would be unimaginable. In front of Ram, who crossed her arms as she approached him, Subaru tightened his cheeks at her words. Just the thought of what she might actually be imagining pulled a shadow over Subaru's face. Seeing Subaru do this, Ram shrugged her shoulders sadly. Ram, anyway, you were bothering Rem with your whining again, weren't you?
Even though Ram's little sister is cute and forgiving, don't be too unreasonable.
Subaru, yeah.
Well, you're right.
Ram, dash. Seeing Ram's eyes slightly widen as she heard this, Subaru let out a bitter smile.
He didn't tell her his true feelings, but only what she might have guessed based on his daily activities. It was true, just as Ram said, that Subaru often spent his nights at Rem's bedside. In fact, he had already done so tonight. And it was only natural that Ram would think he had just left. But today, it was not only that.
Ram, stop making that miserable face. Subaru, og. Ram, with that pathetic, miserable expression, you look even lower than a base manservant. Looking like that, people will begin to suspect Emilia Summers' character for taking a Barusu as her knight.
Please revise. He felt Ram's finger flicking his drooping forehead.
Subaru's eyes teared up from the force, and just as he was about to protest, Ram disinterestedly humphed through her nose, shutting him back up.
All the while, she herself seemed perfectly at ease.
Subaru, geez, really, and summer is and summer, after all. Ram, ha.
Please don't disgust me with your thoughts.
Subaru commented while stroking his forehead, and Ram put on an expression as if disgusted from the bottom of her heart.
To be consoled by such an attitude, he really must be pathetic.
No part of what she said had carried any expression of warmth or sympathy, but, somehow, that was what it meant to him. Subaru, Ram, what were you doing at this hour anyway? Ram, disgusting. Subaru, don't just suddenly end the conversation like that.
We only just started.
Hopelessly shrugging his shoulder, Subaru let out a quiet sigh, and turned his eyes to the passageway behind Ram, where she had come from. Although the fourth floor was very wide, there was nothing particularly remarkable here.
There was a green room, and the luggage they brought up from the dragon carriage.
And Subaru, the staircase to the second floor? Ram, dash. Subaru, unless you went up there alone?
Ram, don't worry. I'm not as reckless as him.
It doesn't seem like it, but I'm not conceited enough to think I can do anything with Reed Astria alone. Imagining something he'd rather not think about, Subaru twisted his lips, and Ram laughed through her nose as she denied his suspicions. Hearing her subtle reference to Julia's stubbornness hidden within her words, the mere thought of it twisted at the thorn in Subaru's chest. Ram, it seems, something happened between you and Julius.
Had a fight?
Subaru, am I that easy to read? Ram, Barusu is as easy to read as Ram is intelligent. The latter has more to do with it, but it's nothing to worry about. No, of course the former has plenty to do with as well.
It won't take long to get everything out of you under torture.
Subaru, the fact that you're assuming I'd be placed under torture is kind of frightening, you know. Watching Subaru pick at his own cheek, Ram just squinted her eyes. Seeing that she wasn't kidding, Subaru shuddered a little. It's true, that considering Subaru's position, it was not entirely unlikely that Amelia's enemies in the royal selection might resort to this kind of barbaric measures. Maybe it would be a good idea to watch out for that, after all.
Subaru, in that case, what were you doing here?
Ram, I didn't go up to the second floor.
I only tried to go up.
Subaru, I thought you just said you weren't that reckless.
Unless. Were you thinking of attacking him while he's asleep?
Subaru had no qualms about using any means necessary to win. It might be understandable if Ram thought the same and planned to stealth attack Reed in his sleep.
The question was whether this Reed, which appeared to have been reproduced from the records of the past, really slept.
And, even if he did sleep, could she really manage it? Ram, unfortunately, it's impossible to attack him while he's sleeping. I turned back halfway up the stairs.
He really is an abnormal monster. He'd almost make Garf look cute.
Subaru, although, after getting to know Garfield, he is pretty cute. Ram, not his antics, I meant the level of danger he poses. The way she put it, she didn't actually deny that Garfield's antics were cute, but since they were in the middle of something more important, Subaru squeezed his brows and forgot about it.
Ram, I am convinced now.
If one side has no qualms about using any means necessary, then the other side would use any means necessary as well.
Like we've discussed, in order to beat him, we must not let him take it too seriously, and only then satisfy his conditions.
Subaru, just to make sure of that, you went up to the second level alone?
Ram, do I have to say it again? I didn't go up to the second level. It's too difficult for Ram at this moment.
Confirming that they simply weren't strong enough, Ram warned of the need for preparations before challenging the second level again. Speaking of needing more time, the thought of his argument with Echidna and Julius resurfaced once more, and Subaru couldn't help but take on a difficult expression. Ram, Barusu? Subaru, no, it's nothing.
Well, it's not totally nothing, but it doesn't matter right now. Most likely, we'll have a proper talk tomorrow.
Ram, a remarkably ambiguous statement. Subaru, that's kinda what I was going for, but it's not what you think. As expected, even here, I've done something ungrateful, and it's a bit hard to recover from it this time.
He's done enough for now.
It was a strange crack that he wasn't sure if he could completely mend, and he wouldn't want to complicate it any more and spread the crack even wider. Watching Subaru go limp, Ram still wasn't convinced, but decided to let it go. Ram, in any case, conquering the second floor.
Defeating Reed will require more time and effort. At least, it would be nice if we could count on Shaola's support.
Subaru, well, it wouldn't be exaggerating to say that she couldn't exactly be counted on, although, if she didn't help us earlier, we'd all be charred black under the sand right now.
Without Shaola, they would never have been able to reach the exam on the second level in the first place. But even with that in mind, she had been a disappointing sage ever since they entered the tower.
Of course, if they could borrow the examiner's own hand to pass the exam, it would be quite exceptional indeed. Ram, if we only ever take the high road, we're bound to get stuck in a deadlock here. Subaru, it's not like I think it'd be better to take a more innocent approach.
But, purely on a case-by-case basis. It just wouldn't work this time.
Ram, you say that so effortlessly. Ram doesn't have that kind of leisure. Dissatisfied with Subaru's answer, Ram shrugged her shoulders. And, while slowly turning her back. Ram, if you don't go to bed soon it'll hurt your performance tomorrow.
I'll head back to the dragon carriage as well.
Subaru, yeah. He wanted to explain why he couldn't go back, but it was too difficult. On the other hand, looking back and seeing Subaru mumbling this way, Ram spilled a small sigh.
Ram, as you like.
But if you drag us down because you didn't get enough sleep, I'll twist it off. Subaru, no.
Twist what off? Ram, I'll leave that to your imagination. With a wave of her hand, Ram headed in the direction of the stairs to the lower levels.
Without touching on what he didn't want to touch on, leaving him to stand up by his own efforts, could that have been her consideration? Watching the thin back walking into the distance, even know that she won't see it. Subaru raised up his hand.
Subaru, good night, Ni-sama.
See you tomorrow. Ram is not Barusu's and Summer.
Stop calling me that.
Her last denial carried no strength within it, as if she had already accepted, and only resisted for the sake of it. Watching Ram's figure disappear after leaving those words behind, Subaru clicked the bones in his neck and whispered, what am I gonna do now?
He can't go to the dragon carriage anymore. And it's too difficult to return to the green room.
In that case, he could either find some other place to rest until the morning, or find a place where he could do something meaningful with his time. Subaru, if I just want a place to sleep, I could find a suitable room.
The top candidate would be the room where they stored their luggage. The dragon carriage's cargo and food supplies have all been moved into that room, though it'll be hard to find something he could use as a pillow.
The bottleneck was just how to find some way to reduce the pain on his body while sleeping on the floor, aside from sleeping in the dragon carriage. Or, Subaru, think about how to conquer the second floor, how to defeat Reed.
Honestly, that would be the most constructive choice.
Most of the problems surrounding their current situation were about capturing this watchtower. Though it can't be said with certainty, it would nevertheless play a huge role in improving their situation. That evening, the consensus they reached on how to defeat Reed was to make him not take something seriously and then seriously satisfy his conditions, or something vague along those lines. At the very least, if there was a chance he could reduce some of that vagueness. Subaru, that's it. And, coming to this point, Subaru snapped his fingers. As the idea flashed through his mind like a lightning strike, Subaru changed the direction of his steps with a bash.
Subaru, if this goes well. Though he cannot say for sure, it should be a move that could greatly advance the situation.
Setting his heart on that thought, Subaru sprinted toward his goal. In the watchtower in the night, loud, spirited echoes of Subaru's footsteps rang out. Only the lonely echoes of a single person's footsteps. The sensation of waking was like the moment of emerging out of the water's surface. Pulling the dreaming, unconscious body upwards, using a breath to restore the entire body to reality, the consciousness slowly reawakened, and, breaking through the water's surface, he was born. If sleep was death, and wakefulness was life, then that description would not have been far off. Anyways, such poetic sentiments aside, he gradually began to wake. Subaru. Hey, Subaru, are you all right? Subaru, the wa? The moment he opened his eyes, immediately stricken by the beautiful face in front of him, Subaru rolled to the side. And, not rolling very far before running out of surface, he dropped a short distance and landed on his shoulder. Subaru, Nia. Eek. Subaru, you all right? Why did you start rolling all of a sudden? Subaru, no, it's not like I willing decided to roll or anything. Squeezing his banged-up shoulder and lightly shaking his head, he pushed himself up. And then, in the blink of an eye, Subaru was confused. It was a green room. The entire interior of the room was covered by sprawling ivy that completely hid the walls behind them. If he was told that the whole outlandish-looking room was made of ivy, he probably would have believed it, and apparently, Subaru was lying on the floor beside a bed woven from ivy at the very center of the room. That was probably what he rolled off of. Would be his analysis of the situation. It was funny that Subaru could make such judgments so calmly, but there was reason for that. It looks like you didn't hit anything too hard. That's good. But I got really worried, you shouldn't scare me like that. Emilia, if you say it like that, Subaru won't reflect on it, I suppose. If you don't say it more severely, Betty's worries won't get through to him. I guess you're right. But I'm surprised Beatrice would be saying that. After going into such a panic when you couldn't find Subaru, you were almost in tears when you found him lying there. You don't have to mention that part. Can you not mention that part, I suppose? In front of his eyes, the conversation started going out of control. Nodding stupidly to the rhythm of the bickering that made him want to smile, Subaru turned around.
Sitting on the floor and breathing behind him was some kind of huge animal.
Subaru, There was a giant lizard.
With black scales covering all over its skin, it was a huge lizard the size of a horse.
The strangest part was that it was gently snuggling up to Subaru's neck with its nose. Seeing that it was friendly, Subaru gently petted the lizard on its head.
And then, he let out a sigh. Subaru, in other words, this is it.
Calm and collected, slowly, he breathed out these words. Seeing Subaru like this, the two girls in front of him tilted their heads.
Plus?
Subaru? And, like two sisters speaking with the same breath, they simultaneously called Subaru's name. A silver-haired girl who was so beautiful that his eyes wanted to explode, and a fairy-like little girl in a pretty dress. A beautiful silver-haired girl, a drill loli, a giant lizard, and a room made of ivy. Subaru opened his mouth wide, and shouted it out. Because this is, Subaru, I've been summoned to a parallel world, ARC 6 The Corridor of Memories Chapter 34, Coming out of the convenience store, there was a wondrous world. Natsuki Subaru was born into the lax educational environment of the Heisei-era Japan. If we were to tell the whole story of the entire 17 years of his life, it would probably take all 17 years to do it. So, if we omit those parts and just briefly explain his current position, it would be along the lines of a third-year high school hikikomori. Or, in a little more detail, it would be a hopeless shit who goes against his parents' expectations and shuts himself in his own shell at a time when exams are coming up.
He had no particular reasons for withdrawing himself.
One ordinary weekday, the thought just occurred to him, it'd be a pain to get up today, and from there, his absenteeism was underway. Slipping further and further like this, the amount of time he stayed away from school grew longer, and, before he knew it, he had become a shut-in who made his parents cry. Day after day, he spent in indulgent slothfulness, cutting off all communication, lingering on in this state, until Subaru, in the end, I got summoned to a parallel world, huh? Subaru? While he was busy muttering to himself and trying hard to organize some understanding of the current situation, two white hands grabbed onto his cheeks.
Looking up, there was a beautiful silver-haired girl in front of his eyes. Honestly, a very beautiful girl.
With long silver hair that gleamed like moonlight and violet eyes like embedded gemstones. Her long lashes were trembling as she watched him with a worried gaze that took her beauty beyond the natural order of the world, such that it gave him the illusion that he was seeing some divine art piece magnificent enough to make all the artists of the world give up their pens. And then, there was the question, why would such a beautiful girl be squeezing his face in a close enough range that they could feel each other's breaths? Subaru, NNNNNNN?
Her smell is super nice.
Subaru? Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. His name being called once again by that voice like the ring of a silver chime, Subaru spasmed out a smile in reply. Not just his face, but even his voice was shaking, and it wasn't entirely clear whether that could be called a smile. And, for reasons Subaru could not understand, this girl seemed to be especially close to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be talking and staring at him in such a super close distance like this. Subaru. Sorry, but
you're acting a little strange.
Subaru, strange? What, like my eyes, or something like that? No. Your eyes are still really scary looking like usual, I guess it's nothing. Subaru, my eyes are usually really scary looking? Trying to calm himself down by joking around a bit, he instead got hit by the totally unexpected comment. Watching Subaru recoil from that remark, the girl stuck out her tongue a little with, "You're always like this."
So cute.
What's going on with this girl?
Why does she seem so terribly close to him?
And just, what did she mean by always like this, and acting so worried? Emilia, you might have come to that conclusion too rashly. In fact, something does seem off, I suppose. But, Subaru's eyes just always look like that, I think. I'm not talking about Subaru's scary eyes right now. I don't really care if his eyes look scary, I suppose. Subaru, what's with this about my eyes being scary looking? It's a bad hobby to be picking on other people's weak points, you know.
What's with you guys?
No, I mean, you two are kinda cute and all. Subaru jumped himself up with great force and started blowing up in front of the beautiful girl and the one she was talking to, cute and fairy-like, a little girl in an extravagant dress, sporting a pair of no less elegant swirling drill curls.
But his voice quickly trailed off.
Inherently blunt, he had started blurting this out without thinking, before he realized that on the other end were two girls he had just met. Shutting himself up, he seriously recognized that he shouldn't have snapped.
But the situation was too strange.
If what Subaru imagined was correct, these two girls must be important key persons, like the villagers of the first village or something like that.
So, Subaru should straighten himself up and focus on first impressions. Subaru, ahem.
Coughing once, intending to start over, Subaru turned to face the two in front of him.
Taking the two shocked-looking girls and the giant black lizard curled up behind his back into his gaze, Subaru took a step back, and...
Subaru, let me introduce myself again. My name is Natsuki Subaru.
Jabbing a finger toward the ceiling, he held his waist with the other hand and struck out a pose.
Sadly, there was no shiny reflective ball or disco music, but Subaru sparkled his teeth as he said this and tried to make the most of it. Subaru, shamefully ignorant, blown here by the immortal winds of gods and demons. An uncouth vagrant, but nonetheless pleased to meet thee.
Question mark plus? Colon dash dash.
Listening to him proclaiming this at the top of his voice, for a moment, the other two could only stare at him stupidly.
Getting no reaction at all, Subaru only continued maintaining his pose.
As if whoever moves first would lose, he decided he was in it to win it. And so, after about 10 seconds had passed in silence, the two girls looked at each other, and then...
Question mark well but... We already know. You?
Question mark this is way too late for self-introductions, isn't it? Subaru, wha? And just like that, yanked out of his high-spirited self-introduction, his thoughts spilled out into that groan.
It was only a little later when the seriousness of the situation became apparent.
He was rather proud of that self-introduction, but seeing the way it was received, Subaru couldn't help but bend his neck. But, after that, hearing it again from the two girls, it was clear why they were so surprised. Subaru and the girls' memories were different. While Subaru was supposed to be meeting them for the first time, they already knew who Subaru was. Of course, there were no such memories on Subaru's side.
So then. Question mark in other words, Subaru.
You don't remember anything? About this tower, about what happened in Prestella? And, even, about Ram, and Beatrice?
And about me too? Subaru,
Yeah, that, seems to be, yes.
Question mark dash dash.
Seeing Subaru with his knees neatly folded and stuttering out his reply, the beautiful girl widened her eyes.
The sight of her pupils violently trembling sent a sense of intense guilt into Subaru's heart. But she was not the only one who was shocked by Subaru's reply. Question mark your memories are gone? No way, there's no way that could happen.
Muttering this in a whisper, was the pale-faced little girl. Even more confused than the pretty girl, the younger girl was not spared from the shock. Sitting on the side of the ivy bed, the little girl sitting beside him was softly tugging on his sleeve. Seeing her delicate fingers lightly trembling, Subaru felt a pain inside his heart. Subaru, dash dash. Facing the two girls, shocked and lost in front of him, Subaru tried to think of something to say, but unfortunately, nothing came to him. Honestly, there was so much cold water dumped on him at once that it would have been enough to drown in. Initially, what Subaru thought had happened was him just getting summoned to a parallel world. While getting summoned to a parallel world, even with the just attached to it, was already far beyond what would be considered common sense, it turned out to be even further away than he had imagined, although, one could say, he almost had the right answer. As far as Subaru was concerned, this was not the familiar world he had lived in for 17 years. It was clearly evident just by looking at the outlandish clothing and the inhuman beauty of these two girls. If that still wasn't enough, the giant black lizard the size of a horse should also be submitted to the court as evidence. He had heard of Komodo dragons that were supposed to be pretty big, but that would be nothing compared to the stature of this black lizard, and with the organic bed and chairs made out of ivy added to that, we have a pretty clear case on our hands. In other words, this was a world outside all common sense. An alternate, parallel world. Belonging in the so-called fantasy genre, a world wholly unknown to Subaru. Then the next question would be, why was Subaru summoned here, and which sorcerer had summoned him? At first, he thought it was the two girls in front of him, since that's just how stories usually pan out, and he figured they were probably the main heroines here, but following that train of thought would be a little strange. As previously mentioned, the girls knew Subaru, yet Subaru had no memory of this. Their understandings were at odds. Subaru, then I've met them already, but I just forgot about it. That's. Trying to process the new information from their latest exchange, Subaru made a difficult face. At the very least, Subaru's capacity was already quite overloaded when it dawned on him that he was summoned to a parallel world. If he were to also understand that he had actually been active in this parallel world for quite some time before this, Subaru's plate was really in no condition to take this on. Frankly, Subaru would have been more inclined to say something like, "Is that even possible?"
and laugh the matter off.
But the girl in the lowly seemed dead serious, and didn't seem to be lying, either. Of course, Subaru had no memories of the things these girls were talking about, and he would have stubbornly denied them if he wasn't feeling so guilty about the look on these girls' faces.
In fact, if he had to pick between his own opinions or the girls', he'd probably believe the girls since he wasn't even close to trusting himself enough. Of course, that wasn't his only reason. A stronger clue would be the changes to his body.
Subaru, yeah, this doesn't seem to be the same body I came out of the convenience store with. Mumbling this, Subaru held up his right arm and opened and closed his fist.
It might have been psychological, but his arm felt a little stronger than before.
And on his palm, there seemed to be a few more calluses that he didn't realize were there. These weren't calluses that came from swinging bamboo swords, because, after all, he hadn't practiced with bamboo swords for over a year now.
Also, those weren't the only changes to his arm.
Subaru, grotesque? Turning his arm over, Subaru frowned up his face when he saw its backhand side. His arm not only felt slightly stronger, but its appearance had become grotesque as well. From his right elbow, all the way up to his wrist, there was a long pattern of black spots. They bulged out like veins and covered over his arm like a tattoo someone with rather bad taste might have gotten. If it didn't seem so organic, it might have been mistaken for a tattoo, but no matter how he picked at it, it was just a part of his arm.
Undeniably grotesque. Question mark plus? Colon dash dash. So he scratched at it even harder. When tracing it with his fingers, the texture felt no different from his skin. It didn't hurt on its own, and there wasn't any strange numbness either.
And, digging his nails into it, the corresponding sharp pain came just as he would expect. If he scratched to his heart's content, he wondered if the black skin would break and bleed.
And if it did bleed, would the blood be red? Question mark Subaru. Subaru, ha.
No, nothing. I just thought my arm got sunburnt to well done and was a little bothered by it.
That's all.
Although he was a bit shocked by the change, when he heard the pretty girl's worried call, he immediately tried glossing it over with a joke. One could say it's fortunate, but Subaru wasn't someone who balked at the sight of wounds on his own body. It's not that he wouldn't feel guilty about damaging the body his parents gave him, but even without this, his sense of guilt towards his parents was already piling on over and over at this point. Still, this was a pretty wide area. If he wore long sleeves and maybe some gloves, he could probably keep it from ruining anyone else's mood. Subaru, I usually wear long sleeves anyway, and it's not illegal to equip some fingerless gloves too. If I ever get into a dangerous situation, I can just yank off the glove and show them the black arm. And they'll be like, no way, that guy's got black arm.
Isn't that just exciting to think about? Question mark plus? Colon dash dash.
Subaru licked his lips and swooshed his arm around like crazy. Considering the changes to his arm, as well the strangeness of the whole situation, the believability of the girl's explanations were very high. In the first place, Subaru's most recent memory was immediately after shopping at the convenience store. Subaru was definitely wearing his jersey when he finished shopping, but, right now, far from his favorite old jersey, he was wearing some sort of dirty worn-out traveling clothes. Nor was he wearing sneakers on his feet, and his well-done-over sunburnt arm wasn't holding a shopping bag either. Indeed, he had not only jumped worlds, but had leapt through time as well. Coming out of the convenience store, the moment he blinked his eyes, he woke up here. That was Subaru's understanding of it. If so, then at which moment did he lose consciousness?
By the time he realized he had been sleeping, he was woken up by a call.
So then, what was the blank void before this? He was summoned to a parallel world from outside the convenience store, and after some time had passed, he lost his memories. Summoned to a parallel world sounds like the unraveling of a dream he had dreamt who knows how many times before, yet he could not simply be pleased to accept this terrible, unexpected gift. Unbeknownst to Subaru, Subaru had lived for a time in this parallel world, and it was a fact that over that time, Subaru had interacted with and gotten to know these girls he couldn't recognize. Would it really be alright to believe them, believe in their goodwill, and stay here with them?
Question mark plus? Dash dash.
Subaru, that's right. I can understand why you're feeling down, but I'll just say one thing, let's pull ourselves together and get our spirits up. After thinking long and hard about it, Subaru suddenly puffed up with spirit and shouted that out of the blue.
Beside him and in front of him, the downcast expressions on the two girls sent his heart into a passionate boil. Without a doubt, they were confused and heartbroken about this situation.
While it was still a bit hard for Subaru to accept that he was the primary cause of this, he knew he was the only person who could fix it. So, extending out a hand to each of the astonished girls in a deliberately flashy gesture. Subaru, as far as I know, these cases of acute onset amnesia usually get better due to some sudden plot development, so there's no need to be too worried. If it's anything like in movies, it usually gets resolved in 1 or 2 hours and then everything goes back to normal for some cliched happy ending. Tragedy is the best spice to lead up to grand happy endings, after all. Sorry, I kind of have no idea what you're talking about. Subaru, okay?
But.
Immediately after Subaru laid down his rapid-fire delivery full of bravado, the beautiful girl informed him that she didn't understand any of that. Subaru felt like deflating at those words, but the girl quickly shook her head. And then, lightly scratching the corner of her eye, with a sudden smile. Subaru is still Subaru, after all.
MN, I'm relieved. Subaru, is that right?
If you say that, then I guess I feel a little bit relieved as well. AEI.
Subaru, what did you suddenly do that for?
With a spirited cry, the pretty girl slammed her palms onto her own cheeks with a force that cannot be overlooked. Clapping down with both hands at once with a crisp sound ringing out, the girl's cheeks turned bright red. Seeing Subaru thrown into complete disarray at the sight of that gesture, the pretty girl lightly shook her head, and
there, I got my spirit back. Being like that is no good, is it?
How could we keep making that troubled face when Subaru must be feeling even more troubled than we are? Subaru, it may not look like it, but this girl is crazy ferocious.
Quick, Beatrice too.
With her cheeks still bright red, the pretty girl's dashing declaration stunned Subaru into a state of shock, and then, with the same fervor, she called to the now petrified little girl sitting beside Subaru. In front of the pretty girl's intimidating presence, the little girl in a dress shriveled back a bit, but I'm shocked too, and I also understand the sadness.
But right now, we have to think about the one who's taking this the hardest. We have to do something for him, don't we? B Betty is.
The little girl closed her mouth as if searching for what to say, Seeing her childlike indecision, the pretty girl didn't say a thing, and only watched and waited for her response.
She could have continued on and pressured her to change her heart. But the girl didn't do this.
And the reason was most likely because she had faith in the little girl. Unable to remember them, Subaru couldn't possibly understand the trust that existed between these two.
Subaru. Must be very distraught right now, I suppose.
Subaru, well, I didn't really say that. Making an ultra-small effort to salvage some dignity, Subaru quibbled, but seeing that the lowly wasn't convinced by this, Subaru ended up scratching his head, and
Subaru, honestly, yeah. Yes, I want you to please help me. After being pushed into a corner, he admitted to the true state of his mind.
Seeing this, the little girl's eyes widened. In her thin, pale blue eyes, were a pair of the strangest pupils, that is, for some reason, Subaru seemed to be seeing the wings of butterflies. Ouch, just, really.
Subaru is just the most hopeless contractor in the world.
The next moment, as if those butterfly wings had fluttered up a tornado, the lowly's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Crossing her short arms, the little girl shouted this out in an exacerbated voice. Seeing her like this, the pretty girl smiled, and Subaru's shoulders jumped up. And then, pointing a finger directly at Subaru's nose. All the time, you're just throwing up all sorts of trouble to annoy Betty, I suppose. If you don't stop it with these sloppy, irresponsible shenanigans, even Betty is not going to love you anymore. Subaru, then, that means? But since you're sincerely begging for Betty's help, I'll let this one go, I suppose. At any rate, without Betty, Subaru will just be a hopeless lonely wimp who can't go on living.
Subaru, did you have to put it like that?
The incredible rate at which the lowly escalated the conversation knocked Subaru straight into shell shock. Without this girl, would he really get so lonely that he couldn't go on living anymore?
How exaggerated could it get?
Humph, even if you tell me you've forgotten, I'll make you remember, I suppose. Betty's contractor is just a mopey, fussy guy who, no matter what happens, is never going to take on any sort of sepia colors in my reminiscences or anything like that.
Subaru, there was a lot in there I didn't understand.
But was all that supposed to be talking about me? Setting contractor, or whatever words he felt like he couldn't ignore, aside, the downcast expression on the little girl's face seemed to have lifted.
And so he decided to resist the urge to object for now. Frankly, it was still quite difficult for Subaru to just calmly accept the current situation.
The mess in his head still hadn't been sorted out, he still hadn't completely come to terms with reality, and he couldn't exactly swallow all the explanations as fact. But even so, for now, the girl's feelings had been conveyed to him.
Subaru, my name is Natsuki Subaru.
I just got here and don't even know the left from right yet, but I assume we're probably friends. And I realize this is a bit brazen, but I'd like to ask you two a favor. Jumping up once more, Subaru jabbed a finger toward the ceiling and announced his name. And then, shooting his arms toward the two girls in front of him, he tilted his head, and
Subaru, would you mind telling me your names, please? ?
Hearing those words, for some reason, the pretty girl's throat froze up, and the little girl blinked her eyes.
But this only lasted for a moment.
Then, setting that aside at once, smiles gradually emerged on their faces. Emilia, my name is Emilia, just Emilia. Nice to meet you, Subaru. Beatrice, Betty is the Great Spirit Beatrice, and Subaru is Betty's contractor, you know. And, just like this, they told him their names. Re-Zero Arc 6 Chapter 35, Thin Ice Relations. ARC 6 The Corridor of Memories Chapter 35, Thin Ice Relations. Subaru knows how painful it is to be forgotten.
So, forgetting someone. He would never joke about something like that.
On their way back to the room, Subaru inadvertently held his breath when heard the voice from inside. Even though he couldn't see who was speaking, he knew from the voice, beautiful like a silver chime, that it was Emilia. Listening to her say his name in her slightly tense voice, Subaru couldn't help but strain his cheeks into an awkward smile. Carried within that voice was a powerful trust, and an equally powerful plea. It was from Emilia to Natsuki Subaru, and certainly not to this Subaru.
He acutely understood this. Ram would never joke about something like that.
Yes. Never thought I'd say this, but Emilia Summer is right. Also hearing that voice, Ram, who accompanied Subaru, whispered this self-derisive comment under her breath. Unlike Subaru, who was carrying the water-filled bucket, she was empty-handed and holding her elbows, her nails digging into her white skin. Almost like a reminder to herself, a regret, and an extension of the pain of an unfulfillable vow. Subaru, Ram. Ram, it was just a pointless joke, forget you ever heard it. It'll only worry Emilia Summer if you bring it up.
So for the sake of Ram's impeccable reputation, keep it to yourself. If you dare mention it
Subaru, Ram, it seems you really don't remember. If he dares mention it, something scary will happen.
That was probably what she was trying to say. Or perhaps, she was expecting Subaru to counter with a quip before she did so.
Just like before, when the connection between her and her younger sister was brought up, he thought he saw a glimpse of disappointment flashing across her pale red eyes.
But that sadness disappeared in an instant.
The fact that she wouldn't let him tell anyone, was it because Ram was too strong for that, or because she was too weak?
He didn't know what lay in the depths of her heart.
Only, faintly, on the center of Subaru's chest, there was still a lingering trace of where her head had rested.
Ram, sorry to keep you waiting. We've returned.
Without giving him any time to think, Ram resumed her steps and headed into the room. That stubborn attitude might just be Ram expressing her insistence on the matter. Seeing this, Subaru had no choice but to respect her feelings and not mention the matter. Subaru entered a few steps behind her, a more or less strained atmosphere spread throughout the room. But even so, it was still somewhat better than immediately after Subaru made his shocking revelation. As proof of that, after Emilia greeted the returning Subaru with, "Thanks for the hard work," the next voice that followed was,
"Julius, earlier, I showed you an unsightly side of me.
Is it all right if we start over?"
Subaru, oh. I should be the one I mean, I'm the one who surprised you no, I shouldn't have interrupted you. Please go on. Julius, there is no need to be so restrained.
If you're so formal with me, I wouldn't feel at ease. Saying this, a faint smile emerged on the purple-haired youth, Julius's face.
Earlier, he was the one who had turned pale at Subaru's revelation.
Subaru didn't know what Emilia and Beatrice might have said to him while he was gone fetching water, but he seemed to have recovered enough strength to speak. Only, there were still the words Ram said to him in the corridor.
When he asked her about Julius, she told him that he was too cruel.
Just what could she have meant by that? "Julius, let us start again. I am Julius Euculius."
"This is Anastasia Summer. I serve as her knight. And you are like a friend, of sorts."
"Subaru, I see, nice to meet you. But, why did that last part not feel very confident there?"
"Julius, unfortunately, we might have had a slightly different understanding of our relationship."
"I myself think of you as a friend, but as for what you think of me, it's..." Subaru, literally.
"Lost a memory, ha."
Julius,
"That is, quite true."
Picking up a certain elegance in his words and conduct, Subaru bent his lips. According to Emilia, he was the only other male member of their company on this journey into these treacherous environments, so, naturally, there must have been considerable trust between them. But then again, considering Julius' knightly air and their exchange just now, even without memories, Subaru could imagine his previous self having made a terrible first impression. "Emilia, it's all right, there's no need to worry. Subaru and Julius are really good friends."
"We were there, so we can all attest to that." "Meili, that's right."
"There's no reason to be so worried about this, is there? Night Onii-san's already got plenty of other problems to worry about. Watching their exchange, Emilia cut herself in with her hands on her hips, and Meili mockingly concurred with a mischievous look in her eyes. Whereas Emilia's words were purely out of concern for Subaru and Julius' first meeting, Meili seemed to be insinuating something entirely different altogether. Subaru furrowed his brows when he heard this, while Julius nodded as if having understood her meaning. Julius, why, yes.
What Meili said is true.
Subaru, although we do need to discuss what happened to you, it is not the only problem we are presently faced with. In this regard, please allow me to explain. Ram, would it be related to Anastasia Summers' strange behavior this morning? Julius, your observation is correct, Miss Ram. Ram said this, leaning against a wall, and Julius slightly cast down his eyes in reply. Seeing this, Ram narrowed her eyes towards Anastasia, and let out a small sigh. Ram, Barusu, give me the water bucket.
I will begin preparing the meal.
Subaru, aren't we about to discuss something important? Ram, I will be still in the same room. So I can still hear everything, working will help take my mind off of things. Brusquely saying this, Ram snatched the water bucket from Subaru's hand and headed towards the luggage-filled corner of the room. Then, they saw her slender back setting about exactly that task. Emilia, sorry. Ram.
She isn't usually like this. Anastasia, of course, there is no need to mind. It is understandable that she would feel this way.
Seeing the desired information one couldn't wait to pull out of the other person's throat suddenly fly so far away, anyone would feel this way. Anastasia calmly shook her head to Emilia's apology. And, hearing Anastasia's reply, both Emilia and Beatrice made a difficult expression. Subaru didn't know what might have crossed their minds, but the answer to that soon came from Anastasia's own mouth. Anastasia, now then, even though after all the confusion this morning, I would honestly do not wish to burden you with any more surprises. I do think that keeping it hidden would only sow the seeds for discord down the road.
Therefore, if your accepting soils would permit it, allow me to confide something in you.
Beatrice, such an arrogant and roundabout thing to say. Hurry up and get to the point, I suppose. Anastasia, there is no need to be so frightened, Beatrice. One could say we are as close as sisters, you and I.
In fact, it is just as you guessed. Beatrice, ..
Beatrice's cheeks froze at Anastasia's words. Standing beside Subaru, as if naturally seeking something to rely on, the young girl's fingers lightly grasped onto Subaru's sleeve. Subaru cast her a side glance, and after some hesitation took her hand. The tips of her fingers were faintly quivering from the shock, but soon, the small palm accepted this warmth in turn. Anastasia, your relationship with your contractor is indeed amicable and ideal. I wish I could have had the same perfect relationship with Anna, but unfortunately, it is not going so well. Emilia, you are addressing Anastasia-san like you're talking about someone else. So that means, you're... Anastasia, yes, you guessed correctly. Right now, the consciousness inhabiting this body is not Anna's.
Anastasia Hoshin is sleeping deep inside this body.
And the one addressing you now would be something of a deceased ghost that has temporarily taken over this fleshly form. Emilia's breath choked up, and Beatrice held tighter onto Subaru. Julia's face ringed with pain at her confession, and Meili still looked bored as ever. Only Shaula, sitting cross-legged beside Meili, was completely aloof to the conversation, with her attention solely focused on Ram, who was preparing the meal. With her back turned, no one could make out Ram's expression as she continued about her work.
Lastly, for Subaru.
Subaru, what are you guys talking about?
I didn't get any of that.
Left all the way behind, naturally, he could only make a difficult expression. The body of the girl named Anastasia Hoshin was now dominated by another existence, while her own existence was soundly sleeping. Simply put, that was what Anastasia or the spirit by the name of Echidna, had explained.
It seemed that fact was quite shocking to Emilia and Beatrice, while for Subaru, rather than shock, it only served to exacerbate his confusion.
Subaru barely had any impressions of Anastasia in the first place. Imagine someone came up and told him right when they first met that I used to be Anastasia, but now I'm actually this other person.
Subaru, is that so?
That's
pretty big news, huh?
He couldn't exactly react except like it was someone else's affairs. No doubt, it was only from the reactions of those around him that he figured that this was a pretty serious situation. After all, they came to this tower for a reason. It was in order to find a way to save the girl that kept on sleeping, and to help those people struck with some unknown disease, that they came here.
Or at least, that's what he had been told.
Ram, we barely just got here and the key people are already falling apart. Barusu dropped his memories somewhere, and Anastasia Summer's consciousness is deep in the abyss. Subaru,
doesn't look good at all, huh?
Listening to Ram's blunt remark, Subaru dejectedly held his head. The problems were just piling up. Subaru hadn't even sorted out his own mess, and more difficulties just kept coming.
They were going nowhere. In that case,
Emilia, everyone, I think even if we hang our heads like this, we won't solve anything.
I understand the frustration, I do. But, we can't let our spirits down.
Emilia, a lot of people's hopes are riding on us coming to this tower.
What happened to Subaru and Anastasia-san, that is a big deal. But
Emilia clapped her hands together and gathered everyone's attention to herself.
Then, after pausing a beat, she scanned her amethyst eyes over everyone present.
Emilia, we can't stop here. We mustn't give up, that's what I've always been taught. Emilia said this firmly as she looked at each member's face in turn. Her gaze finally fell on Subaru, who held his breath as he was pierced by their amethyst charm.
Naturally, his chest heated up.
He didn't know what to say, but he could see the expectation in her eyes.
Receiving it, and feeling like he must do something, Subaru tightened his fist.
Beatrice, ow. That hurts. Oi, Subaru. Subaru, my bar, no, not bad.
Because this is proof of my determination.
Beatrice, even if you say that with a straight face it still hurt when it hurt, I suppose.
Reflect on your actions now. Subaru, sorry. Hurting you was my bad. But my determination was not.
Yeah, that's right. Subaru apologized to Beatrice's protests that her delicate wrist was being squished, but he quickly shook his head.
He could see that the situation as worrying.
But simply worrying about unsolvable problems wouldn't move anything forward at all. Subaru knew this from personal experience, in fact. If Subaru was alone, he would certainly have lost his way. But he wasn't alone.
Even if he had forgotten everything on his end, there was still Emilia and the others. And so, Subaru, it's true, my memory slipping away all of a sudden has caused you a lot of trouble. I'm sorry about that, but that doesn't mean it's hopeless. Think of it another way.
Who knows, maybe now I'm freed from the unnecessary fetters and ready to burst out with new ideas like a fresh spring or something. Then that means we're ready to break out of this mess, doesn't it?
Anastasia, that's quite a progressive take on it.
Subaru, would you rather go backwards instead?
All the important things are ahead of us.
They say the goddess of fortune only shows her bangs, you know?
Besides, when it comes to capturing this tower, maybe we'll need to come up with a more flexible idea.
One that isn't confined by the conventions of this world, like an idea from another world. Anastasia or rather, Ikidona, Riley smiled at that momentous remark, but she was pushed back by an even more momentous retort. Even though he was just bluffing, what he said was right, and there was a need to break out of the current atmosphere. Listening to Subaru's thoughts, the difficult expressions on everyone's faces began to change. Emilia, that's right. Subaru has always gotten over all sorts of trouble like this.
So, this time, you'll definitely get us through it too. Subaru, that's the spirit. Though that kinda sounds like I'll have to do all the work here. But since you're counting on me, I'll do my best.
Such a cute girl is asking for my help, after all. Emilia, thank you, Subaru. I'm glad. Subaru is still Subaru, after all. Subaru, Hearing Emilia's whisper as she put a hand to her ample chest in relief, Subaru was almost caught off guard. Subaru is still Subaru, after all. Hearing her sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart, Subaru felt relieved as well.
I guess that's enough, he thought.
Little by little, this self would be able to fill the hole left by the Natsuki Subaru she knew. If he could do just that, then he should be able to smooth over all the jumbled relationships here.
Julius, well, that sure is optimistic.
Subaru, huh? Just when Subaru was relieved by Emilia's words, Julius suddenly cut in. Sensing Subaru's gaze, he shrugged, and loosened his lips with, nothing. Julius, I just thought, memories or not, it's still as impossible as ever to tell whether you're brave or reckless. On the other hand, perhaps you would only think this because you've forgotten the enormity of the obstacle we are facing. Subaru, oi, why is there always something annoying about the stuff you say?
Unless.
No way, is that just your true nature?
Julius-san. I mean, just Julius.
Julius, I see. It's just as Emilia Summer said, memories or not really doesn't matter.
One's nature is not so easy changed. Subaru, I guess I can kind of imagine what kind of relationship we have now. We must be more comfortable with each other than anything else, huh? They were not harsh words of malice, but an exchange of friendly jabs.
Nevertheless, Subaru was convinced that there was a certain sense of distance between them.
His initial impression wasn't wrong.
Subaru and Julius mustn't have liked each other very much when they first met, but afterwards, through various things they've experienced together, their relationship must have improved to the point where they could travel to this tower together. Subaru, then I'll be counting on you, Julius.
Until I get my memories back, I'll trouble you for a little longer.
Julius, yeah, it can't be helped.
Then I will reinly accept this as my duty. Memories are just a trivial matter. I see, that's right.
Julius quietly nodded to Subaru's friendly address, and the topic ended there.
His memories were lost, and the problems just kept coming.
This definitely wasn't something one would meet with a bright face, that was a fact, but to face it nonetheless was a testament to his strength.
Julius, when the person in question isn't all that concerned, perhaps that is a grace as well. Subaru, I just don't show it.
There's actually a whole storm churning in my chest right now. But, I'll take the opportunity to get healed by some alone time with Emilia-chan later. Emilia, you want a lap pillow? Subaru, no.
I'm sorry.
Isn't that
a bit rushed?
After saying it with his chest pumped up and his spirits high, Subaru suddenly shrunk. Not expecting Emilia to be so willing to give him such tender healing, his heart started cowering in fear.
Moreover, it's a lap pillow. Naturally, his gaze fell onto her soft white thighs. Ram, it's ready.
Come help carry it, Barusu pervert. Subaru, ow? Feeling something kick in back of his knees, Subaru let out a wail on the spot and collapsed to the floor. All the while, Ram looked down on him with a look of disdain, as if chastising him for his indecency. Ram, your useless positivity is one of your only virtues, Barusu.
Use that positivity to set up the food.
As well as for cleaning, tidying, and various other chores. Subaru, you just want to slack off, don't you? Shaula, ooh.
Teacher Summer, I'll help as well Tilda.
FOOD. Just as Subaru was protesting Ram's forceful transfer of responsibilities, he was immediately cut off by Shaula's pressing desire for sustenance. Seeing Shaula beginning to carry out the plates, Subaru had no choice but to join in the preparations.
Subaru, let's see the menu. That kinda just looks like preserved rations.
Ram, in fact, it is precisely preserved rations. The few fresh foods Emilia Summer brought over have already ran out.
So the diet will be quite bland in the foreseeable future.
Subaru, well, Hopefully we can capture this tower quickly and get back to somewhere more populated.
He had heard it said that people's hearts are only at ease once there are ample food and clothing. In that sense, he wasn't sure just how long they could last in this tower.
Particularly in regards to food, in the absence of his memory, Subaru's only impression of the taste of this parallel world was the taste of preserved rations.
Which was rather miserable.
Ikidona, sorry to bring this up while you're eating, but there is something I want to confirm with you, Subaru-kun.
Subaru, hungry. Starving.
What, me? Something you wanted to ask me? Role-playing as someone who has been treated like a slave and given nothing but miserable scraps ever since he was summoned to this parallel world, Subaru protested against the injustice, but he stopped eating when he heard Ikidona's words. Ikidona, it's nothing, but while I apologize for bringing this up when everyone is united against our situation, I would like Subaru-kun to share a bit more with us about what happened to him. After all, your memories were the only ones that has been affected by this tower. Conversely, who knows if the same thing might happen to any of our memories as well? Subaru, right, makes sense.
Even though having the person involved do it might be a bit difficult.
Amnesia can be pretty inconvenient, you know. Beatrice, the way you said it make me wonder if you really see yourself as being involved, I suppose. Seeing Subaru nod in agreement, Beatrice could only manage a baffled expression. But Ikidona's concerns were reasonable.
And the truth is, Subaru also needed to know how he lost his memories. The clues to restoring his memories must be tied to how he lost them in the first place. At
the table, to Subaru's right was Beatrice, and to his left was Emilia. Those two were at his side when he woke. He wanted to know just what kind of memories could have prompted them to sit there of their own accord, and to place in him such baseless trust and warmth.
Or rather, it was that he needed to remember, because it was his duty. Subaru, but still.
I woke up without remembering anything, so I don't really know what happened. Emilia-chan and everyone, where exactly did you guys find me? Emilia, well, you were nowhere to be seen in the dragon carriage this morning, and we couldn't find you either in any of the rooms on the 4th floor, so we got pretty worried. Subaru's curiosity was piqued by the word dragon carriage, but he did not open his mouth in fear of interrupting Emilia's story. Perhaps, the lizard who stood in the green room was related to earth dragons in some way.
They did look like the type you'd see from a horse-drawn cart. He'd have to put off his curiosity in wanting to see the real thing though.
Beatrice, Betty was not at her wit's end as much as Emilia was, in fact. I was just bothered that I couldn't figure out where you, my contractor, was within this strange tower, I suppose.
That's why I went with her to search around the tower for you, and after that.
Subaru, and after that? Emilia, we found you collapsed in the White Library on the 3rd floor, and then brought you to the Green Room. Subaru breathed out after hearing Emilia and Beatrice's joint explanation.
Julius, the 3rd floor is one of the floors within this tower. We're on the 4th floor right now.
We're going through them trying to reach the 1st floor, which is the topmost floor.
It was thanks to none other than your knowledge that we already made it through past the 3rd floor. Subaru, thanks for explaining.
Did you say thanks to my knowledge?
Julius filled in for the missing details.
Even so, for Subaru, the contents seemed to be quite lacking in credibility. Nevertheless, Emilia continued where he'd left off with an yeah. Emilia, that's really how it happened. All we heard was gibberish, but you were able to solve it all by yourself, Subaru. You were really amazing. Subaru, ha ha ha, thank you. Hey, no one says gibberish these days anymore. Emilia. Subaru, did I say something weird?
Though Subaru had tried to awkwardly compliment Emilia, she remained silent as if something was up with her.
For a split second, he could see the traces of some strong emotion flicker across her eyes, yet he had no idea what it meant.
At any rate, he couldn't keep up with them, as if they were ripples rippling through a pond.
Subaru, by the way, you said that I collapsed and that you brought me to that grassy room. Beatrice, that room is protected by a special spirit. That spirit has the power to heal people's wounds.
That is why we've laid Rem down there too, in fact.
Subaru, okay, gotcha. So, that's why you also brought me there. By the way, what are the chances that I lost my memories due to that room? Emilia, well, Subaru batted one of his eyes shut as Emilia faltered in response, looking like she hadn't thought about that, though this was only a hunch of his, regarding the intentions of this spirit or whatever. While those may be unknown, if it took the form of a plant, then he couldn't discount it having some kind of cruel nature. Flowers are pretty and filled with sweet nectar to get insects to carry their pollen. But they can also be like carnivorous plants who camouflage themselves to snare in insects to slurp the life out of them.
It could have slurped his memories out of him instead of healing him. There was a chance of that.
Echidna, it's quite a wild idea, but I heavily doubt that. In that case, something weird would have happened to me first far quicker, considering I've been in that room far longer than you have. Subaru, that something strange hasn't got anything to do with the original body's owner not waking up? Echidna, regarding Anna, that happened before we came to the tower.
Her condition has nothing to do with the green room. And also, that's right.
The Earth Dragon who was in the room hasn't forgotten about you, right? Subaru, huh? Echidna, that Earth Dragon is awfully attached to you. Suppose, for argument's sake, that the spirit in the room had a bad habit of slurping out people's memories, don't you think she would have probably given you the cold shoulder? Subaru recalled the Earth Dragon that had nestled up to him just after he'd woke up.
For sure that Earth Dragon had been extremely friendly towards him.
If the reason behind that was because she'd originally been his Earth Dragon, then that made complete sense.
Though, what she'd said also surprised him.
Subaru, that Earth Dragon is a she?
Echidna, let's get back on topic. The chances of that room working such wickedness on you are not high at all.
As far as I am concerned, it's the room you collapsed in that's far more of a problem. Yul said he came to in the Taygeta library on the 3rd floor, right? Emilia, yeah, that's right. Subaru collapsed on the white floor in that room. Emilia gripped her wrist tightly as she reflected back on that moment. Emilia, I carried you to that room all in a rush, and then tried to go call everyone, but Beatrice, Subaru woke up during that time and found himself in this condition. In fact, therefore, it would be difficult to imagine that the Green Room did this, even time-wise, I suppose.
It happened in that library, as I thought. If something had happened, then this library or whatever was the source behind it.
It seemed like they'd reached a common point of view, but Subaru didn't really get it. Perhaps because it was hard for him to imagine what kind of room this room they called a library really was. Subaru, Taygeta? What kind of room is this Taygeta library?
The name sounds somewhat familiar. Julius, that library is a room containing the books of the dead.
Subaru, the books of the dead, hey, that also sounds like some Chayuni shtick.
Putting aside his interest for the name Taygeta, Subaru sunk his teeth into how he'd used the term books of the dead.
Seeing his reaction, Julius gave a curt nod and then continued to speak, saying, "We have no concrete confirmation. Julius, but in this library, there are a myriad of books bearing the names of people who are now deceased from all around the world.
To read the books, you have to be qualified to do so.
It's most likely the kind of thing where you can only read the books about the deceased you had some connection with."
Subaru, again with a bad taste.
What is written in those books?
Julius, the life of the respective deceased, more or less. Intense thoughts swoop through your mind, as if they're being scorched in.
It's really not a matter you want to put yourself through over and over deliberately. There was a weight to Julius' words in his explanation, which could only have been expressed by one who had personally experienced this sensation. It seemed to Subaru that frank memories of the dead were not something he wanted to have scorched into his mind.
To say it frankly, experiencing this sort of shock was not something he was keen to do. Then, if he had collapsed in a library where such experiences were possible.
Subaru, was I reading one of those books too when I collapsed? No way, so could something like that have damaged my mind? Echidna, I can't completely rule out the possibility. About that, Sage, what do you think?
Shaola, are you perhaps talking to me?
While nodding at Subaru's guess, Echidna turned to face Shaola with a meaningful look in her eyes. As well as that meaningful look, sage was a really disproportionate way of referring to her.
Were he to speak without restraint, Shaola looked like the furthest thing from a sage in this room.
Shaola, no matter how many times you say that my answer's not changin'. I don't know anything about the tower, except its rules.
I was just told to be strict with rule breakers.
No matter what master does in the tower, I ain't got nothing to do with it. Subaru, I don't know why Shaola's calling me something like master in the first place, but…
Ram, don't worry. Your answer to that Basu was the same as before you lost your memories. You're just using this without saying anything because it's convenient for you. So gross. Subaru, you can't just jump to such a convenient conclusion.
Faced with Shaola's gaze, Subaru couldn't help but express his bewilderment, which with no word of exaggeration showed a level of affection that was maxed out. Sure, it might be nice to get close with such a glamorous beauty when he thought about it ordinarily, but not knowing where her favor was coming from only created more confusion in him. Besides, her affection and favor made him feel strangely uneasy. It was something fundamentally different to the sincere feelings Emilia and Beatrice showed him.
Though he didn't know currently whether this was a harmful effect of his memories being gone.
Subaru, in any case, that library you mentioned feels suspicious. If you're saying there might be clues in there that will get my memories back, then I reckon it's worthwhile going there to check. Julius, yes, we should. Our situation is one that even in the best of times we've had one problem after the other.
The problems that plague us have seldom been few. Besides, with the circumstances becoming like this, you must honestly realize.
Subaru, realize what?
Julius, just how much you've been making up for us. With his eyes still closed, Subaru let out a small snort at Julius' words.
His laugh hadn't been out of awkwardness, but a strained one that came from deep within how he felt.
They were really overestimating him.
The Armageddon must be coming for them to be relying so much on Natsuki Subaru. Bad things came in threes. Once again Subaru had been made aware of how much of a hindrance he was, a trait he'd averted his eyes to. It was as if he was saying, "You've become a considerable burden." Subaru, anyways, I'd like to go to the library after we finish eating, and if the memories that I lost are scattered about there, then I'd like to go pick them up and stuff them back in my mind. Emilia, geez, that's an odd way of putting it.
It's really just like you.
Subaru, I'm guessing the way you're saying it's just like me isn't really a compliment, right? Emilia gave the flustered Subaru a small smile as she said that.
The atmosphere around the place relaxed just a tad as he received it.
They'd come up with a plan and it felt like they were, in true sense, moving forward a bit.
Echidna, I am sorry to interrupt you when the mood's like this, but there's just one more thing I want to ask you, Natsuki-kun. Subaru, well, you can go on ahead now that you've said this much. What is it?
Echidna, well, this is just a curiosity of mine which isn't at all related to your memories, or capturing the tower, but despite that.
Echidna began to stroke her wavy hair, and with an adorable look on her face, compounded by a look of deep intelligence in her turquoise eyes, she asked.
Echidna, what does that term you speak quite often of, parallel world, mean? Arc 6, Chapter 36, A Place of Relief.
What do you mean when you say parallel world? Subaru.
Subaru felt as if his breath had been knocked out of him in hearing Echidna's question. He sunk into silence. Everyone's gaze turned towards Subaru. Although the emotions varied across everyone's faces, many of them showed tangible signs of doubt and disbelief. After he had mentioned parallel world, everyone had reacted in confusion to it. The Natsuki Subaru before losing his memories had not explained it to them.
1.
Emilia, parallel world. Come to think of it, you used to say that before from time to time, didn't you, Subaru?
Ram, it does ring a bell.
Though from the way he acts like on a daily basis, I'd not paid any attention to that kind of nonsense. Subaru, putting Emilia-chan aside, it's incredible how indifferent Ram acts towards me. Ram's manner seemed to be the opposite of Emilia's, who was immersed deep in thought whilst gently brushing her finger against her lips, an action Subaru found quite cute. Instead, Ram had snorted at Subaru's remark and replied in quite a cold-hearted tone.
Due to them having some familiarity with the word, thanks to this cushion, their initial surprise had been softened.
To Emilia and Ram, and all those he had supposedly adventured together with, the previous Subaru had not told any of them what he had meant by talking about parallel world.
What does it all mean? He doesn't know for sure, but…
Subaru, were there some kind of restrictions to it? When I was thrown into this world, was I sworn by a god or goddess into not speaking about it, or the like? And first things first, what kind of mission am I here for? Subaru racks his brain, the burden of potentially having to carry out a mission crosses his mind. Presumably, Subaru was summoned into this parallel world by someone working behind the scenes that had some expectation of him.
By Subaru's reckoning, the likelihood of this someone being a god was very high.
Subaru had been given a role to play in this world by them, despite not remembering who this god was.
Thinking about this other world. Had it not been down to fate that he was here?
So, if losing his memories was something that this god found inconvenient, he could hopefully expect some follow-up to improve his situation. Subaru wants to believe this god is not the cruel sort who would just throw him into this fantasy world without giving him some benefits.
Or maybe…
Subaru, I'd better find out if it's actually something I can't touch on, huh? Beatrice, Subaru? Subaru licks his parched lips and searches for a response for this situation. He winks at Beatrice, who had been starting to feel uneasy after overhearing his muttering. He had made up his mind. He decides that he will address the question that Echidna had asked him about the parallel world. Even if speaking about it was forbidden by this god, Subaru muses that it would be unlikely that there would be some sort of drastic consequence that he could not recover from were he to touch this taboo. Surely, as soon as he speaks of the taboo, there wouldn't be anything drastic that would happen, such as being assailed by unbearable pain. With a little bit of anxiety, Subaru begins to speak. And Subaru, well, about this parallel world I spoke of, the kanji is written as from like different and world. In other words, I mean that the place we're in right now is in a separate world. Emilia, in a separate world, a parallel world. Subaru, aha, that's why I say parallel world, yet. Following Subaru's explanation, Emilia mulls over the subtlety that Subaru had pointed out, rolling the different words out on her tongue.
She was not the only one who had reacted like this, others in the room were also pondering this distinction.
Subaru assumes from the lack of understanding at him when he had used the term parallel world that apparently the concept was not a common one in this world. Subaru, still with a trace of anxiety in him, slapped his body to check for any changes.
Subaru, nothing seems to have happened to me.
In other words, Subaru was ensuring that nothing untoward had occurred to him after revealing this. As far as he could tell, there are no signs of abnormalities in his body.
There is neither pain nor numbness. Nor is there a strange voice sadly addressing him, with "you violated your instructions" or "you mustn't have said that," nor is there a flock of cranes ominously congregating in his surroundings. The people around, however, do not show any significant changes in their expression. Subaru, this isn't what I expected.
Certainly, he could not think of any particular reason now for not talking about the other world. Subaru cocked his head to the side, noticing that Julius had raised his hand in an attempt to get Subaru's attention. Julius, I now know what the word parallel world means. I can take it as a term you yourself have coined, but there is a part of me that's thinking about its implication. Why do you reference that parallel world so often? Subaru,
Oh, that's right. Just explaining the meaning of the word parallel world isn't much of an explanation. Then in other words. Julius, in other words?
Following Julius' questioning, Subaru acknowledges he had cut his explanation short.
And, clearing his throat, he goes on to say.
Subaru, I come from this parallel world thing. I wasn't born and raised in this world. I'm some alien who got mixed up into this world halfway through.
That's why for me this place is a parallel world. Indeed, now he had clearly explained his position and circumstances. I am a person who came to this world from a parallel world. Nice to meet you.
Roughly speaking, this is what Subaru had told them. It was easy to imagine Emilia and the others to have been shaken by that bold confession. At any rate, having dropped this bombshell on everyone who did not know about the existence of the parallel world must have made them feel like the world had been turned upside down. After finishing this confession, Subaru curses his carelessness as he thinks that he has probably worried everyone. Maybe they would even be scared of him. If he had made Emilia and Beatrice feel as if they'd been engulfed by a maelstrom of confusion, if he had made them grieve, then he was responsible for having upset them. How would he comfort such beautiful girls if they were to break down into tears? He had no experience in this whatsoever. Only a split second had passed since Subaru had confessed where he was from. Already he was racked by anxiety at imagining their reactions. He turns to face them. Subaru had imagined that he would find them looking pale, blood drained from their visage, with confusion and fear etched on their faces.
However,
Emilia, so you mean you're from beyond the Great Waterfall? Subaru, eh?
The Great Waterfall?
Subaru's eyes widen at Emilia, who had timidly asked this question. Subaru had found the word Great Waterfall unfamiliar. Sure, he knew what a waterfall was, but a waterfall so large to be named as being great?
Could he imagine such a thing?
No, even more important, what was the connection between this great waterfall and the world he had been brought into?
Subaru, no, definitely not. Nothing to do with waterfalls.
I'm talking about a world that's completely different from this place and what your common knowledge is and stuff. Ram, so, then you're from beyond the Great Waterfall.
What a way to say it's your hometown, Barusu.
Actually, no, I guess it's probably the other way around given that it's your hometown Barusu. Across the Great Waterfall, these countries here would be this parallel world. Your wild way of putting it makes sense to me now as well.
Echidna, that's right.
That must be the reason why I couldn't find anything no matter how much I investigated Natsuki-kun's origins, because he is from beyond the Great Waterfall. Subaru, well, hey, how are you all so quickly convinced with that? It wasn't just Emilia who had agreed with this conclusion. Ram and Echidna, who both appeared to be extremely intelligent, had also agreed with it.
For Subaru, it was difficult to understand how credible this mysterious waterfall was in being related to his old world. Beyond the Great Waterfall.
What sort of idea is it that there existed something akin to a tunnel to this strange land beyond this waterfall? Beatrice, you may have no idea about it considering you've forgotten so much, in fact.
But regarding the Great Waterfall,
it's at the far reaches of the world, and there are a few stories left behind from people coming from beyond it, I suppose.
Subaru, I do quite like the sound of that. At the far reaches of the world.
Beatrice, the Great Waterfall is said to be impossible to cross over, with the exception of the dragon. It's the border between here and there. There's no one who knows what is on the other side of it, so, on the rare occasion that someone crosses over from that world, no one holds any basis to deny the words they spoke as lies or falsehoods, I suppose. Beatrice explains the basis behind this theory. It seemed like the general consensus from the people around him was that they were ready to accept it. The theory's contents were lacking. There were some things that were difficult to imagine for Subaru with him not being an expert in this world's circumstances.
Thinking about the term Great Waterfall and its present explanation now.
Subaru, so this place feels like a floating continent, something like you can't cross over to another continent without a dragon? Ram, ha. Subaru, quit with those horribly disgruntled sighs there.
You're gonna hurt my feelings.
Ram was looking at Subaru, who did not know how to support his explanation, with a sense of staggering disappointment. However, what had seemed like a good theory to Subaru, seemed to not be shared by any of the others here.
In the end, his floating continent theory was likely incorrect.
Subaru, if I was off the mark, I understand. If my current theory had been correct, I was hoping to have a good experience riding on the back of that dragon. Beatrice, if you start talking about it like that, your cute Earth dragon's older brother will start to sulk, I suppose. Subaru, oh, that jet black Earth dragon is mine. let me ride on it later. Shaola, me too.
I'm gonna sulk too.
Master, I think that you should take care of me, love now that you have lost your memories, let our relationship restart. From Zero Wu. Subaru, noisy and clingy. Also, don't poke into other people's affairs, especially when they have no memory of it. Shaola noisily joins in the conversation, with Meili sitting in between her knees. She had stepped into the conversation and been brash in speaking her mind, something that he found quite overwhelming. From there, Subaru shifts his attention towards his surroundings. In his original world, though depending on the situation, Subaru had a reputation for not being able to read the mood from the people in his surroundings. However, no matter how unsuitable one is at reading people's emotions, if the emotions are incredibly strong, then they can be easily read by anyone. Not just Emilia and Beatrice, but also Ram, Julius, Anastasia, i.e. Echidna, their expressions are all showing worry towards Subaru. For better or for worse, before losing his memories, Subaru would have been doing pretty well with the ladies.
Now he felt jealous. What exactly had he done? What sort of magic had he used?
Subaru has no idea when he had been taught such arcane skills, but he doesn't believe he could put it into practice now. Subaru, anyways.
So, in short, at the edge of this world there's a big waterfall and occasionally people come from beyond it.
And I am one of them? Emilia, when I listen to Subaru's story, I can only imagine that is the case, but maybe it's a bit different? Subaru, aha. Subaru exchanged looks with Emilia, her arms were crossed by her side. To be precise, it was not Subaru's intended course of action to run counter to the general understanding which everyone had of the world. Nonetheless, even if Subaru thinks that the parallel world and the Great Waterfall are unrelated, he knows that he won't make any progress in this situation if he continues to talk about it.
Subaru, to make a long story short. Within this world, there was no concept of parallel worlds.
It's unknown whether Emilia and the others truly believe that the Great Waterfall actually has Subarus or other worlds existing beyond it. Subaru is reminded of the explorer Christopher Columbus, whose records had indicated that he believed in a great waterfall at the edge of the world.
Yet, he had found a continent on the other side of the ocean despite having been branded as a weirdo, though there certainly had been no waterfall. If that is the case, then the way they perceive the parallel world is not correct.
Subaru, by the way, did I ever mention anything about the other world I am from, back when I had my memories? Emilia, thinking back to then, once in a while you'd make some mention to a parallel world, but this is the first time we have really talked about it. Beatrice, Betty agrees with Emilia. As Emilia and Beatrice speak, the others are nodding, agreeing with what they are saying.
It seems that before he had lost his memories, Subaru had not really discussed anything about it. Had it been because he had thought they would not understand him, just as they had shown now?
Or Subaru, because I had been stopping myself from talking about it? Julius, Subaru?
Subaru, ha.
No, nothing. Hey, are you acquainted with any other people from other worlds except me? A person from the other side of the waterfall, or drifting out at sea from it, whichever. Perhaps there were a lot of people drifting in from different worlds, maybe there was a community or town of sorts where such people gathered. However, Subaru's hopes were denied by a shake of the head from Julius. Julius, sorry, the existence of a person drifting in, as you call it, is very rare.
Most people who claim they are from beyond the Great Waterfall are lying.
What they say are generally pipe dreams or fabrications. Some of them set their sights on trying to extort people out of money, whereas others are simply trying to influence people of their fanciful beliefs. Subaru, oh, well, yeah, I can see that happening. As much as you would like to believe such stories, the majority are the works of fiction or embellished rumors.
Even if people, like Subaru, who were genuinely from another world existed, their existence would be buried under countless falsehoods. Echidna, honestly, my interest in the Great Waterfall is not exhausted, but it seems it really has no relevance to our current situation.
It would be a good idea to simply end this with establishing that Natsuki-kun's hometown is unknown.
Echidna had broken what had been an awkward silence that had been forming.
Originally she had been the one asking Subaru about it. Although there were still parts unfamiliar to her and she was most likely unsatisfied, Subaru welcomed her ending the conversation there.
The more he talked about his original world, the more he remembered what he had left behind. Thinking about it had begun to make his heart ache. By concentrating on the situation in front of him, he could try and distract himself from these feelings.
Subaru, I understand that you all care and were worried about me.
It feels now like what we settled earlier may be worth checking out.
Subaru does not know if this would turn out to be the cause for his memory loss, but, the place where the Subaru with his memories intact had supposedly last ventured, he wanted to check what had happened there. Beatrice, you will want to check the Taygeta library, I suppose. Subaru nodded at Beatrice, who had beaten him to voicing out his thoughts out loud. The group now had headed out towards the Taygeta library. Subaru was feeling quite nervous about what would be awaiting him there. On the way there he had felt it may very well be the continuation of his troubles.
That is because...
Subaru, well, Emilia-chan, why are you holding my hand so tightly? Emilia, eh? Well, I'm worried about leaving Subaru in a place where I can't reach him.
I couldn't bear not holding hands with you since we set out.
Subaru, I mean, I like the hastiness of it, but this is pretty embarrassing. Subaru was aware that he was blushing. He lifts up the hand that was held by Emilia.
Her slender, cute fingers were gently holding his hand, and he worries whether his palms are sweating.
In reply to Subaru's words, Emilia raised her eyebrows and said, "Geez. Emilia, well, Beatrice is also holding your hand, so it's not just us two together." Subaru, there's a difference between holding the hands of a child, compared to one of a beautiful woman.
There's a big difference, it's like night and day.
Emilia, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're saying. Subaru feels flustered by his feeble excuse. Emilia was not going easy on him even if he had lost his memories.
All his grudges, all his memories.
He'd lost them all. Beatrice, now, that statement is unpardonable. But, it's as Emilia says. Subaru is following along obediently and is well protected by Betty and Emilia, I suppose. Subaru, oh yeah? This is where we put Beatrice in the middle, and I and Emilia hold hands with you from both sides, young couple style. Isn't that uncool? Beatrice, Subaru isn't Subaru unless he's uncool, in fact.
Subaru, what kind of assessment is that? Beatrice had been holding Subaru's other hand, as that blow was delivered to him.
Julius, who was leading the way ahead, looks back towards Subaru.
Echidna, who had been following right behind him, stops as Julius is about to round the corner.
It had been Ram who had delivered that sarcastic remark. However, Subaru was the only one who knew that despite her outward appearance she was probably suffering inside. He wonders if he should talk to someone about her, but he doesn't know who he could possibly talk to regarding what she was experiencing. In a way, it's only Shaola and Meili who seem to be untroubled amongst them. They are chatting together at the back of the group.
Subaru, well, they're not useful at all for anything.
Meili, somehow I don't think you are being polite right now, Onii-san.
Shaola, it's always such a feeling coming from inside Master's head. Never mind it, it's no Luos.
At some point, if you are frank and peek underneath his skull, it's all pink anyways. Pink Brian Sire aimless knowledge tilde, 3. Subaru, I don't think we'd find either shame or knowledge in you. Shaola, Master's doing, my entire knowledge, Master's doing. Subaru starts to experience a slight pang in his heart due to the conversation. Whilst they had been exchanging these bouts of conversation, the party had gone up the stairs and arrived at the Taygeta library on the 3rd floor.
It was quite expansive, almost as if it transcended time and space.
Subaru, right here is Taygeta, there are quite a lot of books in here. Subaru breathes in awe as he looks around the Taygeta library, marveling at the sheer number of books there.
Indeed, this was a sight that was beyond anyone's imagination.
Subaru was quite the avid reader, reading light novels, manga, strategy guides, but he had never been surrounded by so many books. Of course, it even surpassed the National Diet Library in terms of sheer quantity. However, it could be said that the National Diet Library was far superior in providing a spacious environment to peruse its reading material. Though, as the most common reason for visiting it is its picturesque architecture, it meant that it wasn't stocked well.
Subaru, if the books of the dead are here,
then wouldn't that mean that there are as many books here as people who have died? If it has been recording non-stop since the time of the Homo sapiens, then it must be literally overwhelmed by the amount of records here. Subaru does not know the scale of this world, but if the records of the dead are books, then the quantity of books would be immeasurable.
Even if he tried to find a book, such as one with the name of a deceased person he knew, he would not be able to physically find it.
Subaru, in a modern-day library, a lookup function is indispensable.
But here?
Beatrice, I don't know what you mean by lookup function, I suppose.
However, there is no one else more similar to a librarian here than Betty. I have no choice but to check, I suppose.
Subaru, this is like looking for a 100-yen coin in the middle of a desert. Warily, Subaru places his hand on the spine of a book. It is an ordinary book, and when he pulls it out of the bookcase nothing extraordinary happens.
There is no design to it on the cover, other than its title.
In all, it could be mundanely described as being a very plain book.
Subaru, damn it. I can't read the title.
The title was written in squiggly characters that he could not read. In the story he had heard from Emilia and the others, the title of the book was meant to be the name of someone who had died.
If it was a person who you had personally known before they passed away, then you could read the book.
However, Subaru could not even comprehend what the letters meant in the first place.
It was doubtful now that his memory could be in danger if he could not even read it. Subaru, well, this may be difficult.
Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, who had been lost in thought, looked around in surprise at hearing Emilia shout. In an instant, the book he had picked up was wrenched from his grasp by Emilia. Subaru, Emilia-chan? Emilia, don't do such a stupid thing. Subaru, do you understand? Subaru has probably lost his memories here, it's dangerous. Subaru, no, wow, that's overblowing it. Emilia had said this in a strong expression which was different to her usual demeanor. Subaru scratches his cheek and responds with strained laughter. It seemed that only Subaru was taking the situation lightly. Beatrice, Subaru, listen to Emilia, refrain yourself from acting so impulsively, I suppose.
Julius, I agree. You should be careful and refrain yourself from performing such a rash action.
Subaru, MH. Both Beatrice and Julius had beseeched caution from Subaru. His throat had seized up, unable to reply to either of them. A feeling of revulsion had welled up in him, a great sense of shame overpowered Subaru.
Certainly it had been a little stupid of him to have acted so carelessly.
Shaola, PFFFFT.
Master is getting angry. That's why I'm feeling down. Subaru, shut up.
Don't poke fun at people who are immersed in thought. Echidna, hey.
You don't have to interject in like that, you know.
In fact, Natsuki-kun's behavior was somewhat inevitable. Anyways, I have thought of something. With her hand covering her mouth, Shaola was laughing away at Subaru's mistake. Echidna had forced herself between Subaru and Shaola, who had been snapping away at each other, and whilst gently stroking her scarf she said, Echidna, Natsuki-kun, you were unable to read the title of the book, is that right? Subaru? Oh, yeah, that's right. Echidna, what you can see here is that losing your memory as he has will interfere with your cognitive abilities such as your literacy skills. That is why he was speaking of parallel worlds. Beatrice, sorry, but Subaru began to study the alphabet when he arrived at Roswell's mansion. Echidna, who had spoken confidently of her theory, was dumbfounded by Beatrice's retort.
Not paying any regard to Echidna's lack of response, Beatrice crosses her arms.
Beatrice, Subaru could not read or write until he came to the mansion, I suppose. As far as I know, the one who instructed him was Ram. Ram, yes, it is exactly as Beatrice Summer says. From the start, Ram dedicated herself to educating Barusu so he would learn to read and write.
It seems my efforts were wasted, seeing him in this current state.
Subaru, sorry.
I wasn't aware there was such an episode.
Subaru raises his voice in apology in reply to Ram's resentful complaint.
Taking a sidelong glance at the occurring exchange, Echidna cleared her throat.
Echidna, ahem, it seems I was way off the mark.
I'd like it if you could forget what I said.
Julius, no, it's not as off the mark as you may think. At least we have discovered that Subaru's memories were lost when he came to Ludnica. Ram, in other words, Barusu is just useless baggage that doesn't serve any purpose in this library. Ram scathingly adds to Julius' confirmation. Subaru remains silent as he doesn't want to stir up any more trouble upon himself. However, it is Julius who speaks, saying Miss Ram's words are correct. Julius, in any case, as Subaru cannot reproduce what occurred last night in this place, we should be the ones to look for clues in here. Echidna, yes, that would be safer. Ram, I don't have any objections.
Are Amelia Summer and Beatrice Summer okay with it?
Beatrice nods back towards Ram, saying, I understand, I suppose. Amelia turns towards Subaru, looking at him with quite a serious expression in her eyes. Amelia, Subaru, please wait here without doing anything rash.
The memories you lost, me and the others. We will find them.
Subaru, oh, okay, understood.
It feels annoying not being able to do anything, but I believe in Amelia-chan and everyone else.
I will wait here.
Amelia, can you really wait here quietly?
You won't wander off as you please? Subaru, I don't need reminding. I'll be fine. I am not a 5-year-old kid, I can wait here, I can promise it if you want. Subaru, well. Even so, I am not going to be quiet.
Amelia, what do you mean? Granted, he had brought out that promise to make her feel peace of mind, however it had ended up in only sowing more mistrust. Looking around his surroundings, he saw that Beatrice and Ram were merely shrugging their shoulders in reply.
In any case,
Amelia, Subaru is going to quietly wait here at the front, okay?
In response to Amelia's sincere appeal, Subaru decides that he will reluctantly wait for them at the front of the library. He sits down cross-legged, watching over the party who had begun to split into 2 separate groups to search the library.
In one group were Amelia, Beatrice and Ram. In the other there was Julius and Echidna.
Looking on with an air of confusion, it seemed that Amelia and Echidna respectively were leading these uneven teams. Meili, I am looking for a guarantee that I won't end up like Onii-san. After all, Onii-san's strong point is that he attracts trouble.
Subaru, I have no memories.
The problem is that I have no memories, so obviously I cannot even answer that.
No, I don't want an assassin of all people to tell me this.
Meili, because I am totally concerned about trifling matters like that. Subaru, I don't think you can call that a trifling matter.
In the first place, 5. She had clicked her tongue at Subaru, interrupting his train of thought. He turned to face her.
The voice had come from far away from the bookshelves, next to the wall which Subaru had been standing at. Meili was standing there with a coquettish expression on her face not at all appropriate for her age.
Her braided hair was arranged so that it dangled down to her shoulders. What? She asks him, cocking her head to one side.
Subaru, I thought you had joined the search.
Are you not going to?
Meili, yeah, I won't join it, because I am not really a proper companion of Onii-san and Oni-san's friends.
Subaru, not really a proper companion.
Meili, I told you so, didn't I?
I'm an assassin.
Well, as I failed my mission, it's more like former assassin. Originally, I was sent here just to help out, now I don't know anymore. Subaru, in other words, I get the feeling like this was your bail condition.
You were once an assassin and then through the sense of adventure became my friend. That is my daring judgment.
Meili, yeah, that's exactly right.
I suppose you really are crazy.
Meili giggled and placed her hand on her mouth as she said this.
Subaru snorted at her attitude and...
Subaru, I understand why Meili wouldn't go with them, what about you? Shaula, me tilde? I cannot read and write anything,
so I am of no use whatsoever.
For me and Master, the book's content is all gibberish to us. Shaola was leaning against the wall, on the opposite side from Meili, laughing as she responded.
She proceeds to move over and pulls Subaru by his left arm towards her voluptuous body. Such a soft, warm feeling.
Instinctively, he untangles himself from her.
Subaru, you are. Shaola, wah, Master is such a meanie.
Subaru, I'm not a meanie, stop that. It's improper for a girl to have done that. Such things should be reserved only for the guy you like.
No, don't do that, because even a guy you like would be turned off if you came at him like that so abruptly.
You're doing yourself absolutely no good by behaving like this.
Shaola, PFFFFT.
Talking about a girl's sense of dignity again? Master seriously never changes.
Shaola pouts at Subaru as she protests against his attitude. However, hearing her words had made Subaru look down in embarrassment. Shaola, Master? Subaru, you think I haven't changed as well? Subaru blurts this out to Shaola almost instinctively. He had heard this phrase several times over the course of the few hours he had been awake.
It had seemed like a salvation to him to hear this. But also at the same time, a curse.
Shaola, I'm not so sure.
Nevertheless, despite such turmoil brewing inside Subaru, Shaola had said that so readily. He was more or less astonished at her reply. Perhaps it had been a mistake to have let her hear some of his more delicate worries. Subaru, you. No, it was me who asked you. I was an idiot.
Shaola, MH.
Master is not an idiot.
With such a way of speaking, Master must be getting angry ye.
My master is a wonderful person. I want you to be confident in yourself.
Subaru, your position, I really don't understand it. If you were to think about pointing and laughing at the overwhelmed Subaru, you would find that he was immersed in the most loathing feeling of self-deprecation. Hearing Subaru's question, Shaola pushes her ample-sized chest forward and smiles with her hands on her hips.
Shaola, whether you're changed or not, Master remains Master. So long as you do as you please, Master, I will always follow you.
Subaru, even if it results in something crazy. Shaola, well.
Even if we end up in strange situations, I can always pry things open by force. Master may have forgotten, but that is the relationship between Master and me. Subaru.
Shaola's honest words had begun to pile up deep inside him. Back and forth her speech ricocheted within him, and with each passing moment he began to feel more emotional. Subaru takes a weak gulp of breath. He had been completely overwhelmed by her. Meili, Oni-san?
Subaru. Seeing Meili looking at him, he turned his back away from her.
Shaola, Master, what's wrong? Subaru, geez. Subaru cannot escape to the left of him, or to the right. He can only kneel down, and look down at the floor holding his head in his arms so nobody can see his face. Subaru gets the sensation that Meili and Shaola are looking at each other with him curled up in between them.
They don't understand. No, he doesn't want them to understand.
And just like that, his prior worries drain away from him. He feels like he had just been saved by those words. He feels like he doesn't need to worry anymore. Her heartfelt manner spoke far louder than anything else could. Meili, Oni-san, you're strange. Shaola, Master was strange from the very beginning, but I love him for that too.
He could not say anything to the girls who had been carrying on their exchange as they walked past him. Nevertheless, the feeling of anxiety in his heart had eased thanks to them. A few minutes had since passed.
Subaru had somehow managed to ward off his prior impulses and collected himself up from the floor. Emilia and the others had just come back with the results of their search. Arc 6, Chapter 37, A papier-mâché's dream. The search of the third-floor library, Taygeta, had ended with absolutely no results. Emilia, I am so sorry.
I tried really hard to look for clues.
Emilia bowed her head in apology towards Subaru after bringing him such fruitless news. Subaru accepts the apology. However, he cannot help but feel big disappointment at how the search had turned out. Of course,
it certainly would have been for the best if he could have regained his memories here. But, in spite of his lack of awareness in how he had lost his memories in the first place, Subaru did not feel overly emotional that the search party had yielded unsuccessful results.
Shaola? Master, what's up, Tilda?
Subaru, huh, oh.
It's nothing.
Subaru glances towards Shaola, who was looking at him with a happy-go-lucky expression on her face.
Her long, jet-black braided hair was swung across her shoulder. There was no ill will, malice, or even any profound meaning in anything she spoke.
In the end, that cheerful attitude Shaola possesses was a salvation to Subaru in his current state. At least it was better than seeing the others constantly worry over him, watching over every single step of his.
Julius, apparently, it seems like the books do not stay in the same place.
It would have been too much to ask to have found them lined up and ordered by their titles or in chronological order. Books which we would have found yesterday on one bookshelf cannot be found today on the same one.
Subaru, this happens to be such a troublesome and unfriendly library. Subaru wrinkled his nose towards Julius' remarks. Not only does the library boast an overwhelming collection of books, but the books happen to move around scrambling themselves on their own accord. Subaru had completely given up hope at ever being this library's customer.
Even if there happened to be something within these books, they would never find it.
Subaru, why can't we just pull out each book one by one and stack them onto the floor?
There has to be an end to this bunch of bookshelves going around the room.
If you pick one shelf as a starting point and follow the bookshelves around the library, surely you will find something?
Echidna, in my opinion, it'd be wiser to stop. Perhaps what we are doing may be prohibited by the tower's rules. We cannot risk showing any disrespect to this library.
Echidna, cocking her head to the side, had dismissed Subaru's suggestion.
Beatrice crosses her arms and agrees with Echidna with a curt "I suppose."
Beatrice, Betty being an experienced librarian could never overlook leaving a book on the floor. You cannot show such disrespect to books like that, I suppose. Ram, Beatrice Summer, I feel that there was a large amount of books left on the floor back at your library. Beatrice, those were the books that instructed me how to correctly arrange the library, it was only right to keep them on the floor. 1. Ram narrows her eyes at Beatrice's awkward excuse, though she does not deign to reply back to her. Beatrice sighs, looking positively shocked that Ram had made that accusation. Alongside this librarian talk, Subaru butts in and says, prohibited by the tower's rules?
With a puzzled expression on his face.
Subaru, I am sorry, it looks like this is something I've not heard of again. What is prohibited? Emilia, oh, I am sorry, it looks like I didn't explain it properly. Emilia raises her hand to answer Subaru's question. Emilia, there are certain things we can't do in this tower. Such as, don't leave this tower until we finish its trial, don't do anything bad to the library, don't damage the tower, those kinds of rules.
Subaru, well, who would have guessed that putting books on the floor in this library was a bad thing?
By the way, who judges whether we've broken any rules?
Shaola, yeah.
I'm the Star's Keeper.
If a rule violation happens, I will become a cold-blooded killing machine who you will all be scared of. Tilda.
Subaru, you?
A cold-blooded killing machine? Subaru could only laugh dubiously at Shaola, who was waving her hands about whilst she made this proclamation. No matter how much you believe of Shaola's frivolous speech, he thought it unlikely that she could ever transform into a cold-blooded killing machine. In the first place, how much damage could she really do with the slender arms of a woman?
Even that should not be acceptable in this magical fantasy world. In fact, Subaru had heard that Shaola was not his or Emilia's ally, but rather was the Star's Keeper of this Pleiades watchtower. She held a different position compared to how Meili had found herself here.
Supposedly, she was here to aid in advancing the trial inside this tower.
Yet he had no such impression of her actually doing this.
Subaru, if you seriously hold such an important position, will our friendship let me off the hook? Shaola, oh, you are such a bad guy.
Master is quite dirty. The way that you are a little evil is quite nice, Tilda. I love hearing such a request from Master, but that is irrelevant to my will.
Give up on that hope and show good sportsmanship, act fair and square and give it your all.
Subaru, you're no use.
Shaola, HN. His strategy of trying to bring her to his side ended with unexpected failure as her authority did not grant him such allowances. At the same time, she had been poking her forehead over and over again during the middle of the conversation, whilst giving Subaru a charming smile. Subaru could only sigh in response at seeing such a comical scene. Emilia, it seems that Subaru and Shaola are both really good friends. Emilia whispered this just after Subaru had finished talking with Shaola.
Hearing Emilia whisper it to him, Subaru immediately turned to face her and awkwardly stammered a no, that isn't so. To her.
Emilia. His attempt to lighten the mood of the situation was not working. Subaru immediately stops when he sees Emilia's expression.
Emilia was not smiling.
Looking up at her amethyst eyes, Subaru felt that within them was an unmistakable sign of great loneliness. Subaru's face sunk at seeing her expression. Immediately noticing his reaction, Emilia frantically waved her hands back and forth at him in denial. Emilia, oh, no, it's really good that you're both friends. Such a gloomy face does not suit Subaru.
Yeah, it's okay. Feigning a smile, Emilia somehow blurted those words out.
Subaru, Emilia-chan, you know, Subaru holds his head as he struggles to find anything he could say to comfort Emilia.
He feels like he would be in the wrong no matter what he'd say.
Likely the only way he could find a correct answer would be amidst his vanished memories. He was in a nightmarish situation where all the options that were presented are probably false answers. Under these circumstances, saying anything to the sad girl sitting in front of him would be dash.
Hey, so what are you going to do now? A soft voice had broken the awkward silence. It had been Meili who had asked this from where she sat on Taygeta's floor, resting her chin in her hands.
She looked up at the adults in the room and spoke. Meili, we can't find any leads to recovering Onii-san's memories here.
It's a shame, but I wonder what we should do next. Are we still trying to find clues on how he lost his memory? Or?
Meili doesn't finish her question. Instead she turns her face upwards and points at the ceiling.
She was smiling quite provocatively.
Meili, let's go upstairs? Let's postpone finding Onii-san's memory for a short while.
Echidna, yes, that seems like a good idea. Having heard Meili's suggestion, it was Echidna who had considered her advice and agreed to it.
Emilia's eyes widened at hearing her agreement. Emilia, wait.
I feel the same sense of wanting to hasten. But I can't leave Subaru like he is.
Echidna, I understand your view.
It would be certainly preferable for me, Julius and everyone to return Natsuki-kun's memory.
However, we can't ignore the current situation either. Natsuki-kun's memories ceasing to exist may be linked to the tower's trial. Emilia, Subaru's memories are linked to the trial? It wasn't just Emilia who had reacted like this. The others had all turned their heads in surprise towards Echidna as she said this.
Realizing she had the attention of everyone, Echidna closed one of her eyes and said, "Look."
Echidna, there is no doubt that common sense barely applies when it comes to this tower. However, it would be foolish to think what happened to Natsuki-kun is unrelated to the tower. That's why we all went to Taygeta. We thought that this part of the tower had stolen his memories. Subaru, I think that sounds sorta cool, that memories can be stolen by the tower.
If it wasn't me who was experiencing this, I would be excited to hear more of the story.
But, to begin with, Taygeta's trial is complete. Isn't it strange to try and pull out my memories from here? Echidna, yeah. Therefore I think that your memories weren't stolen because of the trial, but rather because you must have broken one of the rules.
It's just like taking out a book and disrespecting the library.
Even though Taygeta's trial is over, there still remain more within the tower. Echidna had explained her reasoning and Subaru was left to puzzle it over in his mind.
In conclusion, Echidna's reasoning alluded to this.
Subaru, I guess yesterday I must have broken one of the rules of this place and bam, it destroyed my memories. To be honest, trying to search for loopholes sounds like something I would do.
I am not able to make any objection to her reasoning.
Emilia, but, won't that have made Shaola angry? Echidna had nodded at Subaru, acknowledging his conclusion. However, Emilia had butted in and pointed towards Shaola, clearly remembering their previous interaction. Emilia, if he had violated any rules, won't that have made Shaola angry?
It should be a completely different story to what we are experiencing here.
Ram, that's right. I understand the possibility that Barusu foolishly broke the rules, but Shaola has not bared her fangs yet at Ram or any of you.
What do you make of that?
Ram glares at Shaola with her pale, red eyes. Beholding her gaze, Shaola leapt up with an eep, and hid behind Subaru. Ram, no way, did you abandon your role because of Barusu?
Julius, that is very optimistic of you to say.
However, as Miss Shaola said some time ago, I am not aware of her being the one who is the executor of all the punishments for breaking the rules of this tower. Shrugging his shoulders, Julius stands next to Echidna and supports her opinion. Julius, if we are presented with 4 things which are prohibited, and you break one, the given penalty may not be equal for us.
Miss Shaola could turn into our enemy and in some cases attack us. For example, desecrating the library in some way could result in having your memories stolen.
Julius had turned his yellow eyes towards Subaru and spoken these words in quite a severe tone.
Subaru.
There were some really complex emotions swimming inside Julius' eyes which Subaru could not distinguish. Julius continued his speech with, although. Julius, we do not have any time or actual proof to test whether this guess is correct. Ram, there is a way to do it. We can just sacrifice the 4 or 5 hours of memory that Barusu has had since he's been awake.
That ensures that the damage will be minimal. Subaru, stop using people's memories as guinea pigs. Memories still shape that person. Even if it's only 4 or 5 hours, I am still myself.
I'm not an evil version of Natsuki Subaru.
Ram, I was joking.
Subaru's entire body shivered at Ram's blunt remark which she had said behind his back.
Whether it had been a joke or not, Subaru had no clue.
It was likely it was. Dare he say that her lofty attitude was probably just a facade.
It is in her nature that she does not want to show any weakness to people. After all, could it be related to what had happened a short while ago? In the end, it wouldn't surprise him if she just wished to erase her embarrassment from the time when Subaru had seen her frail side.
Anyways, other than whether Echidna and Julius' reasoning are correct or not, one possibility is worth considering.
Regarding his memory loss, that Subaru, to put things plainly.
Both of your opinions, whether it's a joke or has a nugget of truth within it, maybe we're all grasping at straws here. Maybe we should give up for now, before things get worse. Right now we're just floundering blindly and trying to find the memories that I lost. Emilia, does what you're thinking have any basis at all?
Subaru, my reasoning is quite sensible.
Besides, if this is really part of the tower's trial, then maybe if we clear it I'll get my memories back, right? Emilia. Subaru shook his finger at Emilia, who glanced down away from him.
However, she hadn't reacted negatively to his thoughts. Rather, there was a trace of hope beginning to appear on her face.
Suddenly, placing her palm on her chest, Emilia began to rapidly nod. Emilia, yes, that's right. If Subaru's memory has been sucked up by the tower, then it may return after completing its trial. Subaru, the expression you used, being sucked up is quite cute, but that's the spirit, too. Emilia, yes, that's the spirit. Subaru smiles at Emilia as she had jumped up and made a cute triumphant pose.
Beatrice, who had been looking on, shook her head.
Beatrice, really, I don't understand which one of you is more encouraged. To Beatrice, she seemed to have an opposite take on what Subaru had said. He had thought what he had said was fine. After all, he had found some hope in this situation, and some of the light had returned to Emilia's eyes. For that, Subaru had felt quite a great sense of relief.
Such a gloomy face did not suit a young lady like her. Besides, she had been worrying about Subaru from the depths of her heart. Does she not feel sorry when seeing that Subaru had caused Emilia to look in such a dispirited way? Subaru, I made a move on a woman who was way out of my league.
Beatrice, I have no idea what he is saying. For now we will adjourn finding Subaru's memory, I suppose. So if we can complete the tower's trial, we should do as Meili suggested and go upstairs. Subaru, upstairs. So you said we are on the 3rd floor now, so the next floor up is the 2nd. Subaru looks around the library, seeing only bookshelves wherever he looks.
He can't find anything that resembles a set of stairs that lead up.
Subaru, where is the staircase that leads to the 2nd floor? Julius, it's located on the 4th floor, there's a staircase there that leads up to the 2nd floor. Emilia stared at Julius with a concerned look on her face. Seeing her, Julius knitted his eyebrows as if to ask her if she was worried about him. Julius, I will not act rashly without consulting any of you like yesterday.
It is as I promised at breakfast. However, even if I hadn't.
Ram, Reed, the first Sword Saint, is a very tough opponent. Now then, what do you suppose we should do? Julius and Ram exchanged bitter looks. It wasn't just those two that seemed to share this feeling, but everyone around him had a similar look on their faces.
That is, other than Shaula, who had shrieked in terror and was grimacing.
Shaula, sorry.
What do you mean, Reed?
As usual, it was Natsuki Subaru that had been left behind in this situation.
The first Sword Saint, Reed Astria.
That is the name of the man who guarded the 2nd floor of the Pleiades watchtower. In the first place, the title of Sword Saint was something Subaru had heard for his first time. However, when he had heard that he was of the 1st generation of this lineage, he gets the premonition that this man could be likened to a powerful fictional character from his knowledge of these subcultures. His prediction is quite accurate. In fact, the people who hold the title Sword Saint are all extremely powerful. It seemed that yesterday, the party that had challenged Reed had experienced the difference in strength between them, rather like the difference between an adult and a child. Amongst them, it was only Emilia who had achieved some sort of victory through both skill and luck. Subaru, the problem is that I've lost my memory and I can't even do anything useful. At the breakfast table where everyone had been trying to distract themselves from their uneasiness, he had tried to think of a novel idea to clear the tower with a bang. As far as he knew, the trial on the 2nd floor seemed to require pure strength. In this situation, there was no place at all for his guile or knowledge of the modern world. Subaru, I'd probably get some flour and attack him with a dust explosion or something like that.
His strongest signature ability, dust explosion, he would need to fine-tune quite a large amount of flour to activate it.
In the first place, Subaru imagines there wouldn't be an abundant amount of flour lying around in this place where food was scarce.
In fact, it was unknown to him whether there was any flour at all in this place.
Subaru, then I hope I can activate the secret cheat ability that I must have gotten from being summoned into this world. Subaru punches the wall next to him with his palm, yelling out "Aha!"
in an attempt to see if he could activate it.
There was no shockwave emitted from his palm, nor had the stone wall he had punched shattered into little pieces. As he feels the pain from hitting the stone wall with his palm, Subaru's heart begins to sink. Unfortunately, the secret cheat ability that had been given to Subaru seemed to not be related to great physical strength. In a last attempt, Subaru places his hands on the wall and kicks it with all his might. All that resulted was that he left a footprint on the place he had kicked the wall, as well as a stubbed toe.
Subaru, well, it must be magic. Beatrice, tell me how to use some magic.
Beatrice, magic. Subaru can never use that ever again. Subaru, ever again? Why?
Did something happen with a spell?
Beatrice, you used too much beginner's magic despite being told not to use it and it broke your gate, I suppose.
Therefore, Subaru will never be able to use magic again.
Subaru, it broke from using beginner's magic? Subaru had the urge to cry out to the heavens, having heard that he indeed had possessed magical powers, but could not use them anymore to live life as a mage, and worst of all, it had been him casting beginner's magic that had destroyed his magical gate. Regardless of his loss of memories, Natsuki Subaru's life in a different world had started from the very bottom.
Subaru, is it at least a blessing that these people are helping me?
Clenching his hand into a fist, Subaru sighs and accepts his lack of superpowers.
Even if he couldn't remember them, it was relieving that there were people here who knew him. Without them, he would have been alone in this unknown world, without any special abilities. To be honest, he does not think he was skillful enough to survive without any support. So, finding himself here was a salvation. Even if it was depressing. Subaru.
Holding his breath, Subaru starts to realize what his status quo is here.
He had checked for the presence of increased physical strength, magical powers and special abilities.
During the time in which Emilia and the others were preparing themselves to challenge Reed on the second floor, Subaru now had no doubts as to whether he had any special powers. After punching and kicking the wall, after being indignant about being told that his magical ability had ran dry, after running around the tower's insides, after thinking on how to test for special powers from various directions, Subaru had realized one thing, that is dash.
Subaru, that maybe, I haven't received anything.
After sprinting through the hallway, whilst slightly out of breath, Subaru had accepted this fact.
He felt like he possessed more physical strength than he did before. Even when he kicked the wall he felt as if he was far more agile than he remembered.
However, it is not to be confused for special powers, rather it would be more accurate to say that it's the same consequence of the scars on his body, and his grotesque-looking arm.
That is to say, it was probably due to what had happened during the year which Subaru could not remember.
The only ability he possessed was the one where he was just an ordinary person who could not even respond to his parents' expectations. That ability had been the only one to surface after his exertions. There were no special powers granted to him by a so-called god here. Subaru, at first, I'd tried to do some transformation poses. He had tried Super Senshi poses, then Kamen Rider poses, Pretty Cure poses, and even Sailor Senshi poses, but they had all been ineffective. 3.
Subaru, after all of that. My only hope is that my powers awaken when I am in trouble. Fuck.
Scratching his head, Subaru bit down the seed of anxiety that was starting to grow in his heart. In front of Emilia and the others, he would steel himself and pretend that everything was okay. Thus, if anyone looked at him they would not notice the dreadful anxiety that was welling inside him.
His memory was gone. There was no longer any doubt about it. There was too much evidence pointing towards it. And to be honest, he really wanted to believe it. He couldn't not believe it and continue to stay in this place. He wanted to stay here. Here in this world, but not as it was now. So, he wanted some powers to do that.
Subaru, after all I have to do is depend on the bonds I have made with the people I don't remember. Natsuki Subaru does not have any changes in him, even in this parallel world. Subaru curses himself, feeling as if his current body is a borrowed one. He anxiously ponders whether to go along with Emilia and the others. Subaru, why can't I do what I used to be able to do, on the second floor?
In his heart, he had refused to be left behind.
After they had explained to him about the guardian of the second floor, Reed Astria, they had argued whether to bring Subaru along to the trial. It had been Emilia who was the most concerned about bringing him along. Others were a bit reluctant but had not protested as strongly as Emilia.
Subaru on the other hand wished to accompany them. It seemed that they had thought that he would be unlikely to be of much help to them in conquering the second floor. They also mentioned that Reed Astria's temperament would be harmful towards him.
Therefore, although Subaru was going to be left behind, he had dash. Subaru, dash still, I had insisted on going with them.
They had tried to leave Subaru behind. Being treated so gently with concern always on their mind felt poisonous to him.
If he had been the Natsuki Subaru with his memories intact, he was sure that he would have accompanied them and that there would never have been such a discussion on whether he was coming or not.
It would be unlikely that his amnesia would influence his abilities. In other words, except for the lack of knowledge, Subaru had thought he would be able to fight just like before he had lost his memories.
Hence, he had tried one way or another to prove it to them, but in the end they decided that he could not go up to the second floor. Subaru, although I asked Beatrice to leave me alone, she was deeply concerned about me. In seeing that Subaru was about to be left behind, He recalls Beatrice's sullen face, who had opted to stay behind with him. However, he had still asked her to leave him be after he had tried to ascertain whether his secret cheat ability was something physical, magical or skill-based. After she had left, Subaru had tried out the transformation poses. After all, it would have been extremely embarrassing to test these poses in front of another person. Beatrice of course had been quite unyielding, and Subaru recalls how he had argued back and forth with her. "Beatrice, I will not leave Subaru alone, there's nothing wrong with losing your memories."
"That he will not move from here even with a lever, I suppose."
"Subaru, I am glad you feel that way, I'm totally grateful, but I am unable to reciprocate it." "Beatrice, between Betty and Subaru, we don't need such distance." "Subaru, no, I will be getting naked to put on my makeup by the moonlight."
He had tried to break through to her with a brute force approach, zealously appealing her to leave the room.
Eventually, seeing how nothing was working, he had given her a very strict order to leave, only then had she left. "Subaru, although the meaning doesn't ring a bell, I was told I was her contractor. It seemed like Beatrice was doing well in resisting until I used that against her."
"It wasn't like me to act like that."
"Was it really okay to do that?"
Grimacing a little, Subaru pulls out the whip that had been holstered at his waist.
He tries to hit the tip of it against the wall, but instead only succeeds at hitting his own shin.
"Subaru, ow. I guess my body doesn't remember how to use it."
Or, maybe I didn't master how to use it before I lost my memory.
Having hit his own shin, Subaru's eyes began to tear up in pain as he sits down.
In the first place, why had he chosen a whip as his weapon of choice?
It's not a sword, or a gun.
Was he trying to be cool and unique, picking a whip as his weapon? "Subaru, if I was familiar with it, have I lost the ability to use it because my memories are gone?" While rubbing his shin, Subaru thinks about this, his face twisting into a scowl. If his current reasoning was correct, what did he have left here?
He had lost his memories, everybody just showed concern towards him, and he had lost all of the skills that he had learnt in this world. All he had left were the scars on his body and the Q&A he had prepared.
He looked completely superficial, like papier-mâché.
"Subaru, ha."
With a sigh, Subaru gets up. Those 3 words that were floating in his brain were so silly that he wants to guffaw at them.
"What are you going to do now, you superficial man?"
Back then, the old Natsuki Subaru had not at all been superficial like papier-mâché. "Subaru, I give up, I give up."
"I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm just unmotivating myself."
Subaru hits his forehead in frustration and sighs again, bending over to pick up the fallen whip.
He did not understand how to put it back in its holster. Struggling a bit, he finally manages to put it back on his waist.
At that time, it had felt like he had been wielding edamame beans. It was far different from what he could achieve with a kendo sword. He had just seen the result of a year's experience gone to waste.
It felt rough. It felt bitter.
"Subaru, I wish I'd kept a diary for this occasion."
"I'm so useless."
Subaru starts to walk away from the scene, fuming at his past self in irrational anger.
He couldn't confirm the presence of any secret cheat abilities, but in a sense he could not say whether the fruits of his labor were completely foolproof.
With this in mind, he concludes that he shouldn't rely on something that does not exist.
In a way, it was a little bit positive and a little bit negative. "Subaru, well, this is not the right way." Subaru had gone the wrong way and found himself on another floor.
In front of him was the large spiral staircase that leads to the lower floors of the tower.
He had heard that the tower was made up of 6 floors.
To go up from the 6th floor to the 4th floor, one would have to climb up the stairs, which went up for probably over 100 of meters high. It could be comparable to climbing a mountain, except it was probably worse due to the oppressive and gloomy atmosphere which permeates inside the tower. For sure, it was far more effort than it looked. Subaru, thinking about it, the way this tower is structured is peculiar.
It's like being in a fantasy world story now. It is a world where a room full of ivy and plants can treat your injuries. Besides, in his original world, there had been some buildings which had seemed to exceed human knowledge. Pyramids were one example of such a phenomenon. If you think about it, then maybe there was not much of a difference between this tower and the pyramids of yore.
Subaru, I'm looking for things in common between this world and my original world. Did the past me do this too? Subaru starts to feel ridiculous at having referred to himself as the past me.
He feels as if he has slowly been going crazy since having been told he had lost his memories.
Originally, in his thoughts, there hadn't been a Subaru before or a Subaru after losing his memories.
Yesterday and today too, his memories had continued the same.
So, here too, Natsuki Subaru is dash. Subaru, -o? Subaru shook his head as if he was trying to shake off the thoughts that had clouded his mind. He let out a small sigh.
It was truly a nonchalant sigh. He had let it out completely unintentionally, as if by chance, in spite of having experienced something much more unexpected. It was no more, and no less than that.
However, at the same time he had let out that sigh, he had felt a slight push on his back.
Subaru.
The world has started to spin around him.
Subaru, ah?
His feet were off the ground. No, not just his feet.
His whole body was.
His whole body was overwhelmed by a feeling of weightlessness. He was falling down midair, losing sight of what was up or down. Engulfed by the sensation of weightlessness, Natsuki Subaru continues to fall. Subaru, wa?
The sound of the wind whistles through his eardrums. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand.
Right now, Subaru was falling.
He was falling.
Spinning round and round in midair as he falls down headfirst. Falling, 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 as he falls his thoughts catch up to him, still falling. Subaru, wait, 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 wait.
The world was spinning around his eyes.
His limbs were flailing in midair. He does not know how many seconds had elapsed, but finally Subaru understood what had happened.
Falling, he is falling. He is going to crash. He will hit the ground after falling down from above. He was swallowed by darkness as he fell past the edge of the spiral staircase.
As he looks around desperately to all of his sides, Subaru can only see the tower's stone walls flowing past him.
No, the walls were not flowing past him. It was Subaru's field of vision that was inverted as he falls down headfirst, so it was in fact him who was sweeping past them.
The sensation of tumbling down causes him to retch, chunks of vomit fly out from him. Subaru, gh. Subaru can't breathe, his throat is clogged with vomit, his nose is runny, tears of pain are streaming out of him and his organs feel like they are all in the wrong place.
His whole body felt like a chaotic mess.
Subaru starts to imagine everyone's reactions to seeing his face and clothes covered in vomit when he hits the floor.
Emilia would be shocked. Beatrice would get angry at him. Ram would just coldly stare at him. Julius would give him a tired sigh. Echidna would shrug her shoulders. Meili would laugh. Shaula would poke him.
With such a feeling of frustration, Subaru had completely lost track of his own reality.
Even if I search everywhere, I cannot find it. It's not up in the sky. It's not within me. Where did it go? Where is it?
As well as his memory, Subaru had also lost himself. Subaru, mommy. Natsuki Subaru starts to faint just as he finishes imagining everyone's reactions to him covered in vomit. His consciousness starts to fade, his thoughts were becoming fuzzy, and then dash dash. And then dash 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 dash. And then dash 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 dash. And then dash 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 dash.
Hard ground. Subaru.
Hey, Subaru, are you okay?
As he woke up, the first thing he heard was her chiming voice. He could feel her breath near his face and her fingers on his chest.
Sensing this, Subaru roused himself into consciousness, and slowly opened his eyes.
In front of him was a frighteningly good-looking fairy.
Subaru, is this Emilia-chan? Emilia, oh, Subaru, thank goodness.
You woke up. I was really worried about you.
Hearing Subaru speak, Emilia continued to stroke his chest with a relieved look on her face.
Subaru looked around the room in shock.
He was in a room that was completely covered in ivy, even the bed he was lying in was woven from ivy. The beautiful girl next to him, Emilia, was gently stroking him.
And right next to her stood a drill loli.
Beatrice, Emilia, if you continue to be so gentle to him, Subaru will not reflect on his actions, I suppose. If you don't act tougher on him, he won't understand just how much he worried everyone. Emilia, that's right, though Beatrice, why do you say it like that?
Subaru was missing, so I hurried to find you. When I did, you were collapsed. I was about to cry.
Beatrice, do you not have something you have to say to me, I suppose? Beatrice turns away from them, her face turning red in anger. Subaru, who was watching this exchange, looked on in confusion. Subaru, eh?
What? Was it a dream? At hearing Subaru say that, both Emilia and Beatrice turned towards him.
Arc 6, Chapter 38, Who are you?
Subaru gazes around the room, not knowing what had happened to him. He could not comprehend the situation. Subaru. It was the room that he had gotten so used to seeing now.
The walls and the floors are covered in ivy, even the bed he had woken up in was woven with ivy. In front of him stood two girls, a beautiful lady and a beautiful little girl, both are craning their necks to look at him.
A huge lizard was kneeling down beside his bed.
On the other bed within the room, a girl with blue hair and closed eyes is lying there. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. This was the green room of the Pleiades watchtower.
Subaru, this again. Why am I here?
Subaru doesn't know if he had even woken up. With his hands on his head, Subaru recalls what had happened just before. They had talked about challenging the second floor trial whilst he had tried to confirm whether he possessed any special abilities. After all of that, Subaru had walked through the tower to join with Emilia and the others after he had confirmed that he didn't possess any abilities. Subaru,
What happened after that? His memory of what had happened afterwards was unclear. He had woken up on this bed all of a sudden, that impression had been strong.
And, whilst he fumbled to straighten his mind, a voice broke his train of thought. Emilia, hey, Subaru, are you feeling okay? Subaru, Emilia-chan, you're so close. Emilia's beautiful face had suddenly popped up right next to his. She was so close to him that he could feel her breath against his face. In seeing her amethyst-colored eyes, bordered by long eyelashes, approaching out of nowhere, Subaru scoots back to the opposite side of his bed. Emilia's eyes widened in surprise at his overreaction. Emilia, you don't have to look so scared.
Besides, it was me who had been scared earlier.
Subaru, scared?
Beatrice, certainly. We thought that you had disappeared.
We searched for you and found you collapsed, I suppose.
It would be improper to not be worried.
Subaru, seriously?
I collapsed again?
Beatrice crossed her arms and snorted in exasperation. Subaru was caught by surprise by her words. He stood up and patted his body to make sure it was okay.
He couldn't feel any abnormalities.
Though it was dubious whether he would notice any differences considering his amnesia, there were no obvious signs of trauma. Subaru, still, it's pretty dangerous to collapse twice in such a short time. Although it has only been a couple of hours, should I feel lucky that my memories weren't blown away again?
Beatrice, what are you grumbling about?
Subaru should have something to say to Betty and Emilia, I suppose. Subaru, something to say? Beatrice threw these words at him as he was staring at his outstretched arms. Subaru turned around to see both Emilia and Beatrice staring at him.
He was a little bit worried about what would he have to tell these two individuals. Subaru, well, I'm sorry. I apologize for worrying you all. You both saved me again.
Beatrice, you're doing fine so far. Emilia, you are most welcome.
But, I am quite glad that nothing happened to you. I'm so relieved.
Subaru, yes. I'm sorry to Emilia-chan, it's inexcusable for me to cause you so much trouble all the time. Raising his hand in apology, Subaru expresses his gratitude towards Emilia. However, when Emilia heard Subaru's words, she furrowed her eyebrows.
Her amethyst eyes looked positively bewildered.
Emilia, wait. Subaru, what happened just then?
Subaru, what happened? That's a vague question.
What's the issue? Emilia, just now you called me Emilia-chan. Somehow, being called that makes me feel a little bit uneasy. While saying this, Emilia starts to fiddle with her long silver hair as she looks at Subaru. Her gaze seemed to be filled with loneliness. Subaru involuntarily let out a yelp.
Open and friendly, her appearance had struck Subaru's taste.
However, in regards to her current attitude, Subaru felt like there was a deep gap opening between them. Beatrice, Subaru's pranks are starting up now, I suppose.
More importantly,
Beatrice's mood was starting to get worse after hearing the exchange of those two.
Shaking, the drill lowly snapped her fingers at Subaru. And, with her face turning a deep shade of red, she said,
Beatrice, I want you to tell Betty and Emilia now.
Why did you go to the Taygeta library last night, I suppose?
Why did you collapse there? Subaru, wait, what, I collapsed again in Taygeta? Beatrice, again? Subaru, seriously, Taygeta is such a dreadful place.
I don't know what I was doing there again.
After all, it's a place with such a shady history. It was reckless of me, I guess. Subaru had been told of an incident which his own memory did not recall. He is bewildered by this fact and starts to feel a little bit unsettled.
For sure, he could not recall anything before and after he had slipped out of consciousness. Still, there should be no reason for him to have visited Taygeta again.
Rather, it's more likely that someone must have found him collapsed elsewhere in the tower and brought him to Taygeta.
Though, he doesn't see what the point of that would be.
Beatrice, wait, I suppose.
Subaru.
Subaru had induced confusion within Beatrice, who was waiting for his explanation. Subaru, yeah? Beatrice, somehow, I think your story is incorrect.
Subaru, tell us the story accurately, I suppose.
Subaru, accurately?
What do you mean?
Beatrice, now, Betty will tell you the situation she and the others are in. Patiently, Beatrice slowly spelled this out to Subaru.
He nods his head as he senses the intimidation in her tone as she speaks those heavy words.
And, whilst Emilia looked at him with a worried expression on her face, Subaru strained his memory and thought.
Subaru, I think I told you. When I woke up I had no memories. Though it doesn't mean that they are completely empty.
My memories since being summoned to this parallel world are. Beatrice, wait. Memories?
What do you mean by memories, I suppose?
Subaru, huh? Beatrice's usually dignified manner was abruptly shattered as Subaru had begun his explanation.
He was surprised by her unexpected reaction.
Emilia had placed her hand on the panicked Beatrice's shoulder to steady her.
But Emilia is also not calm.
She was also looking at Subaru in astonishment. Emilia, Subaru, I am sorry, I don't know what to say. Subaru, no, I'd feel bothered if stop here, I have you two here.
He was supposed to know what to say next. He tried to continue, but his words trailed off.
Both Emilia and Beatrice looked at Subaru with sheer bewilderment in their eyes.
It was plain to him that they were not acting. And because he thinks they are not acting, that makes it all the more terrifying to him.
Why were they forgetting about when he had told them about his amnesia? Surely, the tower hadn't sucked up the memories of those other than Subaru. The thought of everyone's memories being partially absorbed by this terrible tower was not very appealing to the imagination.
Then, Subaru notices it.
Subaru, when I woke up, those two were talking to each other.
Besides, he may have remembered something. No, not may have. He had definitely remembered something.
The first time he had met Emilia and Beatrice, when he was told he had lost his memories.
The conversation had sounded exactly like the one now.
To put it more plainly, waking up in the green room, laying on the ivy bed, was that not a carbon copy of the situation earlier when he was told he had lost his memories?
Subaru. Thinking about this, Subaru gulps loudly.
If you look at Emilia and Beatrice, both of their behaviors had not changed. However, it is not from distrust that they are glancing at Subaru in sheer bewilderment, rather it's from concern in their heart towards Subaru. The fact that there was no deception in their gazes made Subaru feel much more calm at heart. In all honesty, Subaru's heart had been undulating under great turmoil. But, having made this guess at the current situation,
Subaru, I am seeing the same events again. I must be experiencing precognitive dreams.
Given his situation when he woke up, is it not reasonable to think this? If so, when he had lost consciousness, should he rather say that he had woke up? In that moment just before he woke up, his memories had been incredibly hazy.
Maybe even if he had tried to hold in these dreams, they would spill into him from in between his fingers.
Or maybe these precognitive dreams are a special ability Subaru was given when summoned into this world. Subaru, it's difficult to make use of, it's a pretty selective ability. However, there's no doubt that if he could master it, then it would be quite a potent ability. In the end, a precognitive dream would let him foresee the future.
The longer it would show him the truth for, the greater chance of finding a clue to overcome the situation.
Unfortunately, he does not think that he got much useful information out of the precognitive dream. Subaru, you too, I need you to calm down just a little and hear what I have to say. Sitting up straight, Subaru now had an understanding of the ability he possessed.
He turned towards them and poises himself to speak.
Emilia and Beatrice both look at Subaru and nod, with serious expressions on their faces. Looking towards them, Subaru said with a slight hint of hesitation. Subaru, I don't know if you can believe this, but I seem to have lost my memories. Subaru had awakened at the Tappei library and lost his memories. It took as much time as it had in the precognitive dream for Emilia and Beatrice to digest what he had confessed. Emilia, AE.
With a spirited cry, the girl slammed her palms onto her own cheeks with all her strength.
Clapping down with both hands at once with a crisp sound ringing out, the girl's cheeks turned bright red.
It was a brave, almost manly way of accepting it, something he had also seen in his precognitive dream.
Emilia, I'm fine.
Being like that is no good, is it?
How could we keep making that troubled face when Subaru must be feeling even more troubled than we are?
Look, Beatrice too.
Having justified her sudden reaction with a speech, Emilia shook Beatrice's shoulder. In front of Emilia's presence, Beatrice shriveled back a bit. Emilia, I'm shocked too, and I also understand the sadness.
But right now, we have to think about the one who's taking this the hardest. We have to do something for him, don't we?
Beatrice, Betty is. Beatrice, 1. Subaru fights back a pang in his chest as he watches Beatrice struggle to get her words out. Subaru knows exactly what Beatrice will say, and what sort of face she will make.
But he was quite wrong in thinking that it would bring him some peace of mind. Having to betray someone's feeling of hopes is tough, rather it's terrifying. No matter how many times he has to do it, regardless whether it's the same problem for the second time, it's all the same.
And now, Subaru knows Beatrice much better than the first time he met her. That is why Subaru was tougher than he had been the first time. Beatrice, ouch, just, really.
Subaru is just the most hopeless contractor in the world.
With that said, Beatrice broke through her embarrassment. The pattern of the butterfly wings that adorned her irises started to flutter in her eyes. While he relived that, Subaru felt a strong sense of self-hatred.
Was this right?
Was he satisfied with this? Yeah, Natsuki Subaru.
What is trust in this tower in the desert?
To be kind to Emilia and Beatrice, but also to see their heartache and their gritted determination. To that Subaru grinds his teeth together. Subaru had not confided to them that he was able to experience precognitive dreams. After waking up and interacting with them and using their names, it meant that not all of his memories had fallen out of him. In fact, besides his memory loss, of course, Subaru's report had also been about the allocation of his missing memories. He couldn't afford to doubt the two people with him, and furthermore, Subaru himself didn't want to engage in any unproductive conversation. Above all else, he wanted to figure out how far his precognitive dreams would show the truth for.
For this reason, he does not want to create a situation which would deviate from what his precognitive dream had shown him.
Although some changes had occurred at the start, they were not anything too big. However, this was not the only reason that he did not mention his precognitive dreams.
Subaru.
Neither Amelia, Beatrice, Ram, Julius, Echidna nor even anyone had explained to Subaru that he had this precognitive dreams ability.
Shaula and Meili also hadn't. It's difficult to imagine that they intentionally hid it from Subaru. Even under the prior circumstances, it's difficult to believe that they all had the same intention. It made no sense.
Then it was inevitable that there was only one reason why they wouldn't know of his precognitive dreams, that is, Natsuki Subaru had never revealed to them his ability. Subaru, what were you thinking, Natsuki Subaru? Subaru calls his name out no longer as if he was referring to a different person.
No, saying no longer as if he was referring to a different person is wrong. It is a different person.
To Subaru, Natsuki Subaru is an unknown person who doesn't exist.
He can't guess what he is thinking and he can't interact with him. There would be no chance of getting to understand him.
Why did Subaru not tell Emilia about his power? Was it because he didn't want to change the development of these precognitive dreams as much as possible? Even if it was due to that, surely once the situation had been overcome there would have been time to confide this?
Was there a reason why he couldn't say it?
A distrust of the old Subaru was steadily growing within him.
Subaru, you are. What were you thinking, Natsuki Subaru?
After that, the events took place as expected, roughly following what he had seen in his precognitive dreams. Emilia, so, I guess everyone is pretty shocked.
Subaru is in quite a situation right now.
But, even in a situation like this.
No, precisely because the situation is like this, we should give him our support.
Emilia explains to the others how Subaru has lost his memories. Although it wasn't the greatest of explanations, it was now impossible to make a follow-up in case he drastically changed the events.
And then dash.
Ram, is this some kind of prank, Barusu? Ram had suspected that Subaru's situation might have been a prank dash. Shaula, say, Master.
You're still not tired of playing around like this?
Just how many times do you have to forget me before you cut that out?
Shaula had accepted that he had lost his memories as if she thought it was something that he constantly experienced.
Meili, really, Onii-san is such a headache-san. Looking quite disinterested, Meili smiles at what she thinks is a prank, enjoying the atmosphere of confusion. Echidna, just, give him a little time. That's fine, right? He carefully watched Julius as he became extremely upset at hearing that Subaru had lost his memories, and soon after Echidna suggested for them to take a brief interval to collect their thoughts.
He accepted Ram's invitation, and left the room to fetch some water.
Then when they were alone with just the two of them, Ram grabs Subaru by his collar and pushes him against the wall.
Ram, please, spit it out. He had parted with some of his noble attitude when replying to her. However, that's not to say that he wasn't shook to the core.
After being asked about whether he had been lying by Ram, Subaru returned back to where everyone was with this conviction.
The precognitive dreams are accurate. They are terribly accurate and foreshadow the events completely.
Subaru hadn't recognized all of the words and phrases used by the people here, but the impression that they had given was pretty much unchanged.
If there was a problem.
Echidna, Natsuki-kun is quite calm despite the situation. Echidna had said this where she confessed that Anastasia's consciousness had been taken over by her.
2. Subaru.
Subaru feels his mouth dry up after he hears Echidna's words.
To be honest, Echidna's observation was understandable. Subaru himself couldn't really do much about it.
Everyone was shocked and in a state of panic. Still, whilst seeing her trying to smooth over the absurd situation, he couldn't help but not feel much empathy from within his heart for them. It's like when you watch a movie for a second time, the emotions you experience are not as strong as the first time you watch it. She and the others were behaving in a manner that showed an assortment of sympathy, guilt, aversion to this Subaru, and various other negative emotions. It was no wonder that Subaru bore a dark expression on his face coupled with a taciturn attitude, even though they had thought that was him remaining calm.
In any case, Subaru, I am happy that things have settled down. There is no real calmness or composure has always been typed into the kid's report card.
Echidna, report card, I don't really understand that means. Is it related to the term parallel world?
Subaru, ah. Narrowing his eyes, Subaru nods his head at Echidna's question. The way he answered the question about the meaning of parallel world did not change again. He explained how he was summoned to this different world, and found himself in this place.
And the same understanding came from Emilia, Echidna and the others, who concluded that he originated from beyond the great waterfall. Perhaps, even if he could not fully reproduce the events of his precognitive dreams, events that hold some sense of importance will still be realized with some slight changes to them. It's something typically found in Subaru's future prediction genre of games and manga. Though the response to a sudden situation may change, what you decide to do doesn't disappear so easily. A person who has decided to ask someone out on a date goes and asks the person out in a completely different way than before, where there now are some notable obstacles in the way. That is the feeling he is getting from this. In other words, Echidna would have heard about his explanation of being from a different world, regardless of whether he had lost his memories. Subaru, even though now I didn't explain it as much, was I still careless in mentioning the word parallel world? I don't know what to think anymore. Due to the nature of his precognitive dreams, it would be difficult to reveal that he possessed this ability compared to talking about the parallel world.
And just like that, he had given up on it. There was no point in confiding his ability. Almost as if he was scared of confessing it.
Echidna, after all, it's odd that you sound the least confused amongst used.
We are all growing uneasy here, we must do something about it. Subaru, even with confusion all around, you all tried to remain calm, or at least something like that. I was pretty worried I would have to do something. I'm relieved.
Emilia, I feel like I can't remain calm at all.
Both Echidna and Subaru shrugged their shoulders at each other.
Emilia's looked quite dispirited as she spoke those words. Her mood was hitting rock bottom. After all, Subaru's attitude was growing.
He had tried to mimic his precognitive dream as much as possible, however, how attempts at mimicking his attitude had been quite poor. It was very difficult to imitate the confused self he had seen in his dream.
So, before he spouts out additional nonsense, Subaru, anyways, I understand the situation we are in. I know that there's a lot of confusion, but let's overcome it together.
Let's do something about it.
Clapping his hands together, Subaru tries to progress the conversation ahead.
Beatrice nods in response, and as if obeying the precognitive dream, she says,
Beatrice, you will want to check the Taygeta library, I suppose.
Shaula, UE.
With a loose-lipped smile, the glamorous, beautiful woman let out a shriek. If she would just straighten herself out and start to look more dignified, her beauty would surely captivate the hearts of many men. Her face relaxes as she tries to snuggle into Subaru. Shaula, master. I'm happy, I'm sure you will be happy. Subaru, hey, don't say that. Don't hug me.
You're frighteningly soft.
Shaula, ah.
I just wanna hug you so hard that I smush you.
Subaru continues to push her away by her forehead whilst Shaula tries to desperately cling onto his arms. In all honesty, for a beautiful woman who dressed so scantily, she was clinging onto Subaru with immense strength, despite him trying to push her off.
Subaru and the others had arrived now at the 3rd floor of the watchtower, where the Taygeta library was.
As it had been in his dream, they would search the library in an attempt to find out how Subaru had lost his memories. However, Subaru knows that their search will be ineffective, and that they will bring back no results. It was going to be an irritating time for him now, since he was not allowed to participate in the search. To him, it looked like Shaula was acting way too over-familiar than his dream had shown. Shaula, after all, master, you chose us over that chibi-ko, didn't you?
Subaru, it's not like you chose it yourself.
Due to what's happening, I couldn't help but be stuck with you. Shaola speaks this with a ditzy expression as they are about to approach Taegeta. Although the distance to the library was not long, Subaru had arranged it so that he wouldn't have to hold hands with Emilia and Beatrice. His intention had been to avoid upsetting Beatrice and Emilia. Subaru was interacting with them in a manner which avoided causing any unnecessary strains thanks to his predictive dream.
In a manner of speaking, it's as if he now had a bird's eye view on the doings of everyone.
Within his conscience, he felt sorry for having kept so much distance between the two girls who worried so much for him.
Therefore, he was now sitting next to the air-headed Shaola whilst waiting for the party to finish searching Taegeta.
Shaola, finally, Master recognized how charming and attractive I am.
I had to wait 400 years for this.
I'm so happy, I'm so happy. I will give you such a passionate kiss.
Subaru, no thank you. That's scary.
Really, stop it. Shaola was pressing her body down onto his. Subaru tried desperately to push her off, but she had unusual strength, and thus he found himself pinned against a wall.
She slammed her hand on the wall next to him, the rigid wall. It was a moment of great tension.
And, just before the virginity of Subaru's lips, which had never experienced the love of a woman, was forcefully taken away. Meili, hey, Oni-san seems to dislike this.
There's not much reciprocation from him. Shaola, ow, 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 ow.
It had been Meili who had dragged Shaola off him by pulling her back by her ponytail. After Meili had let her hair go, Shaola twisted her neck, carefully cradling her long, black hair against her chest and fixed her ponytail. Shaola, what did you do to my hair? What did you do to my precious hair, you horrible little girl? Meili, I don't want my silver-haired Oni-san or Beatrice-chan to be angry. I was keeping watch to make sure that my half-naked Oni-san didn't do anything bad to my Oni-san. Shaola, grrrrrr. So annoying. Master, please do something. Subaru, Shaola, don't you dare come within 2 meters of me. Shaola, Master's such an idiot. Shaola turns her back from Subaru, and starts to break down into tears. Subaru scratches his cheeks in confusion as he looked on at her exposed back, then he turns around to face Meili, who was holding her hands behind her back. Subaru, I was saved.
Now that's a strange thing to say to a killer. Meili, don't worry.
This killer has gone out of business. Now I do what Oni-san and her friends tell me. Oni-san and the others can make good use of me, like when I helped them from the demon beasts.
Subaru.
She spoke with no malice or ulterior motive, that's why Subaru didn't react to her words. Meili did not seem to be especially affected by any particular pangs of conscience as she spoke. She had spoken of such a matter as if it had been nothing out of the ordinary. Meili.
She said nothing in response to Subaru's silence.
She just looked at him silently with an unfathomable expression on her face. Meili now turns to gaze indifferently at the direction which Emilia was searching the library.
The girl was quite short, had a youthful face, her arms and legs were still tiny, and there was still quite a way to go before she reached womanhood. In the end, she was still a child. It was unbearable to him that she held such broken values about herself.
Subaru, maybe, you still have a lot which you can rely on, you can count on me. Meili?
Are you saying that you want me to make good use of you?
Subaru, no, not use me.
Rely on me. We're not tools that can be just used, think of it like a
friendship? Meili, HMMPH.
For a second Meili had regarded Subaru's words in shock. Though it had only been for a fleeting moment, she had quickly averted her eyes afterwards.
Subaru was relieved that she had not reacted in discomfort, rather it had seemed like a faint glimmer of comfort had flitted across her face. Even if within her heart she held broken values about herself, it didn't mean that Subaru couldn't sense the emotion that had passed through her. The fact that they both had been drawn into these strange circumstances made Subaru feel a little bit better. Meili, Oni-san really doesn't remember anything, right? Subaru, yup.
Unfortunately. Was something on your mind? He had unexpectedly shaken something from Meili's memories. Subaru tried to ask her what she had meant by it.
Hearing his question, Meili just put her fingers to her lips and gave a very strange smile. Oh yeah. Meili, Petra-chan would cry if she heard it. Subaru, ugh.
I don't even know who that is.
Meili, Petra-chan is a girl that loves Onii-san. She was worried about you going all the way out here. I thought you should hear about her, that's all. Subaru, what a careless thing you did telling me about the past version of me like that. Subaru looks on bitterly, thinking in distress about this young girl, Petra, that he had not yet seen. How much would he end up learning about the footprints that the Subaru unknown to him had left? Meili, really, I honestly think that my opinion of Onii-san of the past is that he was quite careless. Meili was stretching as she said this, ignoring the turmoil she had left in Subaru's heart.
In his mind it had sounded like what she had said had been accompanied by a very strange emotion.
In any case, Emilia and the others would come back before he could quickly confirm it.
If they had found no clues, it would only reinforce how accurate his predictive dream had been.
Since the search of Taygeta ended with no success, they would now prepare to go up to the second floor. Ultimately, from now on the scope of the precognitive dreams would stop around about here. Subaru had until now not doubted the accuracy in his future prediction ability at all.
The events had transitioned just as Subaru had experienced them before.
If any issues were to occur at this point, he would not be able to respond by using his knowledge of the future that his precognitive dreams had shown. Subaru, I am able to predict the future, isn't it insane that I managed to confirm it?
However, it was also strange.
In the first place, Subaru didn't know what conditions were needed to activate his precognitive dreams. If he fell asleep, would it activate, or did it need some sort of trigger, or was it just completely random? It would be unlikely that there would be time to find a place to sleep due to the urgency of the current situation. However, he wants to depend on the power of his foresight. Certainly, he would need to find out more details about this. He would need to investigate thoroughly what he could do with his foresight. Subaru, for now, Beatrice had been just as unreasonable as she had been in the dream when I asked her to leave me alone. Subaru had asked Beatrice to leave him alone as he tried out via trial and error the transformation poses.
It had seemed that Beatrice had been trying to remain more attached to him than he had seen in his dreams.
That was probably as a consequence of being around her less than he had been in his dreams, such as on the way to Taygeta.
In any case, he had a reason for being alone.
Subaru, I have to find out why I woke up and what happened to me just before I woke up.
It may be that he just happened to wake up normally.
However, it could also be that there was something within his dream that had caused him to wake up.
He thinks that the latter thought was probably the most likely. Subaru, I am a little nervous now.
What if I start to have precognitive dreamception? It's spooky, it's like as if I was dreaming of being a butterfly. 3. Dreaming of being a butterfly is the situation where you dream of physically being a butterfly, but when you awake you aren't really sure whether you are a butterfly dreaming of being a person, or a person having dreamt of being a butterfly.
It felt like it would become a vicious, never-ending loop, like a self-fulfilling prophecy that would drive him to a corner of madness.
Subaru, in order to avoid this, I need to go past where my dream ended. If I can do that, then I should be able to tell Emilia and the others about my precognitive dreams.
The Subaru before losing his memories had unfortunately avoided confiding his ability to Emilia and the others.
However, Subaru now was anxious to change this situation and confide to everyone what he could do. He doesn't know why he had done such a careless thing, he doesn't want to imitate his past self and delay it now.
Subaru, I have decided. Looking back to what his past self had done, Subaru had finally decided that he would tell them about his precognitive dreams.
Nonetheless, what was coming up ahead was an unknown to him. After the point at which Beatrice had left, his memories, including those of having performed the transformation poses, were quite fuzzy.
Therefore, showing proof that he could experience precognitive dreams would be quite difficult to do.
In addition, he didn't know how to activate them. He would need them to cooperate with him when he tries to explain his ability. If he could master his dreams, it would become an extremely powerful weapon at his disposal. Or perhaps it was a necessary weapon that would allow them to conquer the Pleiades watchtower.
With these thoughts in mind
Question mark dash as for Natsuki-kun, is it not dangerous for him to accompany us in the crazed state he's in right now?
In the distance. Having arrived in front of the hall, in an attempt to join everyone, Subaru held his breath at hearing those words. The voice he had heard was Echidna's. For some reason in his mind, Subaru had hesitated to announce his presence, and had decided to hide behind the wall. The conversation in the hall continued.
Emilia, Echidna, what do you mean by crazed state? Echidna, there's nothing else to say, right?
Considering the state he's in right now, it's certain he has lost his memories. However, what he said afterwards was truly crazed. The way he explained the term parallel world is proof.
Emilia, parallel
world.
Julius, you don't truly believe he came from beyond the great waterfall? Julius and Emilia seemed shocked at hearing Echidna's words. Subaru's heart lurched. What did Echidna's remarks mean now?
He wanted to jump out from his hiding spot and ask her, but for now he would suppress that emotion. Even if Subaru doesn't ask, surely someone else would dash.
Ram,
it was certainly an absurd explanation.
Emilia, Ram, do you doubt what Subaru said? Emilia reacts in surprise at Ram's cold, indifferent tone. In response to her question, Ram says, Emilia Summer. Ram does not doubt that Barusu's argument came from within his head. Indeed, Barusu's knowledge, behavior and strange customs are things which are unknown to us. It is clear that he may indeed come from a place which none of us here know about. Emilia, well, in that case. Ram, but, where he came from, it's limited to this world. I am sure being from beyond the great waterfall could be tailored to mean Barusu's term, parallel world, but I can't believe the existence of such a place.
There is no reason to believe him at all. 4.
Emilia, Ram. Emilia's voice faintly trailed away as she heard Ram's bitter explanation.
She had tried to reply but her voice had choked.
Emilia, I believe in Subaru, Beatrice too, so, please, try to believe what Subaru said. Julius, Emilia Summer, Echidna is not suggesting that Subaru is trying to deceive us on purpose.
She is just saying that he's in a terrible state of confusion.
Beatrice, in that statement, you still agree with that spirit, I suppose? Julius tries to rationally explain their thoughts to Emilia. However, Beatrice was having none of it, as she was intent on remaining on Subaru's side in this matter.
Her temper had flared considerably.
At that moment, an unnerving silence had fallen within the room. Subaru's forehead had started to sweat. Shaula, hey, it's best if you all quit fighting and settle down. Meili, I don't think it's quite a discussion on that scale yet.
But, what she said.
Hearing the voices of Shaula and Meili, it seemed now that they had moved from their roles as bystanders. Laughing rather superciliously for a short while, Meili continued her speech with, going crazy. Meili, why don't you ask Oniai-san directly? Oniai-san, are you going crazy?
Subaru, tch.
Subaru gritted his teeth to those venomous words. He had remained surprisingly calm when he had stood against the wall. He carefully left the room without making any footsteps. After putting some distance between them, his prudent footsteps quickened in pace, which then turned into a run.
Then, arriving at a passageway, where no one was present, he pressed his forehead against the wall. Subaru, damn it. Not knowing what he should say to whom, Subaru struck the wall, letting out the feelings that were smoldering inside him.
The discussion that had taken place in Subaru's absence was an unexpected shock to him.
He wasn't conceited enough to think that he had gained their full confidence.
Rather, what he'd heard them say didn't fit into that type of thought at all.
Subaru had thought that trust was such a basic principle.
Emilia and Beatrice had been too kind and thoughtful towards Subaru.
Whilst insisting to himself that it had felt far too uncomfortable, he had tricked himself into believing that it was true.
There was no doubt that being from a different place would have helped them conquer from the tower. With the handicap of losing his memories and his calm and collected thoughts, he had lost all his usefulness.
Looking at it objectively, he realized just how shameless he was. What was trust in this tower in the desert? He himself couldn't understand it much.
He wondered if he could ever handle what Natsuki Subaru had gained. Subaru, in this state, it's no use telling them about my precognitive dreams. The fact that they believed in his memory loss was proof of these people's virtue.
At the same time, however, they were sensible people who did not believe in a different world.
Therefore, he didn't even have to think about what response an explanation of his precognitive dreams would provoke.
Subaru, from the start, I mistook them. Messed up, he had messed up.
In the meanwhile, Subaru would show why he was dependable.
He would overturn their evaluations of him. What was sought now, what was needed now was Natsuki Subaru. Not Natsuki Subaru.
Was it all right if he feigned ignorance and went back down to them? Also, in a state which he didn't know what kind of exchange had taken place, would it be okay if he shamelessly joined the capture of the second floor? Or would he, Emilia and Beatrice be pushed aside and left behind? At the very least, he wished that the conversation had not troubled Shaola or Meili. Subaru, fuck, I'm such an idiot. Whilst saying those words out loud, Subaru abruptly came out of the passageway he was walking through. He had come across the great spiral staircase which connected the fourth floor to the floors below. A gaping hole stretched out from the middle of the watchtower to its lower half. It was truly colossal.
Subaru, spiral, staircase.
Suddenly, laying his eyes on that scene, Subaru started to ponder.
Including his dreams, this is his second time he had come here.
Whether it was a dream or reality, Emilia and everyone else had guided the amnesiac Subaru around the tower. So, recognizing this place was not a mistake, but Subaru, no, apart than that, I sensed something strange. Goosebumps coursed down his body, he felt the hairs on his back stand on end. The blood in his whole body felt cold, and the ringing in his ears was awfully loud. His heartbeat had accelerated, his breathing became rough and his knees began trembling for whatever reason.
His teeth had begun making an uncontrollable chattering noise.
Subaru became aware of these abnormalities. However, they were not caused due to any changes in temperature or any external causes. This abnormality, this unusual phenomenon, had been caused by Subaru's own body. To say more about it, the influence on his body was as if it was Subaru's spirit or something from a deeper place. Subaru, R. With a faint tap, Subaru felt a slight impact just as he was stepping forward.
No, it couldn't be said that he stepped forward.
To step forward is a term which presumes there is some solid ground which can be stepped on.
Stepping ahead, his leg had come out. And his foot had scratched the air. And so he. Subaru, A.
I can retora. Midethi.
Alpmadlashma.
Efriend. Also Emila. I want to confister. Hatingay.anywaysifire.
Weary reading Thesthena.
It's just a joke. Away for meta. O former thy stupid Liniana. WordPress.zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz was overwhelmed by a feeling of weightlessness. He was falling down midair, losing sight of what was up or down.
A tremendous gust of wind was hitting his eardrums.
Subaru understood what was happening.
He was falling. No, there had been a light impact back then.
But he hadn't realized he had fallen. Subaru, dash. Screaming his lungs out, Subaru desperately stretched out his hands, searching for somewhere, anywhere to hold on to.
There was nothing. There was nowhere he could hold on to.
The world around him was spinning around into the unknown. A desperate feeling of wanting to vomit overpowers him as all the contents of his body are pulled from bottom to top. Chunks of yellow vomit overflows from his mouth, spilling out right into the air around him.
This sensation. He remembered it. In the midst of his pain and vomiting, the memories that had once been ambiguous had suddenly sharpened.
Yes, that was it.
Before he had woken up, the end of his precognitive dream, Subaru was experiencing the same thing. He had fallen, lamented his futile situation, and then he had lost consciousness. And after that, he had woken up from his precognitive dream and found himself in the green room.
Suddenly, Subaru experiences a great impact on the right side of his body, shattering his bones into pieces. Crack. The sound of something breaking filled the air. His right side felt like it had been hit by lightning. Subaru's cries were silenced. And, right after, a severe pain coursed through his body. Subaru, gyaa. His right arm was sticking out at an odd angle, completely broken from the elbow with the bone protruding out from his skin. He was covered in blood, his jacket was torn, and he could see his own pinkish muscles and white bone from underneath his torn skin. He crashed. Subaru's body crashed against the spiral staircase whilst he fell down towards the bottom. As it is now, his uncontrolled spiraling descent would end up destroying Subaru's body, and still he didn't stop.
No, instead he dash. Bang, boom, ACK.
His body that had tumbled downwards and had struck one of the lower steps of the spiral staircase, spraying blood everywhere.
It was bad luck that his head hit the next step. His forehead cracked. He felt as if things were spilling out from the insides of his skull.
Instantly, he lost consciousness. Where it seemed like it had all ended, his body collides with another step, and the pain from his broken right arm wakes him up as his body continues to lose its shape.
Subaru, ah.
Yeah. It hurts, 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 it hurts. Pain, anguish, vomiting, burning. Nagatsuki Subaru was being shattered into small pieces.
Arms, feet, face, every part of him was thrown and scraped against the stone staircase, broken, crushed. He no longer resembled a person. It was no longer a person, it was no longer Nagatsuki Subaru. Memories are what shape people. Thud.
Whilst losing a vast amount of blood, Subaru suddenly heard this voice in his head.
Who had said such a silly thing? But, it was a good thing to say. Memories are what shape people. It's a good saying.
If so, what the hell does that make someone who's lost his memories, and is no longer who he once was?
Subaru. Blood was spewing out of his mouth, quite literally, a scream that spews blood. His throat was completely crushed.
Nagatsuki Subaru was falling apart, crumbling away until he reached the distant ground.
There is no waking up from this dream.
Nagatsuki Subaru had failed.
There would be no more second chances to try again. The end draws near.
Slowly, darkness, darkness.
The world around him is being dyed black. Who are you?
And finally, after all of his anguish and hot blood, Nagatsuki Subaru's crumbled out of existence. Arc 6, Chapter 39, Ruins.
Repeatedly, over and over, a scorching heat fills his very being.
His skull, his limbs, his torso, his organs, his flesh and blood. Every single thing in his body is crushed, smashed, twisted and broken. His mind is set alight by the anguish. It's as if every single one of his nerve endings were being plucked right now. His soul is on fire, burning away.
The screams he let out were racked with fever and delirium. Pain, 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 pain. He is in pain. There was only pain. There's just pain. The world around him was filled with pain. Even just thinking this causes more pain to cloud over him. His thoughts, his very existence are painted with pain.
Anxiety, confusion, nervousness, sorrow, anger, despair, all of these emotions are meaningless in front of pain. They are meaningless, yes, they are meaningless.
Thoughts, actions, pondering, opinions, hopes, memories, they are all equally meaningless. Those very things are worthless, broken, crushed and lost in the end. Only the endless pain inscribed within his soul makes him aware of his existence. Then suddenly, the never-ending pain. starts to fade. Subaru, ah. He wakes up screaming.
It wasn't too long ago that his screams had been drowned by the blood in his crushed throat.
Subaru, ah.
Ah. Whilst shouting, he tries to protect his body from being crushed using his arms and legs.
His arms should be broken, completely unusable. He moves his legs.
Although his legs move, he loses his balance as his body is still overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness and he falls and hits the floor. Subaru, GH. He tries to speak, yet nothing resembling speech came out.
He rolls onto the floor.
The feeling of the floor was strange. He felt a sensation which was like that one of a rope against his body. He opens his throat, which was screaming for oxygen, and immediately feels a pungent pain strike it, resulting in a coughing fit. Unable to bear it, he vomits.
His stomach had been mostly empty.
Foul-smelling watery chunks of vomit are spewed out of his acrid mouth onto the floor. Subaru, blurg, VGH. GH, GHRGH. Broof. Coughing violently, and spitting out a bit of bile, tears and snot cake his crumpled face. Cowering and covering his face, he places his forehead against the floor and started to rock backwards and forwards.
Repeating this motion, he finally notices it. That overwhelming pain, which he had suffered as his body had been crushed, had vanished.
Subaru, ah. He had been surprised by how suddenly his pain had vanished, that he hadn't until now realized that someone was gently patting his back.
Is everything better now?
Reflected in his tear-encrusted eyes, he could see the person who had been patting his back. Even with his blurry vision, the image of the girl was quite vivid. She had beautiful silver hair and amethyst eyes. On her face was an expression of worry whilst she patted his back.
She started to talk. Subaru, ah. He twisted his body and shook off the white hand that had been touching his back.
As he did so, a trace of surprise flitted across the girl's eyes who had until then been patting him.
But the one here whose soul had been more seriously damaged was him. His back. She had been touching his back.
Even now, even before, someone had touched his back, and after that.
Agony. Subaru, ah.
He jumped back, in an attempt to escape her. He felt the hair on his back standing on end.
However, his legs crumpled beneath him and he fell flat on his backside.
As he fell, his blow was softened by a rough, black presence underneath him.
Subaru.
Looking down, he sees the eyes of the reptilian creature staring back at him and he reacts in fright. Looking at its sharp, long fangs that lined up its mouth, he suddenly realizes that they could easily be used as a weapon to crush him.
Subaru, ah. Again, he screams. He tries to escape forward this time.
In front of his eyes now, he could see someone's leg. He doesn't dare to look up and instead rolls away sideways from her small shadow.
Beatrice.
With a high-pitched shrill, her chiming voice frantically cries out something, but the meaning does not reach him as he covers his ears up. Immediately, he headed towards the gap which lay in between the foliage of the room.
With his legs shaking, he leapt out of the room. Stepping into the stone passageway, and without stopping his body crashes into the stone wall. Despite this, he continues to run.
His sight was dyed red. In his mind he heard an echo of his bones breaking.
Subaru, ah. His bumped right arm moves as normal. He pounds at the wall to check whether it really does move as normal. He feels pain again. He screams again. Steadying himself against the wall, he broke out into a tottering run. Subaru, ha.
HFF.
Puff, pant.
He was out of breath, drooling from his mouth, with sweat dripping from his forehead. He continued running down the passageway as fast as he could. Behind, he felt as if someone was following him, and many times he resisted the urge to look behind him. If he had looked back, and decided that someone was following him, it would have been too much to bear the thought that his heart was about to burst. He feels as if his heart is about to rupture, as if the blood within his body was rotting, and as if his body was about to shatter from its feet, like a glass sculpture. Whether it's a premonition or the truth, there is one thing that is clear, the absolute, unwavering fact that if this went on, he would die.
People are born to be ruined.
Every second you grow older, every second you head towards eventual death, every second you fall towards the end. Though, he isn't applying this metaphorical meaning of death to himself right now.
Death was approaching him with a steady gait.
Indiscriminately, he would be cornered against a wall and laughed at as he struggled to escape from here.
He ran away. He ran away anyway. Death was following him. He would be killed. He would be killed. In this way, he would be killed. Although he had already been killed, he was going to be killed again. Or, given such sheer agony, could it be possible to not die from it? Was that a mystery of life? That's rather sickening. The mysterious and beautiful way of saying it was disproportionate. It was a sickening and ugly obsession. 1. Rather, shouldn't he be dead?
TCH. The beating of his heart felt like an explosion that shook his eardrums, his sight was flickering on and off.
Even how he breathed resembled how a baby would take its first breaths.
It was completely absurd how he looked like when escaping from his fear of death.
Yet, as comical as it is, there is no laughter. Everything to him was something that would cause him fear. All around him. He was losing track of where he was running through. All of the stone passageways he had been going through looked the same to him. If there was one thing he understood, it was that he should not go back from where he came from. Though, if he continued to escape in this directionless fashion, he would gradually lose his way. If he lost his way, someone would catch him. If someone were to catch him, he would lose his life. Why his life? Such a question now was useless. He had no time to wonder whether to go towards the left or towards the right.
Whilst escaping from death, which may catch up even at this very moment, he places his right hand on the wall as he frantically pants for air, completely out of breath.
It felt like he was drowning.
It's as if he was struggling to break above the water's surface even though here on the ground there is no water anywhere. Drowning, struggling as he drowns, heading towards the water's surface, kicking and struggling, kicking and struggling, kicking and struggling, floundering, sooner or later dash.
You, the hell you doing here so early in the morning, oi? Subaru.
He felt his feet stop as he sensed a monstrously huge presence right in front of his eyes. No, his feet weren't the only thing that had stopped. His breathing had stopped, his noisy heartbeat had stopped, and his knees, which had been trembling with fear and fatigue, had stopped. It felt like all of his vital signs had stopped.
He felt as if his whole body had been grasped by the scruff of his neck.
Before his eyes there stood a giant-like being, as if it was an illusion. But after a few seconds, he slowly began to understand that even though he was tall, there was no chance that the person upon the stage had the constitution that would allow him to jump over someone. At the same time, it was also a fact that this living, human being had such a ghastly, fierce expression on his face. You're alone?
You're just a lone small fry that's not even worth talking to.
Small fry?
You're not even a person, but a critter? A critter that's not even worth considering.
Go fetch those people you were with yesterday, and that sexy girl. Are you listening? Hey. You, oi, you, too.
The figure that was standing still in front of him was rambling on.
He showed the signs of being an extremely violent person, and his manner of speaking felt really vulgar, as if each word was being beaten into him. His breathing, which had stopped before, as well as his silenced heartbeat and his trembling knees, suddenly started up again. He had entered inside of the ferocious beast's cage, the very place where he mustn't tread.
He desperately wanted to run away.
He had ran along the stone corridors and tried to keep away from any places he had found familiar. He had followed a stairway which he had found within a strange room which had led him upstairs. Maybe he had been told about the staircase yesterday, or was it something like yesterday, maybe some few hours ago?
It was all but lost to oblivion.
He went up the long, incredibly long stairway, short of breath. Up he went, and then,
when he reached the end, he had found himself being glared at by a most terrible beast. Are you even listening to me? Subaru, HH.
Suddenly, His breath was knocked out of him, and just before his eyes he noticed he was looking right at the other person's face. He had long, red hair, with a black eye patch covering his left eye. He wore a kimono that exposed one of his shoulders and part of his chest.
White linen cloths were wrapped around his exposed chest.
Just underneath his nose, this man was jabbing at him a thin, wooden stick. Though the tip of it wasn't at all sharp, he still thinks what is thrusted before him was death too. 3. Subaru, HK. Hey, don't you fucking ignore me, Subaru, eh?
Without hesitating, he had obeyed his instincts and had tried to escape him.
But the moment he had tried to run back out of the room, he had crashed straight into the man's chest.
The man had then pushed him down using his wooden stick.
The back of his head bumped against the floor, bright flashes flew around his vision. Tears of pain started to flow out of his eyes. The pain of bumping against the floor, the pain of his head banging against the floor.
It reminded him of the crushing pain he had felt when he had crashed down the stairs.
Subaru, AAA, R. Oi, come on, are ya crying?
Why'd you start crying?
Did you fight with your boyfriend downstairs?
Are ya crying because I defeated you?
Subaru, GH,
Good grief, I can't stand this bastard, oi.
Whilst lying flat on his back, tears had started to pour out of his eyes as he slowly relived the horror he had experienced.
Looking at this spectacle, the long-haired man roughly scratched his head. He crouched down beside his head, and Come on, tell me what happened. I want you to listen to me, to what I ask you.
Subaru,
You ran all the way to this place. You really fucked yourself over. He spoke those words with a sigh. The meaning of them was incomprehensible to him, and he simply reacts by blinking rapidly.
Just then, for a moment, he'd thought that this being of unparalleled atrocity had shown a trace of emotion.
In his vision blurred by tears, the face of the man looking down in his direction gradually became clearer.
No matter what you say, you're a fool. Subaru, With a cruel appearance, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty shark, the man had shoved the wooden stick right into his chest.
He had slid in between his ribs the pointed end of the stick.
He poked around and tickled the delicate internal organs behind his bones as if he was making sport of it. Sheer agony pierced his entire body, making him feel like wanting to vomit up blood.
What? You were running away.
Even worse, what were you trying to do, fucking running away from me? Do you want to fucking die? Subaru, GH. Gar. Kikia. Isn't this the sort of relationship where we get along by talking to each other? If it ends up culminating into this, I absolutely won't discriminate against people who treat me like that in this place.
I honestly feel like killing you. I'm not messing about here. So, 4.
With evident irritation and hostility, the degree of his anger increases with every word he says. The hands of the man that was fiddling with his organs had a certain delicateness to them, and boasted exceptional precision. He had been taught the importance and value of his organs with sharp, unbearable pain. Even if the man had been someone who was on edge and had the tendency to let his emotions get the best of him, or if his arms had been something other than precise and gentle, his guts would have exploded a long time ago.
It was a terrible skill that he had. He had been blessed with the violence and the power to oppress this overwhelming talent. With that skill combined, he had performed this act of barbarity. Beat small fry.
Subaru, GH. The poking sensation in his guts faded away, and was quickly followed by the man's foot violently kicking his side. Rather than having kicked him with the side of his foot, he had punted him like as if he was a football. His body spins and tumbles around midair, and emerges out of the large room he had been in.
However, what was welcoming him as he was flying out of the room was Subaru, no way. He was tumbling down the stairs. Having immediately realized what was happening, he instinctively dug his nails into the floor.
With a terrible screeching noise, the nails of his right hand, belonging to his middle and ring fingers, were torn off their root. The nerves behind them became exposed and red blood wet the floor, but somehow he managed to stop himself from falling down. Subaru, GH. Immediately following the brief moment of relief, as he somehow escaped the fall, he was assaulted by a sensation of scorching heat at the base of his nails. If he looked at the hand with the sharp pain, he'd see his fingernails torn off like the open lid of a box. The nail on his little finger was also coming loose as well. Seeing this pain spurs his brain into overdrive.
Subaru, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Grasping his left hand with his right one, whose nails had been torn off, he applied pressure to ease the pain, even if a little.
Coming in drops, the blood flowing from his wounds flow down his wrists, and leave behind a trail of blood on the stairs.
He picks himself up from the floor. There is no courage in him to look back behind him anymore.
There was no sign that anyone else was aware that this ferocious beast existed in this place. If he were to take a glance, now for sure there was no mistaking that he hadn't fell down the stairs this time.
He had stopped himself from experiencing the worst situation, but had now settled into the second worst case. So, what was he going to do now?
Subaru, why?
He wonders how he had found himself in this place.
He thinks back to how he had walked here, how he had forgotten to escape, how the sound of his heartbeat was swallowed by fear and paralysis.
It was a complete mystery how he had survived. Though he should have been smashed up, he was here.
Though he should have been engulfed by scorching heat and vanished, he was still here.
It would have been nice if everything had been a dream or an illusion or the likes of that. Subaru, precognitive.
Dreams.
He had assumed that was what he had been experiencing.
The spectacle he had seen, the people that he had talked to, the conversations that had proceeded exactly as he remembered them, the events that should have occurred. Because they had seen them with his very own eyes.
He is trying to think of a theory to why this had happened. He had originally thought up the precognitive dreams theory up without as much of a second thought. He hadn't known that the way he would be rewarded for such impudence and shallow thinking would have been experiencing such intense pain. Subaru.
Noticing that he had crouched down on the spot, he can see drops of blood dripping down from him and soaking the stone staircase beneath him with a hue of red. A feeling of wasted effort, a feeling of loss, a feeling of dismay.
Generally speaking, a lot of negative thoughts were spinning around his head. Even if he investigated the conclusions which were spinning around in his head, he would find that they would all result in the same thought: he doesn't know why he had experienced such things. Subaru.
Just a few hours ago, he was comfortably living his boring daily life. There was no danger there. At the worst, he was worrying about his future.
There was no one around threatening him, there were no real swords used to fight each other.
He had just been in a place where he only needed to face his mother and father's gaze.
He wonders what had gone wrong. He had continued to be an inconvenience to his mother and father. He had continued to disappoint them. He hadn't been a good son. And thus, he had tasted the pain of death. Nevertheless, he had been driven to a situation now in which he hadn't died. The nails which had been peeled off were hurting him. He had been tortured by a strange man, he had been left all alone on this stairway. Was he crying? In retrospect, if he had thought about it. Subaru, I should have at least said see you later. It had been a life full of regret. Everything had gone wrong, resulting in only failure.
If he thought back on it, the things he wanted to redo had once seemed impossible to have been done with his own hands and feet.
For the first time it had occurred to him that,
when I left home, I heard Mom's voice saying take care and I didn't reply to it. Why?
I didn't wash the cups left in the kitchen sink.
Subaru, GHFF.
I didn't wash the cups.
I didn't care to wash the brown stains that were stuck to them after drinking that hot cocoa. If I'd responded to Mom's voice, if I'd started a conversation with her, I might have been told to wash those cups.
I ignored my mom's words because I didn't want to wash the cups. I didn't say anything.
I left the house without saying anything and went to the convenience store and spent money that I did not earn.
Then I noticed that I had ended up here.
I didn't say anything to Mom or Dad, I didn't wash the cups, and then I ended up here. Without washing the cups, without even saying a word to my kind-hearted mother, I may die in this place. I will die, having always caused trouble, without giving anything back, without even washing some cups. Die, I'll die.
I will die. I will most definitely die. If I fall from that height, there'll be no saving me. I will definitely die.
Subaru, I'll die. I'll die.
Everything that lives eventually dies, and I am going to die here. Alone in this place. Without my mother or father, surrounded by complete strangers, I'll end up becoming a filthy, bloody lump and die. Subaru, I'll die.
I'll die. I'll die. Die, die, die.
He muttered this.
As he muttered so, with wonder, he saw something appearing in the distance.
It was just a temporary peace of mind. He was distracted. When you say something, nothing will dramatically change. Death will not change.
His fate had caught up with him here, he would stand firm and face it. Just now, it appeared to be taking the shape of a person. A dark shadow rose up, laughing at him as if it were mocking him.
That face, which was stuck to the dark shadow, was a face which seemed familiar.
Whose face was it that he recognized in this place?
Thinking this, he notices. Death was right up against his face, laughing as it pointed and shook its finger at him. Subaru, don't laugh. He glared at the shadow, and said this with a dark hatred. The shadow continued to smile. It hadn't stopped pointing its finger at him. Subaru, don't laugh. Don't laugh at me.
Don't laugh at me, hey. Standing up and grinding his teeth, he approaches the shadow that was standing against the wall.
The shadow still continued to smile. It still hadn't stopped pointing its finger at him. Subaru, quit laughing. I will die. But not to you. You will not kill me.
The facial expression of the embodiment of death changed for the first time.
He had done his own thing and hadn't acted compliantly to it, and now it seemed to have gotten angry.
It seemed like this was the shadow's weak point. It is here that he will launch an incessant onslaught against it.
Subaru, I will not be killed by you. I will die. It's certain that I will die. I will die. I'm dead. I'm already dead.
I died and came back here, but I, 5.
Won't be killed by you. In that moment he had tried to clearly speak those words out loud. Subaru. His lips had stopped moving to his will.
The next thing he noticed was that his eyes, which had been glaring at the shadow, seemed frozen, and the sensation of being completely separated from his body.
Why, even his ability to question it had been sealed. He had simply just succumbed to this sudden transformation in his body. He can't move. His body. No, it isn't his body that had stopped moving. It was the world around him.
The black shadow that had stood in front of him had also stopped moving, its distorted expression of anger remained frozen on its face. In this world where he couldn't move, there was only one thing that moved.
And that was Dash. I love you.
It perhaps looked like a woman shrouded by black darkness. Darkness, it was a woman with slender limbs whose whole body was entirely dyed in black. He doesn't know whether this woman's figure was made of darkness itself or whether it was a woman that was dressed in black.
He wasn't certain which one it was. It didn't seem to make any sense to choose one.
In any case, it was a woman shrouded in black darkness.
It was as if she was wearing a black wedding dress, with a black veil that made it impossible to see both into it and out from it. This black veil completely concealed her face. I love you.
However, the words which emerged from the lips of the woman who was shrouded in darkness contained an unimaginably strong emotion. If you were to concentrate every single one of your emotions into one single phrase, you would have inevitably spoken words of such effect exactly as she had done. In those words there was quality, there was quantity, there was the sensation of time past, there was weight, there was worth, and that was just the general concept. He doesn't know approximately how many people have uttered I love you in the world, but if you were to take all of those I love yous and put them together, then it would surely be akin to this woman's I love you, and slowly, the woman who had been gently whispering her words of love moved her black arm towards his chest. Slender fingers passed through his chest, his skin, his flesh, right through his bones and caress his beating heart.
Subaru. Several minutes, dozens of minutes, he doesn't know how much time had passed.
His heart had been made aware of her presence ever since she had awakened it, but, in that moment he hadn't ever thought that he found her presence annoying.
Because dash. I love you. She had caressed his heart with the same passion that was found in her whispers. But suddenly, a great shock passed through him, his body, fearing pain, was completely succumbed by it.
His body being crushed by his fall, his soul burning and being scorched out of existence, even the pain of his guilty heart when he had thought back to his mother, all of those pains seemed insignificant compared to this pain.
He wants her to let him scream. If he could shout himself hoarse, he could alleviate the pain a little.
Rather than be faced only with pain, he was able to escape some of the pain by thinking of things other than the pain he was in.
Now he can't do that. He can only face his pain. I love you. Her love will not let go of his heart.
It's like as if she had an everlasting desire to not allow him to turn his attention to things other than herself.
It was as if she was envious of everything around him.
Subaru, HHHHK.
He had been suddenly set free. Subaru.
Gasping, he collapses on the spot. With tears overflowing from his eyes, he couldn't keep hold of his continence. He feels a warm, wet feeling around his crotch, and urine starts to drip down the stairway. The dark shadow that had stopped continued to point at the shameful sight in front of it, and was laughing loudly. As he watched the figure that was laughing, he realizes that he had been deceived. Since he had displayed behavior which had indicated weakness, he had been deceived into stepping on the tiger's tail that shouldn't be stepped on.
Subaru, I. He couldn't continue his words. He was holding his head, completely at his wits' end.
Blood was still flowing from his wounds where his fingernails had been ripped off.
Even his tears and the urine that was dripping from him seemed like punishment for his weakness and stupidity. Just kill me. He voices this out inside his head. As for when he had been killed, was he really killed?
He hears the sounds of footsteps going up the stairs, and the sounds of anxious voices running up to where he was.
He continues to cry like a foolish child, smeared in his own filth and disappointment.
The ruins of Natsuki Subaru kept on crying.
6.
Arc 6, Chapter 40, Abandoned by the Stars.
He was found, brought back and questioned about what had happened.
Bit by bit, he finds that the situation would get worse every time he would say something. All right, so Subaru really doesn't remember anything?
He looks down, clutching his knees as the girl with the silver hair gazes down at him with a gloomy expression.
Next to her stood a young, sweet little girl who couldn't come to grips with what he had said and reacted with shock.
We were at a complete loss when we heard that we couldn't find you.
By no means did I think the situation would end up like this.
It looks like we're faced with a very difficult problem. The girl, who had a white fox scarf wrapped around her neck, grumbled this in a stiff tone.
The knight with the handsome face nods and mutters the occasional "yeah, that's right" as she speaks.
1.
For how long are you going to be satisfied in exposing that unsightly appearance, Barusu?
Scowling at him as she said it, was the girl who had cleaned up the mess that had been caked on him.
But there was no great animosity in her words. Moreover, there seemed to be a forlorn expression hanging over her.
Master.
Something in the air seems to have become remarkably more gloomy. You need to smile more. What is that?
You stink of piss.
The black-haired woman was laughing in good spirits without seemingly understanding the situation here. At the side of the black-haired woman, there stood a young girl who was stroking her braided hair. She gives him a sidelong glance which seemed to show a small glimpse of interest at the situation he was in.
Subaru.
All of these reactions, if he were to broadly speak about them, every single one of them he had let go by.
Once, twice, thrice. He had disappointed them 3 times. However, this time, He had soiled himself after he had tried to escape from this place. He had been found alone, huddled up and crying.
There was no room for doubt that it had been the worst situation so far. Even though he is the only one aware of the real facts behind this truly dreadful situation.
Subaru, hair. It makes him laugh.
The fact that he had repeated this same situation, no, not just repeated once, but 3 times.
He had seen the same scene a second time. Then on the third time, he had revisited this scene. He had finally grasped what sort of situation he was in. He had died twice.
Both times, most likely, from falling from the same place. The first time he had lost consciousness on the way down, and because of that, he hadn't tasted the moment of death.
However, it had not been like this the second time.
As he fell down, he hadn't died quickly and had tumbled and crashed against the staircase, having his whole body destroyed.
He then finally died, but came back.
At the moment of death, he would return back to the green room, and once again he would wake up and redo the day.
Die and return by death.
That was the blessing which the god had given to Natsuki Subaru in this parallel world.
Subaru, hair. For the second time, laughter had leaked out of him.
Whether objectively one could call it laughter is left to discussion. Suffice to say that for Subaru it was laughter.
There's nothing else he can do except laugh. He feels as if his tears have honestly dried up. Crying also wastes his physical strength.
He had died and then returned. It seemed like the physical strength he exerts before dying is given back to him when he returns.
This time he had wasted the strength he got from awakening on soiling himself.
Anyways, let Subaru rest until things settle down.
Over time, we may see some change. At hearing the girl with the silver hair's proposal, he knew that his treatment had already been decided like so.
Was she thinking that he would lash out violently?
Subaru's persona had been exaggerated. He had been brought back to the green room under everyone's supervision.
I'm afraid we can't leave Rem here with this current Barusu.
I fiercely oppose it.
But, apart from finding out what caused this, our best bet at helping Subaru recover would be to rely on the spirit of this room.
If that's the case. If that's the case, we will move Rem to another room. Ram will stay with her and look after that child.
Ram seems to be the only one now who is worried about her, too. He wished he was in a place where there were no quarrels or clash of opinions.
Whatever it is, he has no options.
Taking the initiative and having the willpower to do things such as resolutely overcoming this situation doesn't have anything more to do with the current Subaru.
Rem, I am sorry.
She uttered this so Subaru could hear her, just before she carried the sleeping girl out of the room.
It was remarkable how much they resembled each other, like 2 peas in a pod.
Beatrice, Subaru, it's quiet here. Betty will surely find a way to return your memories, I suppose.
Subaru. Beatrice, you're not alone, I won't let you go.
Just before she leaves the room, the young girl speaks those gentle words. Her voice is tinged with grief, yet there is also a hint of noble determination within it. The voice is strong and doesn't doubt what she says.
In that way, her voice shows that she is concerned for him.
Subaru, ah. Subaru shrunk back in an attempt to avoid her outstretched arms. Seeing his reaction to this, the eyes of the little girl swayed with hurt. Beatrice.
He was a stranger. No matter where they are, he was a stranger.
But, to Subaru, they weren't strangers.
But for them, this Subaru was a stranger.
Their familiarity, their worry, and their deep affection was directed at the original Natsuki Subaru and not at his current ruins.
And, at the same time,
Subaru, I don't even know why I was killed, He had been left behind in the green room, alone.
Subaru grinds his teeth as he mutters this.
It's still not yet a good thing to turn towards those good feelings of comfort, or to blow off the bonds that he had supposedly accumulated over time, and the trust and deep affection he has no memory of. However, why does he have to bear the consequences of the murderous intent that Natsuki Subaru had accumulated towards him?
All the good things and the bad things, everything that was jumbled together was not his own.
Despite this, why must he struggle and drown in this place?
Subaru, I'm sorry.
After a few hours of being alone, Subaru pushes his back up against the wall, and steadily gets up.
Having bitten down on his lips too much, he spat out the mixture of blood and saliva that had piled up within his mouth.
Then slowly he starts to walk towards the green room's exit. TSSSSSSSSSS. Behind Subaru, the only presence that he could hear was the black lizard's cries.
The cry sounded somewhat feeble, as if it was crying out in loneliness. Subaru shakes his head at that thought. It's just a big reptile feeling loneliness. Even for him, there was a limit to his stupidity. Subaru, somebody will bring you food. Shush now. The lizard continues to give out its feeble cry despite what Subaru had said. Without listening to it, Subaru shakes off the thought that it was crying out in reluctance at seeing him go, and steps out of the green room.
He checks to his left and right, making sure the coast is clear, and starts to stealthily walk away. Subaru, water, and where they keep the food. He knows where those things are. As he had accompanied her to draw water, he knew where he could find it.
He also knew where he could find food. The only other question he had was how much of it should he bring? Subaru. To be honest, there was something Subaru didn't know.
What on earth had pushed Subaru down those stairs and robbed him of his life? However, there was something that Subaru clearly remembers.
Back then, at that place, someone had pushed Subaru's back.
It wasn't due to some ridiculous reason such as banging his shoulder against something or being blown off by a strong gust of wind.
He was certainly pushed. He had been on the receiving end of definite, murderous intent.
Natsuki Subaru had been killed. The suspects were 7, Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Anastasia, Julius, Meili and Shaula. Subaru doesn't know how many of them are his friends, and how many of them are his foe. After all, everyone amongst the group was not truly alone. Even though they were acquainted with Subaru, there was no point for the current Subaru to pass judgment on who was friend or foe. In reality, aren't they all assassins gathered here at this tower to kill Subaru?
Subaru, if that's true. Even if he brings out only a bit of food, he can't feel guilty about this. However, at the same time, the first and second time he had met them,
Emilia had called out to him in the same manner, and Beatrice had told him that they would look for a way to return his memories, and Ram had cried out refusing to believe that he had lost his memories.
He doubts that they were acting. Subaru. It was impossible. He had seen those scary eyes, and he had been killed not just once, but twice. Subaru doubts the girl and the others from the bottom of his heart. Now, all he can do is run away for his own safety.
Subaru, shit, son of a bitch. He swears at his own disgraceful behavior as he starts to secretly pack away food. So to speak, he was collecting emergency rations. He was putting no consideration into what it would taste like.
Of course, what was important now was that the food would fill him up. Other particulars like taste were secondary, no, tertiary. He had roughly taken enough food to last him 3 days.
He had in a similar fashion drawn enough water and placed it in leather drinking pouches to carry along with him. Subaru, there's a desert outside, but...
In the same place he had found the food, he had also found a bunch of cloaks.
In terms of size and design, Subaru immediately noticed which one was his.
The cloak is designed so when you clasp the front together it can be pulled up to cover his mouth. It seemed like a perfect countermeasure against breathing in the sand of the desert. And after collecting food, water and tools to help him navigate the desert, his preparations were complete. Subaru, is it past the time where I've twice died? If he thinks about it, the time he had spent huddled up in the green room should mean that he had perhaps already approached the time in which he had been pushed off last time.
The effectiveness of return by death had immediately demonstrated its power. Like this, one by one, he could overcome his own death flags and continue walking the tightrope of life and death.
Subaru. He doesn't want to do that. It would be better for him to not be in this place, even with what he can see with his powers.
Subaru jumps out of the room and starts to jog. He heads towards where the spiral staircase is located using the mental map he had drawn in his head of the area.
Twice he had been pushed down from this place. Naturally, his brain was screaming at him to get out of there. However, Subaru, TCH.
Immediately after arriving at the spiral staircase and being momentarily enraptured by the scene in front of him, Subaru looked back behind him and carefully examined whether the assassin was hiding somewhere behind him. Luckily, because the time was different to last time, or because the assassin did not know where Subaru was, he couldn't find any trace of an arm stretched out preparing to push his back. About now, everyone was probably at the library where the memories of the dead sleep, or they had headed upstairs and are waiting to face that arrogant examiner. The memory of having his internal organs messed with by this man resurfaced, and a feeling of wanting to vomit wells up within him.
Subaru, challenging that guy. He wasn't human. Both in skill and personality. By no means at all does it seem likely to win against such an opponent, were you to challenge him.
If that's the case, what's it to him to overlook the fact that they had gone to face a fight they know they couldn't win?
Subaru, hell if I know.
Since a little while ago, this enigma had kept popping up in his mind and had been trying to stop his feet.
So what? He doesn't care. Although she may have been gentle and kind, it may have all been a lie.
She may have acted worried, but behind her back she may have been sharpening the blade of murderous intent. At least she could have warned him of the possibility that a dangerous individual was lurking somewhere in the tower. 3. Subaru, what if she's an enemy?
Enemy, if you were to look up the definition of the word enemy, you would get laughing stock.
In his everyday life in his world which was relatively unaffected by conflict, the opportunity to utter a word like enemy only existed within games.
As a matter of speaking, one could say this is a more interesting world. No, that is wrong. He doesn't want to be in this place. He doesn't want to stay here. 4.
Subaru : tch. Subaru runs, biting down the unbearable irritation that was boiling within his chest.
He runs down the spiral staircase, heading down towards the 5th floor that was out of sight.
There are many steps spiraling endlessly down the wall, and he cannot see the end of them as he goes downstairs. He frantically ran down as fast as he could, puffing and panting, to the point that it almost seemed comical.
Still, he didn't want to die. Subaru, I made it, phew. He had made it down to the 5th floor.
Unlike the 4th floor, the 5th floor wasn't divided into various rooms. Rather, it was like a single hall that occupied the entire space of the floor. The only thing that was noticeable within the 5th floor was a set of stairs that led downwards to the 6th floor and dash.
Subaru, a huge door. Looking up at the huge door, he sensed a terrible feeling of oppression emanating from where it stood. Subaru.
Standing in front of the door, it felt like a strange overpowering sensation was clogging Subaru's throat.
He feels a slight sandy breeze blow through.
Perhaps the wind outside was blowing some sand into the tower through gaps within the door.
In the end he was certain that this door connected to the outside.
Subaru, if what Emilia and the others said was true.
Using this door, he should be able to go to the desert outside.
Desert, he had forgotten its official name, but nevertheless he will follow the sandy road and head towards civilization.
That way at least, there should be no worries of having his life threatened by this cruel assassin.
The basics to crossing a desert are to travel at night, avoid sandstorms, and try to move towards one set direction. This was the only knowledge he possessed on the matter. Subaru, I would bet that it is far more likely that I will survive there, than in this place where it's certain that I am going to be killed.
It could be said that this wasn't quite a normal decision to make.
However, whether or not this was an abnormal decision to come to, he doesn't think making it is a mistake. Under these circumstances, if he can't believe even in himself, then only darkness would await him. He would never do such a thing like sitting in the dark, waiting for death.
Since his death, he had decided to fight back. Subaru. He placed his hand on the huge door which was in front of him, and slowly pushed it with all his strength. The door was more than 10 times larger than Subaru himself. By all rights, even if Subaru were to push with all his might, it should be that due to its weight, the door should not budge at all. However, when he had pressed the palm of his hand against the door, it had easily pushed open as if was mechanized. Subaru, A.
Subaru let out a flat sigh and stops pushing the door open. Even if now they hadn't noticed Subaru trying to sneak away, if he left the door completely open, then he can expect the girl and the others to notice. Even if Subaru slips out and manages to get away, he wants to make sure to put in enough distance between them so they couldn't catch up to him.
Subaru.
Quietly, Subaru looked out from the gap in the door to the outside. As soon as his eyesight adjusted, he saw a vast sea of sand which was swallowed by the darkness of nightfall.
Subaru, it really is a desert, eh?
He tries to squint his eyes so he can see what is beyond the horizon, but he can't see anything beyond it.
In this environment where there are no signs of any shelter, what is at the end of the horizon cannot be seen. There is no way for Subaru to know how far it stretched.
However, no matter how far this desert went on for, it certainly couldn't go on forever.
If he were to take a step forward, it would be one step closer to the outside world.
If he were to get closer to the outside world, wouldn't that be a step closer to his original world?
Subaru.
For a moment, Subaru's legs remained glued in the tower.
He will probably, surely, leave this place. It made him feel a bit guilty to do this, as he would be leaving behind those without any ill intentions towards him.
Subaru shakes off these feelings. With a lingering attachment towards his original world, he will step towards the outside.
He doesn't want to be here.
Natsuki Subaru will return back home because that is where his mother and father await him. Subaru, so. With a firm step forward, Subaru passes through the gap he had opened in the door.
Stepping on the sand, he notices that his feet sunk into the sand more than he had thought they would. He had taken his initial steps with quite a lot of force.
Natsuki Subaru had firmly stepped outside into the outside world.
And dash.
Subaru, huh? A violent explosion from underneath his shoes suddenly launches Subaru high up into the air.
He had been thrown by his back from the ground.
He had been in a complete state of panic. Subaru now no longer knew whether being in a state of panic was more normal than being in a state of normalcy.
He had blacked out.
Subaru, what the? Spitting out sand from his mouth, Subaru wakes up.
He no longer had it within himself to continue. This was due to the imposing figure that was now standing right before his eyes. Subaru.
Right in front of Subaru's eyes, a huge shadow is looking at him against the background which was dyed by the night.
The shadow had a huge, limbless body, with slimy skin.
It looked ferocious, with cruel fangs lining its mouth. It seemed to look like an earthworm to Subaru, a terrible, gigantic earthworm. In length, it stood not less than 10 meters tall. It was an earthworm monster.
Subaru takes a step back.
Was this a world full of monsters? Every single scene he had seen had been disconnected from reality, and had not given Subaru's heart a chance to calm down. And now, the latest crisis was drawing near to him, not giving him any chance to crouch down and lament his fate. Subaru, this, fucking HK. Picking himself up, covered in sand, Subaru shakes his head. Most likely it had been this earthworm who had struck him earlier and blown him away, because he was standing on its territory. That, or he had simply been standing in the place where it had emerged to take a breath. Either way, the earthworm was rolling over the sand towards Subaru. Moreover, Subaru, I am not going to let this happen, no. Understanding that in this situation he was at an overwhelming disadvantage, Subaru looked around his surroundings.
He had barely taken 4 steps since leaving the tower.
Although it was cowardly, there were plenty of options to pick from, such as jumping back into the building and living. However, as he looked around, Subaru cursed his luck.
He had been blown away by the earthworm's blow, and had rolled across the sand, away from the tower.
The huge earthworm stood in between Subaru and the tower, so if he were to try and get back to the tower, he would have to go past the earthworm's huge frame. Subaru, but
even if he were to run into the desert, he expects that the earthworm will eventually catch up with him.
Firstly, this may not be the only earthworm. There's a decent chance that this earthworm is the lord of the desert with how big it is, although even one that's half of its size would be quite a threat too.
Not to mention, if he were to be attacked by a herd of them.
Subaru, in fact, is the option of escaping even realistic?
He hates the kindness which this world quickly teaches.
And, it seemed like the earthworm had decided what to do about Subaru, who had been busy trying to puzzle how to get out of this situation. Slowly, the earthworm turns its eyeless head towards him and opens its gaping maw.
There was a curved horn on its head. It was quite a surreal sensation.
Subaru, one shot, I just need to get in one shot on it.
Just one shot, one shot, one shot. Pulling up his anti-sand cloak to his neck, Subaru keeps an eye out at what the earthworm was doing. He pulls his arm to the front, and calculates the timing of when he should deliver his blow.
He suddenly notices that the wound where his nails had been ripped off on his right hand had clotted, and that the nails had started to regenerate.
Had it been healing magic, or the effects of the green room? He had no idea.
Crew.
The gigantic beast had let out a terrible, shrill cry which he could have never imagined coming from such a thing. The earthworm had then leapt, almost as if it was flopping, towards Subaru.
When Subaru had heard its roar against the howling of the wind, for a split second he had felt a strange sensation, like as if his body was acting on its own accord.
Subaru. The earthworm had leapt at him, however he had rolled towards his right side and dodged its attack. He hadn't been thinking of anything else. It's as if he could see an illusion of himself of what to do next. He had simply traced what the illusion had done and moved his body like it did.
And just like that, he had moved out of the earthworm's attack. 5. Subaru, Shiai. He sees a large amount of sand mushroom up into the air, followed by a shockwave right beside him. Whilst experiencing the aftermath of its attack, Subaru rolls over the sand, still tracing the illusion of his own consciousness. Subaru, HHHFFFFF.
His body was far more agile than he remembered it to be.
In a split second, it had crossed his mind that he had forgotten about Nagatsuki Subaru's 1-year period. There is a trace left of the experience Natsuki Subaru had accrued surviving in this harsh environment.
He hadn't thought until now that he could make any use of it.
Subaru, this way. Rolling forwards, with the nimbleness and vigor his precursor had left him, Subaru rights himself up and runs as fast as possible towards the tower's front door.
In this moment, it is all about clinging onto what is in front of his eyes. If he makes it back to the tower, he knows that he will return to an environment of shadows and suspicion, as well as that he will be tormented by the fear of death.
But still, he would rather choose that than ending up becoming this huge earthworm's poop.
Subaru.
He cannot afford to look back behind him, but it should be that the earthworm should not have enough dexterity to be able to catch up with him immediately.
He was only a few meters away from where he was running to. Subaru, RH.
Just now, instead of the earthworm's head, the earthworm's tail had broken through and appeared from underneath the sand at Subaru's feet. The sand underneath him violently exploded and the momentum from the tail striking his feet hoists Subaru's body up into the air again.
Subaru, O.R.
Whilst revolving around in midair, and flailing his limbs about, Subaru sees what is underneath him.
Beneath his eyes, he sees that the earthworm was opening its large mouth, preparing itself to greedily devour his body. He looked like a sweet, tasty morsel to it.
It had survived in this harsh environment, eventually reaching its current stature, and all of a sudden now it had been presented with such a sweet morsel, just like as if it had been living in a greenhouse similar to his world.
Reckless, he had been reckless. He will pay the price of his own impudence with his life.
Subaru, no. Whilst falling, he shouts this out, like a trapped insect struggling to escape a spider's web. 6. Die, would he died again? If he dies, he doesn't know if he will remain dead. If he is to die and it end here, what would happen? Could he bear it?
If he were to be thrown forever into the never-ending darkness like this,
could he bear it? Subaru, no.
He screams and stretches his hand out to the night sky for help. There is nothing to reach out to.
Even at the ends of the sky, which was blurred behind some wispy clouds. He couldn't see the stars that were supposed to be there. Subaru was falling alone. The star with his own name had been abandoned, about to be swallowed into the monster's belly. It will blink out and disappear.
Such despair. Suddenly, a surge of white light appears. Subaru.
A surge of white light rushes forward and blows away the face of the earthworm that had opened its large mouth. Literally, the impact had pierced the earthworm's face, with its large head being warped in such a fashion that it almost looked like it had been turned into a mizaiku.
7, and then, in a split second, it blows up.
Chunks of dirty flesh and blood spray out of the earthworm's head as it flies off. The head that should have been swallowing Subaru is gone, and the earthworm's huge body shakes violently. However, before its body toppled over, Subaru's own body crashed off the top of the headless worm. With a heavy shaking movement, it had felt like as if he had fell onto a hamburger patty just before it was going to be cooked. Its gaping wound, its internal organs, and its flesh and blood were the things that had cushioned Subaru's body.
He had been given his life in exchange for the discomfort stuck in his hair. He coughs and splutters violently. He realizes that inside his mouth there is some foul liquid within it, which is making him want to vomit.
Meanwhile, the earthworm's remains were slowly starting to topple over. Wait, no. One after the other, the light flashes across his field of view, and every time it does, the earthworm's remains are shot through. It's shot through, burst open, segments of it are sliced off, bits of it fly about, the earthworm is cut into ribbons. It was only by coincidence that none of these flashes of light hit Subaru, which you could say was a stroke of luck in such a bad situation.
However, eventually
Subaru, R. Subaru notices that its body, which had been shook by these impacts, had now been strewn across the sand. Subaru was now lying with his back on the sand, his whole body stretched out.
Subaru.
Up above him, he sees the same starless sky just like when he had been flung up by the earthworm.
Was it karma? Even now that he had managed to cling onto his life, the sky hadn't changed. Subaru had still been abandoned. 8. Being amazed, being wanted, being abandoned, being hated, being befriended, being kept away. Does he want to live? Does he want to die?
Is he still here in his body?
Or is he not? Subaru, what should I do? If you know, tell me. There is no one around.
Covering his face, he shouts this out at the empty sky.
He received no reply.
Who was it that Subaru wanted to hear the answers from the most?
It was probably
Subaru, answer me, Nagatsuki Subaru. Saying this in a miserable voice, Subaru sighs and turns his body to the side.
There had been no particular reason why he had happened to turn his body.
But that tiny movement had barely saved Subaru's life from the white light which had grazed his ear and struck the ground next to him. DZZZZZZ.
Something had grazed past his right ear with tremendous force. He clasps his hand to the ear which was throbbing in pain, and rolls to the side. As the blood was dripping out from his ear, he saw what had caused the pain. A glowing stinger was stuck in the ground.
Subaru, this. As soon as he had reached out to touch it, the white stinger had turned into dust. And, right after that, Subaru's field of view had started to shake.
Subaru. It shook greatly, from top to bottom.
Whether it was because of an earthworm wriggling, or whether it was because the last stinger had stabbed into it, the ground underneath Subaru's buttocks was collapsing.
He was sinking down along with the surrounding earth.
Subaru, you are.
His fingers slip through the sand as he falls, trying to find anything to hold onto. Rather like an insect falling into an anthill, Subaru's body sinks to the bottom of the sandy floor, unable to do anything about it. His arms and legs are buried. He cannot move them.
Turning his head up, he desperately gasps for air. His whole body was being swallowed by the sand. He frantically tries to fight against the premonition that he was about to be buried alive.
Subaru, someone, help me. He couldn't say what he wanted to say next.
Subaru's entire body was being swallowed by the sand, sinking. And the stars do not even take one single notice at the miserable, struggling Subaru.
9.
Arc 6, Chapter 41, The Scent of Peace.
His consciousness returns. The first thing he feels is a difficulty in his breathing. Subaru, cough, cough, hack.
Feeling something unpleasant collected in his mouth, he coughs violently, spitting out sand and forcing open his heavy eyelids.
He had lost consciousness.
The reason why he had lost it wasn't because he had dozed off or anything like that, it had been because he had been swept away by that wave despite his efforts in trying to stay afloat.
He feels sand trapped within his eyelashes.
Rubbing his eyes, Subaru wonders what had happened and tries to recall what had occurred to him just before. If he remembers correctly, there had been a terrible confusion, and after that he had attempted to leave the tower. There was no doubt that he had managed to leave the tower without being disturbed by anyone, but
Subaru, the earthworm.
The white flash of
light.
Recalling the terrifying incident that had happened just after that, and recalling how the flashes had continued to rain down, one impact after the other, Subaru seemed quite suspicious at whether he was actually alive.
Had it only been down to luck that he had survived all of these abnormal events that he had been dragged into? However, even if he were to die, it was doubtful that he truly remained dead.
Natsuki Subaru did not want things to stay as they were now. Subaru, after the stingers, I fell right into the termite nest. He remembers that the ground beneath him had collapsed and he, along with the earthworm's gigantic carcass, had been swallowed by the earth. He had managed to stretch out his head to secure some oxygen, however even his head had been swallowed up by the sand, and he had faded out of consciousness.
It seemed as if he should have died of suffocation, but that hadn't been the case. Subaru, right here.
Is this underground area beneath the desert? Looking around, he couldn't find a source of light in this room. The darkness was so thick that he could barely see anything nearby. Opening his heavy eyelids, he takes a fistful of sand and stretches the palm of his hand forwards in front of him. Only barely can he see that it's there. The world around him was too vague to let him see the existence of this lifeline.
It really seems as if he just barely remains in the world of the living.
Subaru, phew, don't do that, you fucking idiot.
Thinking that far, Subaru tries to slowly move his arms and legs in an attempt to release his body, which was trapped in the sand, from the heavy pressure around him. The feeling that he couldn't breathe was due to the bed of sand that had swallowed him from his waist down. He was quite lucky that his upper body hadn't been buried.
You could say that this process of extraction could be likened to trying to raise up a flag on a sand dune without causing the flag to fall over. Subaru carefully extracted himself out from the sand, and climbed out, making sure not to make any poor movements to avoid burying himself in the sand again.
Subaru.
After barely escaping from the sand, he felt a great sense of fatigue overpower him. It was likely because his body temperature had been sapped by the cold sand along with the continuous pressure it had exerted on him.
The fact that he couldn't grasp how long he had been out cold was horrible.
Subaru, was it lucky that when I was out cold another earthworm didn't come and munch on me? Whilst speaking, Subaru becomes aware that his throat is parched, and he moves his hand to his waist. When he had escaped from the tower, he had fastened some leather pouches containing enough water to cross the desert there, but his fingers which had been trying to grab that water closed around thin air. Despite fumbling around several times for them, he couldn't find the leather pouches. Subaru, I should have expected this, considering I was buried from my waist down.
It seemed like the water pouches had come off when he had been swallowed by the sand.
As well as that, it looked like the bags filled with his emergency rations had also come away. Although it indicated he was in a fatal situation, he remained calm at heart. Already, his heart had been paralyzed by this cruel situation. It was perhaps becoming absurd to react every single time like this.
Subaru, at least, it's gotta be nearby.
Getting on his knees, he fumbles around the bank of the sand mound that he had just gotten out of.
It is quite a large amount of sand.
He didn't expect to find it, but as if it was just mere consolation, he feels something soft exactly where his body had slipped out of.
Confirming it with his fingers, he was surprised to find that it was the leather pouch that he had been looking for, but... Subaru, it's empty, am I even surprised by this?
Feeling the pouch with his hands and gauging its weight, he realizes the contents are empty.
Just in case, he places the opening of the leather pouch to his lips, but only a few drops trickle onto the tip of his tongue. Even if it was just a little bit of water, now every drop of it was precious. He was thirsty for more.
Subaru places the leather pouch to his waist and decides that he will feel around his surroundings again.
Subaru. If he had found his drinking pouch, there could also be a chance that he'd find his food. But such an expectation had been betrayed, just like when he had found his water.
His food had fallen out and was now scattered all around the mound of sand he had been buried in.
Subaru. Due to it being dark, he can't see around the sandbed properly.
However, he can recognize that the food that he had brought now lies scattered around it. The crumbling pieces left on top of his palm have not maintained their original shape. If he were to speak truthfully, he recognizes that the food is now inedible and leaves it scattered there.
Gulping, Subaru's throat ached in thirst and hunger. Subaru's food was scattered around his surroundings.
This fact clawed at Subaru's mind, as if it was scratching him with nails, as he desperately tried to remain calm. Subaru starts to sweat profusely, wasting precious water, as fear fills his heart as he thinks of being embraced and preyed on by earthworms. Originally, this huge earthworm had crawled out of here, so to speak. This was the monster's habitat. The earthworm who must have been the chief among them had died, but it would be no surprise to him if there were other monsters inhabiting this passageway which it had cohabited with.
Subaru, over here. Subaru decides that he has to leave. However, he knows that he can't see his surroundings well.
Placing himself far from the wall, he starts to crawl using his hands and knees, relying on feeling his way using the ground beneath him.
Since there's ground here, and there's a wall, there has to be a way.
On his hands and knees he crawls away, confirming that he really does exist.
Subaru, ow, it hurts. Shit, ouch.
His right ear had been grazed by the white stinger, the fingernails on his right hand were still halfway through regenerating, and the organs in his body were still aching him. While suffering from all this pain, Subaru was crawling out, trying to escape this place. Even if beforehand he didn't know exactly what the heck he was running away from, now, he must do anything to get away from this strange being. Anyway, in order to get away from this unfamiliar being which inspired such fear in him now, he had no choice but to continue his escape.
Subaru.
Smelling a pleasant aroma, Subaru moves his hands and feet forward as if he was being guided by it. The smell gradually became stronger, eventually becoming strong enough to be regarded as a reliable sense. It guides Subaru deeper within. It had been a little over an hour since Subaru had begun to crawl out of this place. Whilst escaping, Subaru had accidentally slid down the sandbed quite a few times and had also been obstructed by walls in his way on this trackless path. Sometimes, sand had rained down from above which had caused him to react in fright and repeatedly roll over to avoid it. Whilst doing that, Subaru realizes that he's within a cave underneath the desert. Although it hadn't really been any great salvation that he had noticed this, it did bode an omen to its real meaning. A strange, yet alluring scent suddenly drifted into his nostrils.
By no means could he call such a fragrant scent strange.
In a typical situation, smells are generally considered to be of lower priority and have less value when trying to figure out a situation. However, considering that his sight was sealed by darkness, and he couldn't tell what was happening in the world around him, this sudden stench felt extremely fresh to him. Therefore, Subaru started to crawl using the wall to feel his way towards the source of the scent. It looked just like when a young child first starts to learn how to walk. Sniffing with his nose, he looked exactly like a dog who was following a trail towards the depths of the cave. No, to the depths, or maybe the entrance of the cave. He cannot be sure where this scent is leading him to.
Subaru, sniff, pant, pant.
Without even noticing, Subaru had stuck his tongue out and had started to pant heavily, exactly like a dog would. He had heard that dogs would stick their tongues out and pant in an attempt to cool their body down, but Subaru didn't really equate this comparison to his current gesture. The reason why Subaru had lolled his tongue out, imitating something that a dog would do, was because he wanted to increase the amount of knowledge he could obtain from his surroundings by sensing the flow of the air on his tongue.
Subaru.
In just a few hours, Subaru had applied the methods that creatures use to move about in the dark. Naturally, his half-baked attempt was completely different to how it occurs in reality. The darkness was unchanging and didn't provide Subaru with any hints of what was around him. In this lonely area, all he can hear is his own breathing and the faint scratching noises of himself paddling across the sand, but this felt comfortable to Subaru now. It had been terrifying, it had been horrible, but one way or another he must manage it.
It was the first time he had naturally embraced this feeling.
Right now, Subaru loved this silence and this darkness and this lonely space where no one was around.
Right here, no one would hurt him. Right here, he can escape merely by just crawling on the ground. Right here, he doesn't have to think about doing anything at all.
A feeling of complacency, similar to the feeling you would get if you let a muddy river sweep you along, embraces Subaru's heart.
He starts to slowly feel at peace, as if he was no different to a clay figurine.
Without ever changing, once it melts and disappears, would he even mind?
In this manner, he had submerged himself in thought about it whilst escaping from his fatigue and bad habits. Subaru, damn it, what is this?
Subaru had steadily crawled through the dark cave. On his way, he had come across a fork in the road with a path going left and the other one right. He anxiously deliberated on which path to choose. In the end he decided on the right path.
From then on, there was a long, long journey whereby he followed the scent. Would there be a place where he could find relief at the end? Would he reach somewhere which had light?
Even though such a prospect was not necessarily true, Subaru pushed forward without any concern for this.
However, Subaru, there's a dead end right here. The path that he had followed had steadily narrowed.
After going up a slope, Subaru had found a narrow path awaiting him which could only be traversed by literally crawling. At the end of it was a wall of sand. Ultimately, it was also where the source of the scent was.
Subaru, what am I doing all the way here? No, wait a second.
Subaru grinded to a halt and started to get angry at the blockage in his way, beating his fists against it.
He started to feel anxious at the current contradiction in front of him, having followed the scent all the way here.
Subaru had unmistakably arrived here by following the scent which was lingering in the air. The scent had been wafted in by a draft and had certainly arrived all the way to Subaru, who had been quite far below. In other words, if the drafts had flowed from here, it meant that this wall of sand could not be a dead end.
The draft had surely flowed into the cave from the outside. Subaru, if that's so.
Frantically palming his surroundings, Subaru shuffles back a bit.
He fumbles around the dead-end path for anything.
He hadn't missed anything on the left, right, front or bottom.
Then, where had he not looked?
He had been abandoned by the stars. Had he been afraid to look up?
Subaru, there it is.
After more than an hour of backtracking, his hand that had been touching the ceiling brushes against the air and Subaru's eyes sparkled.
Standing up, he puts his arms up, and even when he puts his shoulders up they don't hit the ceiling. There is a hole.
The hole is more than twice as large as Subaru's waist, and his body would fit through it easily. In other words, if he were to push up using his back and legs, he should be able to climb out.
Subaru. A gentle breeze was flowing into the hole.
Until now, Subaru had clung on only to the target that he had been pursuing, that is, the scent. It was flowing in from the wind above to the underground area below that he was in. There was no choice now but to climb up, as Subaru had sniffed to make sure of it. Subaru, GHH. NHHH. FFFFF.
Placing his body by the hole, he pushes his back against the wall.
Of course, because the wall was made up of sand, if he makes even a slight mistake in the angle in which he applies his body weight, he risks the wall collapsing and his plan failing.
Being careful not to do just that, he places his feet against the wall too.
Subaru thrusts his feet and buttocks up, and slowly starts to climb out of the hole.
Subaru.
Fortunately for him, the wall has some grooves embedded within it in some places, which to an extent helps Subaru support himself as he makes his solitary climb. Perhaps, if you happen to be a person possessing superhuman physical ability, you could simply put your feet on one of the grooves and get out of the hole just by jumping. Subaru, puff. But, Subaru does not possess such physical abilities, thus he has no choice but to continue steadily climbing up. Still, it seemed like his body had been trained in the time which was unknown to him and was suited to withstand activities like this.
He gradually adapts to his body having a new engine, just like as if he was getting used to driving a new car.
He had gotten the hang of it by the time he had managed to pull half of himself out of the hole, and had established that he was a pretty good climber.
However, before being able to show the full extent of his strength. Subaru, I'm out.
He doesn't know roughly how many meters he had climbed up the wall, but if he were to take a look, he had climbed up to such a height that if he were to fall down he would die from the resulting fall. Finally, Subaru had succeeded in climbing up the wall.
Subaru.
He didn't feel any great emotion about it as he thought he would have.
It's not because he thought what he had done was dull or effortless. He had however thought that climbing up the wall was such a trivial thing if he had done it once before. Pulling himself out of the hole, treading onto the fresh sand, Subaru stands up.
And, taken aback, he mutters a brief word about the majestic structure that was standing in front of him.
Subaru, a door.
Right there in front of him, there was only a strange door standing there without relying on anything else for support. Subaru was at loss at what to do about the door that was standing right in front of him.
Subaru, I can see it. It seemed that the hole Subaru had gone through did not lead towards the surface.
He was most likely still inside the cave. If there were different tiers to the cave, then the place he had probably dropped down to was B2F, and now he was at B1F. Rather than it being a large-scale area, the room was hidden by the means of something that you could call a stopgap.
The room had nothing that resembled walls or floors, it only had a single door which was standing there stock still. What was the meaning of it? Was there something he could understand by glancing at it? Subaru, it's for none other than me.
Whilst looking at the door, Subaru announces this with extreme arrogance. Placing his hand on his chest, and widening his eyes, he was clearly aware of what the door he had suddenly encountered was. It was his door.
He had a strange confidence about it. He was confident that this door was his own.
The draft that had flowed to the underground area he had been in, the scent that had been carried in by the breeze, he had followed it all the way here. Everything was bringing Natsuki Subaru to this place.
And now, the door that stood in front of his eyes was quite plain.
Even in the darkness it was asserting its right to exist. It was longing for the moment when Natsuki Subaru's hand would open it.
Subaru.
Subaru walks up to the door with a spring in his step, as if he was about to go and caress something beloved, like a sweetheart. It looked like a set of wooden double doors that were about twice as high as Subaru. Straining his eyes, he can see that at the center of the double doors there was a doorknob that allowed it to be opened. He can also see a strange pattern in that particular area. He can see 7 jewels there.
Subaru, wah.
Whilst looking at the jewels, Subaru had touched the door. And just as he did, the jewels on the door started to shine, 4 of them. 4 of the 7 jewels were shining brightly, welcoming Natsuki Subaru's visit. The door's master did not admit the visit of those who didn't possess the keys. TL note, unclear if keys is plural or not.
Based off context, it likely is plural.
Immediately after he had blinked, Subaru did not know where he was.
He blinked again. Subaru, whoa. Breathing a sigh like as if he was stunned, Subaru looks down at his hands. The place was well illuminated. There was light here, there was color. He can see where he is standing.
He is standing on a stone floor. There's stone on the floor.
Subaru, TCH.
Subaru's body stiffens as he looks around his surroundings in confusion. In his surroundings, there are reddish-brown walls. They were the walls of the circular tower.
The huge door behind him leads to the outside.
He was inside the tower. He was on the 5th floor of the Pleiades watchtower. He had come back to the very place that he had tried to leave with determination. Subaru, bar.
He can't continue. His words never come out. It must have happened just after he had blinked.
In a split second, Subaru had ended up standing stock still in this place. He cannot break out of his shock, he feels dizzy and his feet start to wobble. He was barefoot, his shoes had come off.
Subaru grinded his teeth together. It isn't the case that he is completely stunned by this place.
He could run away right now, no. Subaru, why should I run away? Subaru looked up above him with extreme fury, murky feelings were boiling up inside him. A burning hate like molten magma was zealously whirling inside Subaru without him even being aware of it. His time alone had ended, the peaceful darkness had ended, clinging to that scent had ended, everything that had happened in this place gave reason for him to pick up this hatred.
Subaru. Why does Subaru have to run away? Someone plans to kill him and had once, no twice taken his life. Why does he want to go to a place where they are all shamelessly behaving like good people, hiding their intentions behind a mask of tranquility? There are only suspects inside this tower. Does he want the culprit to be inside? Did he escape because he couldn't do it? He had been an idiot, he had been an idiot, he had been an idiot, he didn't know anything. If any of the suspects tries to touch him, he would hit back until he delivers them a crushing defeat. Subaru.
Luckily, all of those bastards were careless around Subaru. He would find out whether it was only the culprit that would show caution around Subaru, though, the culprit has no way of knowing that he is suspected by Subaru. That is the advantage Subaru has here, having once died.
Once he had realized that he had died, he knew that someone was trying to kill him. The only thing he has to do is kill them before they commit that act of murder again. Subaru, ha.
A smile appears on his face, and Subaru covers his mouth with his hand, stifling his laughter.
The idea for his gratification had just suddenly leapt out from inside his head.
Subaru had received a blessing from the heavens to pick up and rescue himself.
Subaru.
It seems like it's a good idea to quickly set things straight. Subaru will act quickly in executing his plan. Subaru rushes down the spiral staircase. He was going down towards the 6th floor below him. The 6th floor was fuzzy in his memory, but he recalls that it is the lowermost floor of this tower. When Subaru and the others, when the original Natsuki Subaru and the others had come to the tower, they had borrowed on the strength of lizards to cross the desert, using things that looked rather like horse-drawn carriages. Of course, if there are such things lying about, they may come in useful for an emergency.
Subaru.
Subaru had arrived at the lowermost floor and found the carriage he was looking for, however his feet had stopped there. The reason that he had reacted like that was because just beside the carriage, collapsed, there was a huge lizard, already dead.
Its head was missing. Its body from the neck down was lying on the floor.
Had the blow that had decapitated it been that powerful?
The head that had been blown off was nowhere to be seen nearby.
Instead, blood had flowed out of its huge body, staining the ground below.
He found that a considerable amount of time had passed since this tragedy had occurred. Subaru, the stingers. What Subaru had thought about in this moment was that it looked a lot like how the mysterious white stingers had blown up the head of the earthworm, which had battled against him immediately after he had left the tower.
This impression was consistent with the remains of the lizard that had collapsed here. Then that attack was from someone inside the tower. It was highly likely that it was one of the suspect's attacks. Thus, the lizards themselves had been treated just like cattle, in their pitiful lack of burial too. Subaru, does this mean they are not trying to hide their true colors anymore? It seemed like his opponent had been quick-tempered, and rather than giving Subaru a chance to escape, they had instead delivered a decisive blow. Whilst trembling at this fact, Subaru went inside an intact carriage. It showed signs that it had been used as a place to sleep. Tearing through the inside, Subaru finds a big knife inside one of the baggage. Dare he say it had some purpose? Was it something similar to a survival knife? Rather than it being an all-out weapon, the large knife was probably good for cutting through obstacles, but, in this situation, it would still be a splendid weapon that would fulfill Subaru's aims. Subaru, I don't know who the enemy is, but he will show them. With his body burning with dark feelings, Natsuki Subaru heads upstairs, knife in hand. A twisted smile curves across his cheeks, boosted by his hatred.
If he wants to be saved, if he wants to escape, He must believe that anything he murders is justified. With that, he will go forward. Below his smiling cheeks, he doesn't notice the tears of fear that are streaming down his face.
Arc 6, Chapter 42, The Tower of the Dead. Rue slowly continued up the stairway, stepping firmly as he continued up, with madness filling his eyes, fury raging in his chest, and a knife in one hand. He continued to walk up.
Subaru, kill, 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 I'll kill you. Definitely gonna kill you.
That whisper, rather like a rasp, were the words of an endless curse. If power dwelled in the might of words, then the sheer amount of curses Subaru was spewing out would indeed bolster his deed. Kill, each time he said it aloud, he felt as if the power lodged in his knife increased. Subaru, kill, 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 kill. While muttering this, his sight would occasionally blur over. Maybe it was a combination of his exhaustion from spending hours crawling around the area beneath the desert, and his fears. For a moment, Subaru's head felt strangely heavy, making him shake his head a few times. Now was not the time to collapse in a place like this. After all, the place he was in was an environment full of people who were a danger to him.
It was the sort of environment where he couldn't tell between friend or foe. It was already an enemy's den.
In order to protect himself, Subaru had to kill them.
Otherwise, they would come to kill him.
Subaru, kill, 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 kill.
He didn't want to kill them. He had to kill.
If the language de l'âme here took the condition of using words correctly, then it was likely that the word kill coming from Subaru's mouth was not quite right. If it truly reflected his feelings at heart, then the right word he should be using here wasn't kill. Rather, I don't want to die would be more correct. That's why he'd made up his mind that the first thing he would do was kill anyone who appeared before him. Natsuki Subaru reached the 4th floor of the tower.
And there he laid his eyes on that. Subaru, ha. He let out a short gasp. His knife fell on the hard floor with a shrill clatter. His body was trembling.
His fingers were stiff as rocks, unmoving. Subaru shrunk back, able only to shake his head slowly.
The smell of blood brimmed in the air, and the traces of a terrible fight that chilled even him.
The stone walls and floor were broken and smashed up, and standing there in the area that housed the lingering remains of such destruction was Subaru.
He looked at that, frozen in place.
Shaola, her head crushed, was sprawled down on the floor, with her body a complete sight for sore eyes. Shaola's corpse was in such a terrible state that it made him want to cover his eyes.
Her long brown hair, which had been tied up, was sprawled untidily across the floor.
Her limbs were flumped about to her side energylessly, and what's more, one of her arms had been sliced off at her elbows, the other at her wrist, with the severed parts nowhere in sight.
Her lustrous pale skin bore countless wounds, and a large amount of blood had been splattered nearby.
The trail of blood continued further back down the aisleway and ended where she'd met her end, proving that the battle had been long fought and changed places many times. Most likely it had been the wound to her head that had settled the fight and killed her. Wound was too light of a word to use. That which had laid waste to her life was a lethal hole.
Maybe it could be said that someone had swung down a great hammer on her head.
He couldn't think of any other barbaric way that her head would have been smashed in, scattered about, throwing its insides just about everywhere around.
A tremendously huge blow from something had smashed up her head. Shaola's head had been crushed and completely obliterated from existence. Though it had only been for a short while, he remembered how she'd unhesitatingly gotten closer to him and pointed her open smile at him. Subaru, BH.
Subaru sunk to his knees where he was, as he gazed at her remains aghast, in shock, in disbelief. The urge to vomit was unbearable. Unable to stop himself, Subaru puked up the contents of his stomach. The contents of his stomach, which had turned to gloop, mixed in with his gastric juices, splurged out of his body with an acrid smell to them. They even got onto Shaola's remains, further humiliating her in after death after having died in such a gruesome manner. Subaru, Yu. Ghhh, blurg. Despite that, Subaru hunched over and continued to vomit, having no composure in himself to pay attention to how he was desecrating the dead. He continues to vomit profusely, urging himself to expel the entire contents of his stomach to stop the pain that was burning inside his belly. Finally, having finished puking his guts out, Subaru fell to the floor.
He lay spread-eagled, staring at the ceiling, hands over his face. It had been the first time he'd seen someone die.
It was the first time he'd seen a corpse. For most people, the first time they'd encounter someone's death would be when an elderly relative would pass away. However, Subaru's relatives had all been relatively healthy, thus he had never experienced anything remotely like it.
He had been lucky to have never even been to a funeral.
So, seeing something like this for the first time extremely shocked Subaru.
On top of that, the manner of her death had been gruesome. People can have their lives taken away from them as cruelly as this. Subaru, me too, ha.
Subaru muttered this to himself, and slowly pulled himself up from the floor, using the wall to steady himself upright. His ears were ringing really strongly. Subaru had been struck in the back and plummeted to his death after being pushed out of the tower by someone.
His death must have been equally as gruesome. Likely, on impact, his body would have resembled something like a hunk of meat.
All of that in the blink of an eye. Subaru feels relieved that it was not possible for him to have seen the aftermath of his own death.
If there was such a thing as seeing one's death with their own eyes, it would be impossible to retain your sanity.
Even though Subaru knew he had died, he was suddenly struck by shock at his realization that he had died. Subaru, anyways. Subaru stops his train of thought and falls down next to Shaola, yet he tries to not look at her corpse.
He knew she was dead. There was still a terrible presence lurking around within this tower.
Subaru realizes now that he was not the only one who had set out to murder people in this tower. Someone else was doing the same thing. It was bad news for the now deceased Shaola, however this bode good news for Subaru. Subaru doesn't know who had killed him, thus he would not rest until he found out who had been responsible for his death.
But, as Shaola had died, she could be struck off the suspect list. Now his list was down to 7 potential names.
Subaru was also convinced that the person who had killed him was hostile, not just only towards him, or even it could be someone he hadn't met who was trying to kill everyone in the tower. In other words, it could be possible that someone else could kill the one who had murdered Subaru.
Therefore, he must kill all the survivors.
Only then Subaru can be at peace of mind.
Subaru, in that sense.
The ones in the way are Ram and Echidna. It'd be easier if that damn Julius was dead too. Since Beatrice and Meili are children, Subaru barely places any emphasis on them as he concludes he will be able to kill them pretty easily. Emilia, as well. Shaola.
She had already died. As they are not cautious around Subaru, they would be very easy to kill. However, Ram and Echidna would pose to be more problematic. He had received the impression that those two were probably two of the hardest people to kill, even if he caught them by surprise.
Subaru didn't know how to evaluate Julius, however he muses that he was worthy of looking out for as he is the only other man in the tower, if he didn't count himself.
That, and it was also a problem that he carried a sword at his waist.
But, if Subaru could take that sword, then he was certain he would have an advantage. After all, he was quite apt at kendo. Also, Subaru, above there.
That fucking bastard.
Subaru shook his head at thought of the red-haired man who was sitting on the upper floor of the tower.
It would be impossible to eliminate him. It would be futile to interfere with such a superhuman being.
Natsuki Subaru's common sense concludes that it would be impossible to win that fight.
There are things that just can't be killed.
If there was one thing to comfort Subaru in this instance, it was that he doubted such a man would kill Subaru in such a trivial way. Subaru picked up the knife he had dropped earlier, walking away from Shaola's corpse. For a moment, Subaru was at loss at whether to investigate her body for any clues, but he doubted that he would find anything that would be useful hidden inside her clothing as she was very scantily dressed.
One, he also did not want to humiliate her death further. She was dead. Those who are dead are no longer Subaru's enemies. She just had no luck.
Subaru will not bother doing anything as admirable as clasping his hands together in prayer for her.
He leaves her corpse behind. As he walked further into the tower, following the trail of destruction, the tower is silent, not one sound can be heard.
To Subaru, this silence was quite overwhelming.
His ears are ringing, he can feel his blood pumping around his body.
But, strangely enough, his heartbeat had calmed down as if his prior agitation at seeing Shaola's body had not occurred.
2.
Whilst going up to the 4th floor of the tower, dark hatred had boiled inside him. The feeling remained and was still stuck to his chest like dirt. Even now, for the sake of his own survival, his willingness to murder everyone was unshaken. Stab them, gouge them, and take away their lives.
Subaru is prepared to do it. And yet, Subaru had just turned the corner.
Lying in front of him was Echidna's severed body, and now Subaru realized that his preparation to murder everyone had been all for naught as he looked upon this hellish scene. Echidna's body was severed from the right shoulder, to the left side, suffering a wound which Subaru thinks is caused by a large blade. Subaru suddenly imagines that this could have been caused by a sword. Rather, his suspicions fall onto Julius, who carries a sword. It was a cheap-looking, likely mass-produced sword, but certainly it would have been able to have slashed through Echidna's delicate body. The question was, what reason would Julius have to kill Echidna?
When he had been introduced to them, Subaru had heard that Echidna and Julius had a relationship quite like one of a master and a dedicated servant. There were some complicated circumstances involved, but it should have been quite a close relationship.
Of course, if Julius was crazed and wanted to kill everyone in the tower, then that would bear no impact. Subaru, UA, HGH.
Subaru leaned against the wall and vomited again. The corpse was not as mutilated as Shaola's.
Still, even though it took Subaru great courage to look at it, her manner of death had been different to Shaola's. While it had seemed that after Shaola's death her corpse had been abandoned, on Echidna's body there was a white cloth that had been placed over her.
Her eyelids had been closed by someone as well.
Given that they had been slaughtered in different ways, Subaru notes there had been differences in how the dead had been treated afterwards.
In this situation, even thinking which aftermath is the most normal seems to be crazy. Subaru, Echidna is also gone.
Subaru's breathing trembles, his voice feels hoarse, and he can barely stand up as his legs are shaking. He mentally makes a note of what he had learnt, and slowly walks deeper into the tower, looking for survivors to kill. Or, rather, Subaru doesn't know whether what he wants is dead or alive now. At the back of the hallway, Subaru finds Ram. Part of her back was blown off. Her body had a large hole between her chest and waist. Her corpse was in a really pitiful state with her flesh adorned by multiple cuts. The manner of killing appeared similar to how the earthworm that had attacked and nearly killed Subaru had died. Ram had likely been struck in the back as she was running away. Subaru bit his lips, and left her corpse behind with a feeling of regret, and cursed. Subaru vomited again.
In the dining hall, where they had explained to Subaru about his past, there lay the corpses of Meili and Julius. Julius' death was strikingly terrible.
Deep wounds and lacerations were present across his body. They were so deep that Subaru believes something extremely sharp must have caused them. His left arm had been severed away at the elbow, the stub had been crudely wrapped and bandaged. Subaru could not find a direct cause to his death.
Perhaps he had simply died of blood loss. Had he been protecting the girl behind him? Was that the reason he had fought until the end?
Subaru vomited yet again. Meili, who had been slumped against the wall, with her hands around her belly, was the only one who had died with what seemed like a peaceful expression frozen on her face. Her hands were concealing a wound in her stomach. A copious amount of blood had seeped out of the wound.
The cause of her death would also have to be attributed to blood loss. Her remains had such tranquility to it, Subaru refused to understand it.
Once again, Subaru vomited. It's a corpse, it's a corpse, it's a corpse, it's a corpse, it's a corpse.
There were only corpses here. They were all scattered around the tower. What was going on here? Subaru could not understand what was happening.
It had been an ideal situation, if everyone but Subaru had died. However, it is impossible to understand why everyone was dead now. They should have no knowledge of Subaru even existing.
Shaola's head had been crushed, and her body had been sliced up. Echidna had been collapsed by a terrible blow from the shoulder to her side. Ram had a huge hole in her back. Julius had fought bravely and fiercely, but eventually had lost his life. Meili had died from her wounds, accepting her death.
Is there anything he could do?
Who was the culprit behind these killings?
Could Subaru even accept this situation?
Subaru, Emilia, and Beatrice.
Subaru had found 5 dead bodies, 2 of the suspects had yet to be found. Did one of them, or both, conspire to cause these acts of senseless killing? First of all, those 2 had been the most concerned about Subaru losing his memories. Could malintent be present from that attitude? He had found 5 dead bodies, white sheets covering 4 of them. 4 of the corpses had been laid to rest on the floor, covered by a white sheet, with their eyelids closed. There had been some respect given to the dead there.
Except for Shaola's body. When had all of this occurred?
Subaru, blood.
The blood seemed to have dried up.
Subaru thinks about how each person must have died, as he looks around for Emilia and Beatrice. The stench of blood and death overwhelms Subaru.
It pierces the depths of his mind and his stomach heaves in pain.
He dry heaves, having already expelled the contents of his stomach earlier.
Subaru's body was devoid of fluid. He can't figure out why everyone was dead. He had intended to kill them after all, yet he had not been around to do it.
Subaru thinks that it has been several hours that have passed since their deaths, or even a dozen.
He doesn't know how long he had spent wandering around the underground cave in the desert. There is just confusion and chaos. One way or another, Subaru will attempt to manage the current situation.
To find a reprieve, for that reason, Subaru has to reduce the amount of suspects.
If one or both of the criminals who created this situation dies, he will be free. Subaru enters the green room.
Subaru spots a lizard-like creature sitting in the corner.
It was the first living creature he had found ever since returning to the tower. Subaru, ha! What's with this lizard? On seeing her survival, Subaru gave her a parched smile. He had happened to meet a survivor, a surviving lizard, in fact.
Clicking his tongue, he began to leave the room.
There was nothing else in the room except the lizard. However, Subaru, don't follow me. The lizard had followed Subaru out of the room. It was surprisingly large, as big as a horse. It moves along, following Subaru across the hallway.
Subaru started to wildly shake his arms, threatening her, spittle flying from his mouth.
Subaru, I do not have time to play with you right now. I have to kill all the remaining guys in this tower. If you get in my way.
Whilst gripping the knife in his hand, Subaru stares at the lizard. The lizard looks at the knife which Subaru is swinging around, but quickly looks back into Subaru's eyes instead. Subaru, HH. Ignoring the knife, and gazing steadily at Subaru, Subaru's voice begins to shake. It's as if it does not care about Subaru's murderous intentions. It is terribly unpleasant, it is extremely uncomfortable, because she is inspiring the hostility that had been smoldering within Subaru. Subaru, don't you fucking screw about with me. As he gave this outburst, Subaru plunged his knife into the lizard.
The tip of the knife plunges into its jet black scales. Though at first, the knife encounters a bit of resistance, it is able to pierce deep into Patrash's body.
He had stabbed the lizard through the left side of her body, yet she remained unmoving. The blade was buried into her to its hilt, blood started to spill out of her wound.
Subaru, with this. Subaru breathed a ragged sigh. For the first time, he had taken action to killing a living being.
Subaru's heart was beating wildly, a certain sense of agitation was overwhelming him.
He couldn't finish his speech. Subaru, The lizard had been stabbed with the knife. Nevertheless, she still looked at Subaru.
She reacted in neither pain nor surprise, she simply just looked down at the work of Natsuki Subaru. In her eyes, he could not read her emotions, yet they look as if they are blaming Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, Fuck, 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 fuck.
What the hell, what the hell?
Scratching his head, Subaru breaks into this outburst.
Whilst shouting, Subaru had forgotten to retrieve the knife he had stuck inside the lizard's body. He begins to move over to her, to retrieve it. No, Subaru does not have the courage to even touch the knife. The expression in the lizard's eye is frightening to him.
Subaru, those guys accept you. And those corpses.
As well as those guys still living.
Those guys who I don't even know if they are alive or dead.
What on earth are you all cooking up? What are you trying to do? While he understands it's useless, he shouts this out in front of the wounded lizard.
While thinking about how he wandered within the tower, how he wandered in the deep darkness of the caverns where nothing can be seen, where left and right cannot be distinguished, how he was suffering from being thrown into this world, Subaru feels depressed and overwhelmed in emotion. Subaru, I'm gonna kill every single one of these guys who tries to kill me. I'm gonna deny every single one who tries to depend on me. Don't get me wrong.
Don't push your luck. It ain't a damn joke. Acting like you're so close to me as you please.
Subaru, as if I give a damn about any of you. As if I give a damn about what every single one of you are thinking. Every one of you is pushing their own damned agenda on me.
If you all have your hands full with your own selves, then I've got my own hands full with myself as well.
Shouting and screaming, Subaru begins to shed tears, kneeling down where he had fallen. In front of him, the lizard did not cry out or make a sound. She continued to gaze at Subaru, breathing raggedly.
Subaru had pressed his head to the floor and was not able to see her.
Subaru, just leave me alone.
Leave me be by myself. Subaru's sobs echo across the hallway. How long had passed?
Several seconds? Dozens of seconds? Several minutes? Subaru, who cannot find it in himself to move, is crouched on the floor, when he suddenly notices faint tremors coming closer.
He could sense them against his face as he had it pressed to the floor. Subaru, ah.
Subaru lifted his face. He looked at the lizard that had now opened her mouth. Her mouth was lined with sharp fangs. It inches closer towards Subaru.
He wonders whether she will bite his head and kill him. If she does, he would hardly care.
Subaru, huh?
The lizard had picked up Subaru by his left shoulder, and without pausing she started to run. His body had been forcibly pulled up from the ground.
The sharp fangs of the lizard had bitten into his shoulder. A shriek of pain escaped Subaru's mouth. Subaru, ah.
It tried to kill him. It had tried to kill him possibly. That idea was stuck in Subaru's mind.
However, in actuality, the fangs biting his shoulder had made him stand up, yet he still feared the pain despite him being mentally prepared for his death. For he imagines his shoulders are going to be eaten, his whole body, eaten, and left to die. To die being eaten by a living creature was one of the worst deaths Subaru could possibly imagine.
5 Subaru started to tremble in fear. The hallway which Subaru stood in was on the verge of being engulfed by a vast amount of black fog.
He hears a heavy impact which causes dust and debris to scatter around. The fog was overrunning the hallway, engulfing the ceiling, the walls, the floor.
It was heading towards Subaru.
The fog was made up of many black shadows. Each tendril resembled an arm. Subaru, shadow arms.
In his mind, he recalled the shape of the woman who had tormented him by the stairs, a woman who was drenched in shadows. Her face was hidden by a black veil. His heart suddenly wrenched in fear.
The shadows that had been engulfing the room were akin to the ones that covered this woman.
It will engulf the tower's passageway, and Subaru, as it pleases. Subaru, you. The lizard did not answer, but whilst dragging Subaru with him by its mouth, it ran away through the hallway at full gallop.
Subaru, who had been looking at the opposite direction to the pathway which the lizard was running strenuously to, could not see where she could escape to.
Instead he was looking at the shadows which had followed them. The blood inside his body froze. To be devoured by that shadow, or to meet a terrible death. 6.
Making his mind up, Subaru pushes at the lizard's fangs which are gripping his shoulder.
He cried in pain, If he could shake her off, it would be the end for him, something that he would gladly welcome.
At this point, his hatred for the lizard, it is an obsession that would serve him no use. In front of them, there was a loud boom and the aisle in front of them blew up.
The shadow was attempting to block their way.
Reacting to this, the lizard turns back around, she dives straight into the shadows, and just an instant before they are engulfed she turns into a side corridor.
She runs past the tendrils which are jutting out of the shadows. And like that, she continued to run, having temporarily escaped. Subaru.
TCH. The spiral staircase.
A huge spiral staircase was in front of them which connected the 4th and 5th floors of the tower.
Subaru was lost for words. He could see the 5th floor which was below him from the height he was at on the 4th floor. A fleeting moment of fear passes Subaru in which he recalls how he had fallen down the tower.
Below him, the staircase was being engulfed by the shadows, from the passageway that would have led down to the 5th floor.
In other words, the tower's lower half was starting to be literally devoured by the shadows. Subaru, there's no escaping down there.
But there's no escaping behind us as well.
The bottom layers of the tower were already engulfed by the shadow's arms. From behind him a stream of dark tendrils was closing in on him.
There was nothing really he could do, he had been caught up with, he was near his end.
Would they be devoured by the shadows, or be killed in some other manner? These options to Subaru seemed absurd. For a second, the idea of suicide flitted across Subaru's mind. If he was destined to die by being swallowed by the shadows, would it not be better to choose how he died?
That was a possibility which Subaru could take. Subaru, uck.
As soon as he thought about taking his own life, Subaru's body started to tremble. In the unlikely case Subaru chose to suicide, what would he do if it ended there? He vaguely believes he could return like the previous times he had died, but there was no guarantee at all.
He had first thought that it had all been a precognitive dream, until the last time he had returned, it had all been a painful precognitive dream.
If this time was going to be the last one, then that would be it for Subaru.
Why must he die? He had not done anything wrong. Why must he pay with his life? Why himself?
Subaru, no.
I don't want to die.
Subaru screamed this without shame.
There was no one in the tower who could hear it. There were only dead people and missing people here. It was only the lizard, who was not a human being, that could hear what he had said.
Whilst holding Subaru by its fangs, the lizard gave an almighty roar. Immediately, the lizard broke into a sprint and dashed away from the tendrils that were approaching from the passageway they had come through. Without stopping, she jumps onto the remaining part of the spiral staircase which had not been consumed by the shadows. No matter how agile they are in jumping up the crumbling stairway, Subaru thinks that they will likely lose momentum, miss a jump and plummet down to the shadows underneath them. However, the lizard had come up with an ingenious idea to overcome this desperate situation. The lizard digs its feet into the side of the tower wall. Now, it would be impossible to fall as the lizard is firmly gripping the wall with its sharp claws, that is, if the wall was vertical.
The lizard emits a roar and starts to run across the wall. The tower had begun to tilt due to the amassment of shadows that had been engulfing it. The lizard was scaling up the wall, which was tilting obliquely to one side.
Subaru, no way.
What was going on?
Everything was swaying. Subaru could not make sense of what the complete picture here was. However, it was clear that this black lizard was spending its remaining strength in trying to survive.
Subaru notices that she was heavily struggling. Subaru, you. Suddenly, a tendril reached out to where the lizard was.
It had realized its prey had escaped from the staircase, and had scaled onto the wall of the tower.
The lizard barely managed to avoid its attack. A violent shockwave had accompanied its attack, which had left a large hole in the side of the tower. Without hesitating, the lizard slips into the hole that had been created by that devastating attack.
Subaru is jolted left and right by this sudden motion, resulting in his sense of balance being completely lost as well as his view of the scene spiraling out. However, it is due to the lizard's evasive maneuvers, ensuring that Subaru is not hit by the shadow's attack, that he had to endure such a dizzying experience.
They came out of a large hole from within the bottom of the tower.
Immediately, he is greeted by a sandy breeze, and his field of view starts to blacken as he closes his eyes. Subaru notes that he is outside.
Had it jumped out of the tower? The lizard had been desperately scaling down the tower, trying to escape the shadows.
Subaru, huh? The lizard's thin neck was bent towards him, a strong breeze was buffeting them. The lizard let go of Subaru, pulling its fangs out of his shoulders. Subaru's eyes flashed in pain as he felt the sensation of the fangs being removed from his flesh.
However, he ignored his pain, as well as the strong wind which was blowing against him. His body had been struck by something hard.
After being bumped around, rolled about and thrown out to the floor, Subaru opens his eyes. In front of him, Subaru glimpses the dark night sky. Subaru, eh? Subaru started to panic. The view he was seeing was far beyond what his imagination could comprehend. Subaru notices that he was on an area which was jutting out of the tower, resembling something like a balcony.
She had gone through the hole, rushed up the wall, and thrown him here.
Subaru, lizard. Fearfully, Subaru rushes over to where the lizard was rolling away, closer and closer to the looming shadows.
And there he saw its end.
The lizard had thrown itself into the shadows, in place of Subaru. The falling lizard is swallowed by the black shadows, disappearing into the abyss. He had stabbed her with his knife due to his crazed anger, yet she had not even cared about her own pain and fear. She had brought Subaru to this balcony and then had been swallowed by the shadows. A terrible end was waiting for Subaru, to be swallowed by those shadows.
Subaru, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Subaru does not know.
Subaru had no idea what was going on anymore. Subaru was watching the bottom of the tower gradually being engulfed by the shadows from the balcony, when suddenly, a white bird flew up and landed on the edge of the balcony. The white bird looked at Subaru with unfeeling eyes. At the presence of the large bird, Subaru gasped out a "ha."
He started to think about what had happened.
The suspects who had died, the suspects who had disappeared, the lizard that had helped him at the cost of his life, and now, a white bird had suddenly appeared in this crazy place. Little by little, the tower was being swallowed by the darkness and disappearing in front of Subaru's eyes. While sensing that the end was approaching, Subaru feels a great weakness in his body, and sits down on the balcony floor.
He now understood that the lizard had been trying to save him. But even though he now comprehends this, he feels as if its efforts had been futile.
It had bought only a little more time before he would succumb to death too. Subaru suddenly lifted his head up.
There was someone behind him. It wasn't a bird, or a lizard, or a shadow. The sign of a living being, someone was standing there.
Subaru, the hell are you? Subaru asks this in a very faint tone of voice, having no strength left within him to even look back behind. The person who stood behind him laughed, and spoke with a voice he had never heard before. Next, try guessing, hero. For a second, Subaru heard a whooshing noise.
Then his field of vision started to spin rapidly in front of him.
The desert, the sky, the tower, the world.
All of them were spinning in front of him. His body felt awfully light. He was flying up into the sky like a bird. And then he realized what had happened. The someone from behind had decapitated him.
Emilia, Subaru.
Hey, Subaru, are you okay?
His decapitation and subsequent loss of consciousness had happened in an instant. He could feel that he was lying in a soft bed of ivy. Subaru woke up. For a second, he could not recognize to whom this chiming voice belonged to. Subaru, Emmy.
Leah.
Emilia, oh, Subaru, thank goodness.
You woke up. I was really worried about you.
Subaru slightly opened his eyes.
In front of him, there was Emilia, a relieved expression resting on her face.
She had been stroking Subaru's chest, just as he had woken up.
A smile appeared on her lips.
When he saw Emilia, he immediately looked at her slender, beautiful neck with smoldering rage in his eyes. Subaru stretched out his hands, grasping Emilia's neck with a sense of fury. Her slender neck fit easily between Subaru's hands. Emilia, Subaru, what's wrong? Emilia was staring in puzzlement at Subaru, her eyes widened in surprise. Subaru was surprised by his reaction, but he did not reject his feelings of anger. If Subaru put his entire strength behind choking her, he was sure he could break her neck easily. Even though her life was held within Subaru's grasp, Emilia's reaction was awfully slow. Moreover, Beatrice, Emilia, apparently it seems that Subaru is still half asleep, I suppose. Betty was worried about you, though. Subaru let go of Emilia's neck immediately. Looking at her, he sees Beatrice place her arm on the side of his bed, her nostrils flaring in disgust at Subaru. Emilia gave a wry smile, and said, well. Emilia, well, it's better for you to be half asleep than it being anything else more serious. When I found you collapsed on the ground, Beatrice was nearly in tears. Beatrice, do you not have anything that you want to say to me, I suppose? Beatrice turns away, her face red, slightly angry at Emilia having told Subaru about that. The two who were talking to each other had not even realized that Subaru had intended to strangle them.
When he had been stirred awake, he had not been aware that he wasn't in a perilous situation anymore. Subaru had reappeared.
Subaru, that is, here. Immediately after that, Natsuki Subaru that was unknown to him had lost his memories, that is, as soon as he had been summoned into this world, he realizes that he has returned to that very same place which it had all started.
And, at the same time, Subaru, you.
Subaru hastily turns around, looking towards the corner of the room.
Subaru sees her.
The lizard that had given her all to save Subaru, the one who had sacrificed herself to the shadows in a bid to buy Subaru time.
She was looking rather unperturbed, standing in the corner of the room.
Subaru, somehow, I doubt it was Emilia and Betty that found me. Subaru muses this for a second, before rushing over towards where the lizard stood.
Subaru, Patrash, don't make that face, don't pout, me and you, we are close friends.
Behind him, Subaru could hear Beatrice and Emilia talking to one another. Subaru did not care to join in, he was too busy tightly embracing the large body of the lizard in front of him, immensely thankful that she was here. He was eternally grateful that back then she had been the only one who had not tried to hurt Subaru. Arc 6, Chapter 43, The Tower of the Living.
Think. Think, 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 he must think.
Natsuki Subaru kept thinking as he wrapped his arms around her whole body, which was lined by hard, rough scales. The things that had happened in his own body, the ridiculous events inside the tower, the people who were attempting to kill him, the people who were attempting to kill ones other than himself, distinguishing between friends and foe, and Beatrice, Subaru, is that enough, in fact?
Have you calmed down, I suppose?
Subaru, Subaru turned his head slowly towards the voice he had heard from behind him, which had interrupted his thoughts. Beatrice, the one who had called out to him, was sitting upon the ivy bed. The girl, who seemed to be making a pouty face, was dangling her feet. Her hand was connected with Emilia's, who sat beside her.
She was glaring at Subaru.
Seeing that look, Subaru's face stiffened a little. Emilia, hey, Beatrice.
Don't speak like that.
I guess Subaru felt surprised when he woke up. I think it's inevitable that he'd go hug Patrash. However, Emilia smiled as she denied Subaru's misguided thoughts. Hearing her point this out, Beatrice proceeded to suddenly turn away from Subaru and Emilia.
Beatrice, it doesn't mean I am angry, in fact. It's not just to do with your sudden awakening, I suppose.
Betty and Emilia were also worried for Subaru. The Earth Dragon isn't the only one that worries about you, in fact. Emilia, yeah, I was really worried about you. Stroking Beatrice's head with her still facing away from them, Emilia looked at Subaru and raised her eyebrows. Subaru held his breath as he looked into Emilia's amethyst eyes.
His chest gave a sharp pang to the deep, deep affection in her look. He was reminded.
They were hoping in Natsuki Subaru, the one that was here. He would feel uneasy were he not able to shoulder that burden.
But, however,
Subaru, I am sorry to worry you all. I'm sorry, I heavily apologize. It is not like me to hug a girl that is half asleep, and this even is a thing to hide my embarrassment.
Relaxing his stiffened face, Subaru replied, whilst easing his face into a smile.
To that answer, Beatrice and Emilia exchanged looks, and Emilia, but Patrash is a girl as well, you know? Subaru, eh? Hey, wait, Patrash is quite the special entry, or rather, the sort of target which we are bonded by different sorts of bonds, or rather, the top seed in an unconditional second-round entry. Beatrice, humph, that is unpardonable, I suppose. I don't get why you're only giving special treatment to that Earth Dragon.
I would like an explanation, I suppose.
Subaru, hey, don't try to stand in the same ring as her.
That Earth Dragon.
Subaru returned his answer whilst looking carefully at Beatrice and Emilia's reaction, as Beatrice's face was growing ever more in displeasure.
Receiving his answer, it seemed that the two of them did not feel like anything was out of place.
Feeling relieved about that, Subaru turned his head to look towards the lizard. No, Patrash, he had been stroking.
Subaru, truly, only you are a special one, Patrash.
Emilia, so, Subaru, are you really feeling okay? Subaru, yes,
I am okay.
I am okay, no problemo at all.
I'm sorry for worrying you all.
I think perhaps the exhaustion got to me, and as things are rather the case with that, I must have accidentally fallen asleep. Emilia, yeah. But you'll tell us if you are tired, right? Because, you can take it easy. Emilia brought this reminder to Subaru, who had answered in tune whilst rotating his arms.
Subaru answered back to those words with a lackadaisical "Okay, Captain,"
whilst immersing himself in full thought.
Subaru led Beatrice and Emilia now, and kept walking through the 4th floor of the tower. They were going to the 4th floor hall. Their purpose was to dine. In brief, the three of them were walking with their bodies not holding any urgent issues. This time Subaru was determined to take a different approach from last time.
That is,
he would not confide to Emilia and the others about his amnesia. In other words, the situation would require Subaru to act as if he were impersonating another. Wetting his parched lips with his tongue as his strain exacerbated, Subaru had kept observing how things were around Emilia and the others. Subaru had still not figured out what kind of character the Natsuki Subaru for the others was. It should be impossible to do something like tracing a stranger in such circumstances, but by all rights it should be a different story to impersonate himself in conditions that would otherwise not be established. No matter where he went, Natsuki Subaru is simply just Natsuki Subaru.
Even if he had spent a year in this parallel world, Subaru knew that the fundamentals of human nature would remain unchanged in himself.
Then, if he just paid heed to the relationship afterwards, then he should be able to trace the same sort of character to a good enough extent. And then, whilst tracing Natsuki Subaru, he would see what would happen now.
What happened in this tower? Who would kill him? And who was killed by who?
For now, Subaru would verify the likelihood of the trigger that drove him to his own death by hiding his amnesia. In other words, would his opponent kill him because of his amnesia, or did it have nothing to do with that?
Be that as it may, in all honesty, he didn't have much expectations.
Subaru's lost memories, it's hard to imagine the situation without some troubles cropping up.
However, of course there are exceptions.
Subaru, the case in which the criminal would be a guy who would be troubled if my memories were to come back. Subaru remembered seeing it in a movie before.
Eyewitnesses who had witnessed the murder scene lost their memory due to some sort of shock. The criminal who could observe the scene would be in trouble if their memories were to return. That's why in the movie the criminal tried to kill the witnesses as well.
It can definitely be thought that a similar situation was occurring to Subaru currently. Foremost, the circumstances in which Subaru had lost his memories were unclear. Subaru, Emilia, did you find me collapsed in the 3rd floor of the library? Emilia, yeah, that's right.
You were on the floor of the library. Beatrice and I carried you to the green room in a great hurry.
Beatrice, well, since it was Emilia that carried you, Betty was just there to help out behind her, in fact. Subaru gazed at Emilia's slender arms as he received Beatrice's supplementary explanation, laced with a sigh. If he were to settle down and think properly about it, it was a mystery to Subaru how these two people had carried him all the way back from the library to the green room. Beatrice didn't give a single fragment of indication that she was suited to do any heavy lifting, and from what he had been told at face value, he was also wondering how this Emilia that believed in a fake had carried Subaru so easily. Emilia, what's wrong? Subaru, nothing.
Well, in any case, you were a great help. I've said it many times, but sorry to have troubled you.
Emilia, not sorry, a thank you would be nicer. Bowing his head in apology, Emilia placed her palm on Subaru's forehead as he tried to lower it. Subaru's eyes widened at the touch of Emilia's smooth fingers, hastily muttering out an, "I guess you're right." As Subaru had thought so far, the feeling of distance between him and Emilia was a little too strong, therefore, he did not hesitate and let her touch him. Come to think of it, when Subaru had woken up, he had also placed his hands around her neck.
Nevertheless, she was looking at Subaru with a peaceful expression.
Subaru, no matter what kind of livelihood, I will always feel a great sense of distance with this girl. Or perhaps, Emilia, contrary to her awfully well-prepared appearance, was just all too used to strangeness. Surely, she is gentle to everyone as well, and probably she didn't feel any barriers between anyone as a result of brought up and loved. She was likely a girl who had been sheltered as a child, unaffected by any significant hardship. If someone isn't burdened with even one regret, then they can believe in only the virtue of others, and keep your eyes all the time prim and beautiful. Or was even that all just an act? Whilst looking at Emilia and Beatrice side by side, Subaru was deeply immersed within his thoughts. Simply, when he deconstructed it down to the bare bones, when it came to Subaru's last moments and tragedy in the tower within the last loop, the suspects most worth keeping an eye on were Emilia and Beatrice.
Subaru had seen the corpses of Shaula, Echidna, Ram, Julius, and Meili.
He had been saved by Patrash and brought out of the lurching tower, however he had had his head lopped off by someone standing behind him, and lost his life.
He had yet to see Beatrice or Emilia die.
Of course, even if the two of them had conspired together, then he didn't know if the possibility of the killing of the 5 people still remained. Subaru's diagnosis was that it was difficult. But, if for argument's sake, another person existed, if the number had increased to 3, then the story probably changed.
Next.
Try and guess, hero. Subaru had no memory of the unknown voice which had spoken those words at the end.
In the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the swirl of confusion, in the midst of despairing of wanting the end to come already, he had heard this voice.
That, a third person cooperating with Emilia and Beatrice, could there be the identity of an unseen third person that carried Subaru from the library to the green room? That's why these two were spouting out such codswallop. Emilia, Subaru, you are going too far. Subaru, huh? Apparently, Subaru had walked past the room whilst he was immersed in his own thoughts. Emilia had stopped in front of the room and had placed her arm on Subaru's shoulder to prevent him from walking too far. In an instant, Subaru felt peculiarly uncomfortable, and he looked at Emilia's arm which had grabbed his shoulder.
And then, he took her hand and shook it.
Beatrice, Subaru?
What on earth are you doing, I suppose?
Subaru, just a little experiment. Emilia, won't you do a contest of strength with me? Emilia, but I think we'd better have it stop from being dangerous.
There had been no sense of resistance when he had shook her hand itself, and Emilia had shown a sense of denial to the contest of strength.
Seeing this behavior, Subaru became more convinced and strongly said, I asked this of you. If Emilia's arm indeed did not have the strength to carry Subaru, then his deduction from before would give him a fairly strong guarantee. So now, Emilia should not think that she is suspected. He would need to make best use of this advantage. A chance like this only existed right now. Subaru, I asked this of you, because it's of utmost necessity. Emilia, since Subaru sounds quite serious, it must be quite the important thing, right?
Receiving Subaru's supplication, the worried Emilia pursed her lips, and gave a nod with a determined look.
Seeing that, Subaru clenched his fist with all his heart, saying, "Ready."
If after he proved her weakness, then Subaru's deduction would progress far further. Beatrice, well, do something different like an arm pull match instead so that it doesn't become dangerous, in fact.
Is that okay, I suppose?
Subaru, that's okay.
Emilia, okay, got it. In accordance to Beatrice's instructions, Subaru and Emilia shook hands, and made some space between them. They took each other's right arm, and then the two of them stared into each other's eyes.
And then?
Beatrice, ready, go, in fact, note, interesting note maybe?
Beatrice says this using English. Probably something she picked from Subaru.
On Beatrice's signal, Subaru pulled Emilia's arm with all his might.
Subaru, ooh.
His grip strength could crush apples, his grip strength could keep swinging a kendo sword even with no target, his grip strength could keep on doing push-ups. The strength of a man against that of a woman's dash, he poured all of this into this battle.
Yet, Emilia's arm did not move an inch.
Subaru's deduction in which he doubted Beatrice and Emilia was set back to square one. However, Subaru had only confirmed that Emilia and the others had carried him without the help of a third party.
It didn't mean that the suspicions of the two girls had been cleared away.
Subaru had still yet to have seen the two girls' corpses. The tower's mass killings, that situation's criminal being different, was something that was still not decided. Subaru, after all, is it purely the guy who came out in the end the one who is the criminal?
They had certainly killed Subaru.
But was that guy a criminal insofar to have carried out everyone's mass murders by those hands? As well as the shadows which had engulfed the tower?
All the ones killed were each killed in different ways. What becomes of that explanation?
The ways they had died in was easy to understand merely from glimpsing.
Echidna had suffered damage from a single stroke from something sharp. Julius had had several wounds piled up on him. And hadn't Meili died from blood loss? There was no doubt that everyone had died in different manners, fighting someone. That should be it, but... So what the hell was that prank about?
A voice called out as if amazed to Subaru, who was deep in thought.
That voice was Ram's, who was finishing preparing breakfast.
As she set up the table with water and preserved food, she demanded an explanation on the contest of strength with Emilia, Subaru's experiment which he had carried out. The contest of strength which had been for determining proof of Subaru's deduction had its curtain closed by the shape of his defeat to Emilia. It was Ram joining up with them in front of the hall which had given an impetus for its end. When she saw Subaru's struggles, red in face, she had put an end to things with a curt, "Are you stupid?" "Emilia, I was asked by Subaru, I don't quite understand why, but I am sure it had some really important meaning to it. Isn't that right, Subaru?" "Ram, is that so?" The reason given to Ram, all I could see, was wanting to hold Emilia Summer's hand. "Subaru, you're overthinking it. If you want, next time do you want to do a contest of strength with me?" Ram, disgusting. Subaru, why? Ram spoke her awfully cruel impression of him to Emilia, who had tried to stick up for him.
If he tried to dispel it, in an instant his position would get considerably worse. An undoubtedly vicious cycle.
Ram, ha! Giving a scornful laugh, Ram diverted her attention back to setting the table. Seeing her retreating figure, Subaru was secretly relieved that it seemed as if his current behavior did not give off anything that would feel out of place. It seemed as if he hadn't yet taken an attitude which separated him from the Natsuki Subaru known by the girls. This made him feel relieved, and also amazed. Doing this, he mustn't tip his awareness towards a different bearing, not even by a little. Subaru, up.
In an instant Subaru bore the vomiting sensation that suddenly welled up in him. Subaru put his hand to his mouth. Its cause was Ram, who was diligently working with her back turned towards them.
The girl's retreating figure caused him to keep blinking with the manner of death scorching his eyelids. Ram had received a blow from behind, in which part of her stomach had been blown apart, killing her. The shadow of her death were coated with regret and anger, distorting and cursing her pitiful facial expression. A lamentation was etched into her soul which would attempt to tear any who witnessed it from limb to limb. The owner of that corpse moved right before his eyes, and certainly was alive. In all honesty, from the moment he first came across her at the hall, he had been desperate to accept a contradiction between reality and that uncomfortable feeling.
He felt more or less relieved that he could use the lapse of dizziness he had experienced as an excuse thanks to his exertions in the contest of strength with Emilia just before.
But he had overlooked Ram's facial expression. Grinding his teeth together, Subaru directs his awareness into getting back strong self-control. From then on, all of the people related to the tower one by one filed into the hall. He mustn't overlook each of their expressions,
because that in itself would be the key to breaking the situation.
Wua, what a nice meal tilde.
A meal fit for a king in this refreshing morning.
I sure know him living for this tilde.
The first one of them showed up in the hall whilst saying out this stuff noisily.
A beautiful woman whose long black braided hair was swinging about, who was unabashedly exposing most of her huge breasts. Shaula showed up in the hall still with her head definitely attacked to her body.
She was looking at the meal which had been prepared by Ram, but then she noticed Subaru within the room, and she spoke.
Shaula, master. Good morning.
Did you sleep well yesterday, Tilda?
All of a sudden, her facial expression lit up, and she rushed over towards where he was with the vigor of, say, a puppy, and then, grabbing Subaru's arm, she tightly embraced his chest. Subaru, Shaula, by the way, I slept incredibly well.
After such a long time, I had dreams and such from the former days, Tilda. Me and master, and mother, and then and Theen.
Subaru, I getcha.
Wait. I will give a good listen to the story about your dreams sometime.
But, did you happen to see me this morning? Shaula, again with the awfully weightless questions?
How typical of master.
Disentangling himself somehow from her arms which had embraced him, Subaru inquired this as he escaped from Shaula.
In response to that, Shaula gave a cheerful laugh.
Shaula, Shojiki, TL note, seems to be a reference to this, what master sees is no big deal. Just like the olden days, to me you're always the sexiest guy. It's a marriage proposal awaited for 400 years. Subaru, talk about patience, generally speaking for that joke it'd be good if it is nothing. Shaula, is that so? If so, I don't mind as well. Without a desired response, Subaru withdrew his doubts regarding Shaula whilst sensing some relief mingled with some traces of discouragement, and, as he did, the next suspect, Meili, showed up in the room. Meili, yawn. Good morning. I'm feeling sleepy this morning to. The girl who came through the entrance gave a sweet yawn, covering her mouth with her hand. Even so, she had taken great care to upkeep her personal appearance, and he certainly admired the little girl's sense of beauty. Greatly different to Subaru, who was just content in ruffling his hair up and washing his face.
In any case.
Subaru, good morning, Meili.
You overslept this morning, huh?
Meili, when slowing down and thinking about it, I feel like I have no reason to get up at the same time as Oni-san and the others.
This tower doesn't really have anything to do with me.
Beatrice, a girl who's proposing such ill-natured things, in fact. In general, unless Betty and the others complete the trial so to leave the tower, then you can't leave this tower either, I suppose. Meili, well, that is true.
But.
Having a bone to pick with her yawning excuses, Meili pursed her lips at Beatrice's opinion. As she said that, she shifted her attention to Shaula and Subaru, who were near the wall.
She gave a wave, accompanied by a smile.
Seeing that, Subaru raised his eyebrow, and then he returned the wave. Subaru, am I overthinking it as usual in having doubting even as far as a dead child? Shaula, master, when troubled, you return back to the basis.
Staring with from how you jab. Subaru. What is that teaching? Shaula, it's master's teachings. Subaru, it's no wonder I thought it was useless.
Listening to this monologue, Subaru dodged Shaula's frivolities as he shuddered in his heart. In any case, He couldn't get a response he desired even from Meili.
Then, the only things which remained were just 2 more people who could test to see whether this plan was at all fruitful. Good morning. With that, the last 2 people missing entered the room together. Echidna and Julius.
Echidna, who was wrapped in a white fox scarf, walked into the hall with Julius beside her. They each in turn greet Emilia, Ram and the others, and exchange words of good morning.
Meanwhile,
Julius, who had been walking behind Echidna, saw Subaru standing near the back of the room, and his face stiffened. He suddenly averted his eyes and drove Subaru out of his awareness.
Subaru, you?
Julius' reaction was quite close to one Subaru was seeking. And, as no one other person had shown such a reaction, it was very likely that he had no choice but to say that it was him who had displayed the most blunt reaction.
Subaru, Shaola, I have a small favor to ask you.
Subaru faintly muttered this. The remains of hatred, as if boiled with the flames of anger that would not extinguish, were there. The breakfast at the hall started and ended with the meeting regarding the explanation that Echidna equals Anastasia. As he made his face into something like as if hearing it for the first time to the surprised reactions of Emilia and the others, Subaru was impressed with the way the world had went ahead like so when he hadn't talked about his amnesia so far, mistaking what is reality and not had been piling up, and Subaru almost can't comprehend his own special characteristics which make him return by death. However, just the same as time leaps that are often in fiction, the problems which do not involve Subaru will proceed the same as usual.
He understood that changes in the affected problems were born.
In other words, up until the last time he had been involved in the core of their discussions due to his amnesia. The reality in which the individual called Echidna lodging in the body of the young girl called Anastasia had by no means been delved deeply into during their talks. Even this time around, there would be no such thing like finding the problem's solution or something that would reveal new facts.
The changes are considered to occur only in Subaru's actions. If he wanted to dramatically advance the situation, Subaru would need to proactively do stuff. Therefore, Subaru, Julius, I'd like to have a couple of words with you.
Breakfast ended, and as they all tried to file out of the hall, Subaru called out to Julius so that he'd stop. Julius stopped in his tracks at that call, turning his head to look at Subaru. Subaru craned his neck up to look at him when they were facing each other, as Julius was quite tall. However, if he were to lose to that intimidating presence, Subaru would stick his chest out all the more as he and Julius glared at each other.
Perceiving his disposition, Julius spilled a weary sigh from his thin lips, and said, "Julius, what is it?"
"Shouldn't you rest until noon, as Emilia Summer suggested?"
Julius' words were something he had gotten from Emilia's proposal back at breakfast.
Apparently, it seemed that Emilia had been worried about unseen fatigue wearing everyone down, and had taken up the opinion that Subaru had been exhausted and had slept in the library because of it.
In fact, although this wasn't in Subaru's memories, this party had just managed to cross the desert a few days ago. Though Subaru had failed to cross the desert in just a few steps, it would have probably relatively difficult to fulfill that. This too could be said to be a change caused from Subaru's speech. Even trivial words sometimes can derail that day's schedule. He must take care in what he says and does. With that in his chest, Subaru would confront Julius head-on. And, tucking his chin in response to his words, he said, "Subaru, I want to talk about last night." The effect of these words was immediate. Receiving Subaru's words, great emotions floated in his yellow eyes.
Seeing the immediate effect his response had brought, Subaru deepened his belief in his own deduction.
"Subaru, come. Let's change location." "Julius, all right."
Julius followed along with a look of resignation at Subaru's invitation, which he gave whilst jerking his chin.
Just like that, Subaru led Julius and brought him to a suitable place for conversation in a room on the 4th floor. Naturally, it was a secret talk in which others couldn't be allowed to butt in. "Subaru, well, I wonder where shall I start from?"
Inside this cramped room, Subaru turned his head around, and confronted Julius.
There was a slight feeling of tension, but he didn't want to make a mistake such as revealing that.
The thought that he should to some extent stand emotionally superior allowed him to show his boldness. On the other hand, the way Julius looked was complex, reading what lay in heart was difficult. But it seemed to be something that mustn't be a feeling of composure, that had persisted from the place of breakfast before.
Subaru, first of all, about last night.
To start things off, Subaru abruptly cut to the main point in an introductory manner. Currently, he has the emotional upper hand, but his opponent has an overwhelming advantage with what he knows. In the first place, Subaru didn't really know all too much about what had transpired the night before.
Nevertheless, perhaps last night, Subaru and Julius must have done something in the library.
As a result of that something, Subaru thought that perhaps he had lost his memories because of that.
Julius, about last night.
Repeating Subaru's words, Julius closed his eyes, which were bordered by long eyelashes. Subaru consciously kept breathing out deep, long breaths as he stood in front of the handsome man.
He mustn't be overwhelmed. At least, it's that his feeling was to not lose. Julius, when it comes to that talk, we said it was a thing that ended at that place.
At least, that's what I was thinking, but is it different for you? Subaru, dash.
Not quite. I mustn't have grasped it.
Seeing Julius join in the talk, Subaru replied in turn. Julius' voice was devoid of any intonation, and so to speak he was careful so that he didn't reveal more emotions than necessary. Of course, when it came to Subaru receiving that, he chose the option of snapping at it.
Julius, grasped it?
I see, well, that sounds just like you. In short, you're saying you want me to postpone the feelings I hold, and solve the issues of your own self, is that?
Isn't that
a little too selfish?
Subaru, that's a little off, and that's not what we're talking about.
I'm certainly not happy with it, but are you trying to look happy about it? We're both walking around with anger in our hearts, and you're saying I have to look like nothing's wrong.
You think I could do that?
Julius, well then, exactly what other option is there?
Julius had been quietly keeping a check on his emotions.
But, little by little, emotion started to flow out from his voice. Subaru could feel Julius staring at him, with a furious gaze. Subaru of course was still unaware of the details behind Julius' outburst.
What choice did Subaru want to hear?
What kind of choice had Julius taken regarding Subaru with him holding such fury? And when it came to Subaru, how did he let Julius choose that choice? Julius, my feelings are as I said last night, and I am not going to keep mentioning it, since I hadn't even noticed you and Anastasia Summer.
And your connivery with Echidna.
Subaru, me and my connivery with Echidna? An unexpected fact had leapt out, and this time it was Subaru who had been caught unawares. By the information he had at the present, Subaru was supposed to be part of a group with Amelia at the top. Julius and Echidna, in their situation, he had been in a master and servant sort of role with Anastasia, who was the original owner of Echidna's body.
He also heard that they were in an opposing sort of relationship with the girls, if he looked at the big picture.
But he had said Subaru had been conniving with Echidna.
Julius, I know you did not have bad intentions doing that. Even if it's Echidna, I can't say it's enough, but we spoke. She can be trusted. No, there is no other way but to trust her. Subaru.
Julius, I have nothing except for pursuing that possibility in order to save Anastasia Summer. Even if we get her back, and even if that lady doesn't remember me. Julius uttered these words, an awfully lonely tone of voice tinging his expression.
Subaru had heard about his circumstances as well.
Just like Ram's sleeping younger sister, and many people from many different towns, Julius too was afflicted by this. He had been told that they had faced an awful experience similar to a curse in which they are forgotten by others. Even if Echidna returned control to the rightful owner of the body, it would be highly unlikely that Anastasia would remember her night, Julius. Even so. Julius, I haven't changed what I've set out to do. I don't know what on earth you want to drag out from me, but let me tell you just this beforehand. Subaru, what is it? Julius, for goodness sake, please do not make me miserable in front of you again. As soon as Subaru heard Julius's feeble voice, no words escaped him.
However, in the back of his chest, there was just a feeling of discomposure. Subaru kept silent.
Julius took a look at Subaru, loosening his lips so that he could let out a faint sigh.
Julius, it seems apparent this will be a barren exchange from here.
Saying that, Julius turned to face away from Subaru and was about to leave the room. Then, just before leaving the room, Julius stopped just once.
And whilst still not turning his head, he said, "Julius, last night's talk that was said left me quite shocked. What ought I do, if you were to speak in apology?"
Subaru, if I were to apologize?
Julius, back then, I wonder how I would have replied back to you. Though even that is something I don't know anymore. Julius left the room, leaving behind the echo of self-derision in that mutter.
After making sure that he wasn't in sight, Subaru let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt exhausted, as if a great stone had been placed on his back.
He was sweating copiously. He felt like he had become a vehemently detestable person.
Shaola, Master, was that okay with you?
Shaola showed up and peered into the room.
Subaru let out a ha seeing her quite indifferent manner. And then, placing his hand to his forehead, he nodded his head with it was okay. Subaru, in that state he is in, perhaps Julius didn't have anything to do with the library, but the distrust in myself sure grew still a little bit stronger. Shaola, I don't really get it, but was I useful for you, Master? Subaru,
Indeed.
Thanks to you, I was able to face Julius, and get some peace of mind. Shaola, hey, that's good then, Master. Shaola was delighted, she was making her body squirm, and her cheeks were blushed in red. She was making her way towards Subaru.
And then, she nervously stretched her hands out.
Shaola, I want a really tight hug as a reward.
Subaru, no way.
Shaola,
How mean.
Master, didn't you say you'd listen to what I'd say if I didn't deviate from the reward level? Subaru, that wish goes far beyond my pure and innocent heart. Subaru bluntly rejected Shaola's excessive hopes and dreams for close skin-to-skin contact. Nonetheless, it was true that Shaola had been lying in wait, giving him enough composure in his heart to confront Julius.
When he had called out to Julius, Subaru had kept Shaola in wait in the adjoining room as backup.
The reason he had chosen her was because between all of the other girls, she seemed to have the best athleticism, as well as that she seemed to listen to favors due to her likability of Subaru.
It was as a result of calculation that she seemed willing to help him without asking too many questions.
Other than that, from amongst the suspects, the girl, whose dead body he had found first, was the least likely to pose a danger from all of them.
In any case,
Subaru, my thoughts that it was Julius who was the opponent who stole my memories at the library was way off the mark. This morning, he had thought it was almost a certainty from his reaction when he'd seen Subaru. But, those line of thinking had been off. Despite what happened at the library, the Julius of some time ago didn't really touch much on the incident in which his memories of him had gone.
Having said that, his emotions were all too natural for an act.
It was quite uncertain what thing of speculation the connivery with Echidna was due to Natsuki Subaru. But, at least, it was a good enough reason for Subaru now to harbor distrust to the him of last night. Before his memories had been lost, it seemed like there'd been quite the exchange of tempestuous words between him, Echidna and Julius.
Subaru, you.
What on earth were you doing, and who on earth targeted you, Natsuki Subaru? Shaola, Master, how about you jump to my chest?
Come hug my busty body, Master.
Subaru, that wish is beyond naive.
Shaola, Master is mean tilde.
Speaking of things he had no clue about, Subaru also had no clue why Shaola showed him such a strange affection.
Why did she dearly love Subaru to this extent?
It appeared that Emilia, and everyone else around her, also had no clue why she did.
It was said it was something to make convenient use of, but was it really like that?
His connivery with Echidna, the blurriness of last night's deeds, and in the first place, his relationship with the girls, and now, the being Subaru least knew of as far as he was concerned was Natsuki Subaru. What kind of speculation did he face against the girls and guys? Was Natsuki Subaru even truly associated with them? TL note, more accurately the girls probably to refer to Emilia's side.
Subaru, crap, my thoughts have come to a dead end. Let's go where Patrash is for a bit? For the time being, he wanted to go to a place where could settle down and think.
When thinking that, the first thing that came to the current Subaru's mind as his greatest ally, was most certainly that jet black Earth Dragon. There was no choice but to put his faith in the one who had staked their life protecting him, regardless of whether he had his memories or not. Shaola, that Earth Dragon Tilda?
That Earth Dragon isn't really my cup of tea since it keeps glaring at me. Subaru, you. Insults against Patrash are unforgivable. Even if this world became a world in which anyone's insults were permissible, I won't forgive any insults at Patrash.
Shaola, Master, how whipped does that dragon have you? Shaola raised her voice into something like a shriek, but Subaru took absolutely no notice of it. In any case, it was because he now wanted to be lost in his thoughts in peace, by Patrash's side.
At any rate, their original aim, the tower's capture, would begin straight after lunch. Since he had concealed his amnesia, there would be no way of stopping it. Subaru, that's why we're parting here as well. See you in a bit.
Shaola, you were colluding even for the reward. But even so, I can't bear it.
I'm a woman for Master's convenience, that's the meaning of my life.
Subaru, . As he tried to leave the room, Shaola spoke this out, and gave him a cold goodbye.
Receiving her words, Subaru held his breath.
Whilst still keeping his back turned away from her, Subaru hung his head down, and closed his eyes. Subaru, where in Natsuki Subaru is the worth in going that far? Shaola, Master? Subaru, HK.
Ah, damn it.
Unable to bear the irritation welling up in him, Subaru roughly scratched his head, and turned around so he was facing Shaola who was inclining her head. And then, walking towards the immobile girl, he stretched out both of his hands and with all of his might, he embraced her slender body. Shaola, HK. Subaru, you shouldn't think of yourself as just a woman for convenience, or things like that.
It was my bad.
Subaru was going to end up becoming the same as Natsuki Subaru were he to just make a one-sided use of her. Shaola's breath hitched and her body stiffened at the Subaru's comportment who had refused to become like that.
Shaola was tall, approximately the same height as Subaru. But even so, her body which he had embraced was slender, supple and soft. There was quite the difference between her body, and that of his own body.
Shaola, Ma.
Stir.
Subaru, you helped me out by being there. That is all. Shaola, . Around 30 seconds had passed hugging Shaola.
Subaru slowly let go of her body. In all honesty, he felt awkward, but his sense of achievement was stronger. If he were to become a guy who just handed out gifts like that.
If he were to become the same as Natsuki Subaru. Shaola, Master. Looking at the pensive Subaru, Shaola dizzily walked towards him, her cheeks fiercely blushing. Her eyes were wet with tears, her breathing was somewhat feverish, and she was gazing at Subaru's lips. Shaola, Master, finally you've shown me some love. Subaru, beyond naive. Shaola, Gui.
Pushing her face away with his palm, Subaru snapped Shaola back to reality. Subaru, whether or not I reward you, you get carried away. What a difficult character.
Subaru had somehow managed to calm down the aroused Shaola, and extracted himself out of the situation.
He sighed.
Eventually, Shaola had left, still in a dreamy state of mind, with the words, "It's the mark of a good woman to see when it's time to leave as well." In all honesty, even though he had no clue what the meaning of this was, meddling into it would be all too bothersome.
Subaru, since sometimes, there are things that you need not know in the world.
In any case, contrary to such a careless act, Subaru's situation was not looking great.
At least, he expected what happened in the library to come to light if he pecked at Julius.
But, as now it had missed its mark, he had once again returned back to square one. Or, as he had first posited, were the others not at all involved in Subaru's missing memories?
Though, it was just Ram's facial expression that he hadn't been able to check.
Subaru, she looked like she was in tears. But, I don't know anymore if they were just crocodile tears. It had been Ram who had tried her hardest to not believe the story that Subaru had really lost his memories. Of course there was still the possibility that she had been acting. It's not a possibility that she hadn't been able to recognize some sort of participation happening, but there are no limits to these sorts of suggestions. If he doesn't place his trust in something, then it's certainly a fact that he can't even start to doubt something.
As far as Subaru is concerned, that basis was Subaru, that means Patrash now.
After asserting that, he was shocked at himself for being the conclusion of a person who fell into a pitfall of bearing complete mistrust for everyone around him.
But in fact, it was true that that side of him was quite prominent.
His complete mistrust for everyone was indescribable, tantamount to it being deeply ingrained.
And it wasn't just to others, but now, he also couldn't believe in himself.
Subaru, still, it might be more a blessing if I got to spend some time in a paradise in which just Patrash and Earth dragons are. I heard at. Subaru, were. At the very moment in which he had been voicing these thoughts out loud, a young girl nimbly rushed out from the corner of the aisleway. The little girl was Meili, her blue braids swinging about as she stifled a giggle. Subaru wearily dropped his shoulders at the figure of the young girl when she had heard his dull thoughts voiced out. Subaru, it's just something like a joke or nonsense.
Surely you didn't get that?
Meili, I'm Suri. But, I don't particularly intend to laugh at them even if they're Oni-san's true feelings. Why no? Because if there's a place where you can just live with some bad animal chans, then I think it's something that one wouldn't mind living there. Subaru, huh? Whilst hearing Subaru fumbling excuses, Meili held her skirt by the hem in a gesture which Subaru cannot tell whether it's meant to be elegant or wild.
Even if he'd gotten an answer from that, he didn't really know what sort of reply to give. However, it didn't seem like she was pleased by that reply.
Meili, since I gave a vague answer. Since a person took the trouble to diligently give a speech, I think that not listening to it properly is the mark of a naughty child. Subaru, that's not much of an apology. You're alone? You aren't with Beatrice? Meili, no chance.
Why would I be with Beatrice-chan? Booty, I think that is a question I'd rather ask of you, Oni-san.
He had thought that the girls who were of a similar age would be hanging out together, yet it seemed that it was not so. Certainly, the times in which Beatrice had acted together with Emilia were many.
That's why he treated his misgivings for the two of them as a set. He wasn't able to think of them separately. Subaru, well, still, that's fine.
Though, just so you know, I don't have time to play with you.
I'm sorry, but look elsewhere if you want to speak to someone. Shaola's back there, for example.
Meili, I could talk to my half-naked Oni-san. Booty, right now I have stuff to do with Oni-san. Subaru, with me?
Though Subaru didn't want to be disturbed during the time he had set to plunge into his unavoidable brooding, in his secret date with Patrash, he couldn't help widen his eyes at Meili's unexpected introduction. Thinking about it, the little girl was quite similar to Shaola, in that she was easy to talk to compared to Emilia and the others.
Even in her last moments in the last loop, her corpse hadn't been left in a mutilated state as far as it being too painful to even look at. Since she had looked as if she had died in her sleep, the shocking images don't overlap with each other even when he's directly opposite her.
His heartbeat had calmed as well.
Subaru, what is it?
Is it quick?
Meili, yeah, it won't take particularly long. Subaru felt an overwhelming sense of security. He lent out an ear to listen to Meili's story. And then, seeing Subaru adjust his posture to indicate he was willing to listen, Meili placed a finger to her lips and licked the fingertip with her tongue. This somewhat alluring gesture did not fit her childish appearance.
Subaru frowned at it.
Meili, I wonder, just how seriously should I take what we talked about last night? This is what the little girl said to Subaru, whilst still smiling sweetly. Subaru, WH, A? Suddenly, Subaru was set free from the strange stoppage in his consciousness, and grasped his own neck.
There was something in his throat like a feeling of acridity and breathlessness. He launched into a coughing fit.
Subaru, ack, ack. Whilst touching his throat, Subaru coughed over and over again as he relished a sensation which felt similar to parched pain.
And then, he suddenly took notice. Subaru, ha. What was it that he was doing?
Just before, he had for sure talked to Julius, then there had been that farce with Shaula, and after that he had tried to go to where Patrash was. And, finally, he had met Meili halfway there.
Subaru, ow.
Subaru had been rubbing his arm as he was immersed in thought. He clucked his tongue in sharp pain.
Looking down at his hand, both of his hands.
A bunch of scratch marks were carved on the wrists of both his left and right hand.
He realized that blood was oozing out of them.
Subaru, TCH, what the hell is this?
The wounds were relatively deep, but the wounds themselves were irregular. Them being scratch marks was not a bad guess. They could not be from a sharp blade.
They were wounds which had been caused by someone digging their nails deeply into his flesh with all of their might.
Where on earth had he got these wounds from? Subaru, ah?
Subaru looked around his surroundings to see if there was anything he could use as a bandage whilst grimacing in pain. And he noticed that he was in a similar stone room like many of them on the 4th floor.
And then, he finally noticed it. White feet were strewn on the floor. The feet were unmoving, the strength in them had fizzled out.
He slowly shifted his gaze up from their feet. There was a skirt, and the upper part of their body.
And then.
Subaru, wah? And then, right there, the figure of a little girl who didn't even twitch had collapsed in front of him. Meili had collapsed in front of Subaru's eyes, and she wasn't breathing.